was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful, I'ma let them know I got the gold, I'm in control, I break the mold, I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to fall so I could fly, had to fail so I could rise, had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful, powerful, feeling the burn deep in my chest. It's finally my turn. I'ma give it my best. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. 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 I carry the fire, I'm bringing the heat. It's my only desire. Yeah, you know what I mean. To the top of the mountain, we're ready to go. There's no doubt about it. I'm taking control. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up.
Don't make me black out. Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money up, don't know how to act now. I'm gon' stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond, still shining that night. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light. I'm the black sheep, I do it solo. I'm making moves, get it jumping like a pogo. Look like I'm rocking in designer when I hobo. I'm dragging all my competition, no Komodo. I'm making moves, I'm a jiff in every photo they flick. I'm a king, they should name me, but I'm holding the stick. I'm a dog, I'ma bite him, cause I know he a lick. It's on the line, I'ma crash, cause I I know he a brick. Okay, the time ticking. In slow-mo, I'm John Wicken. I'm John Legend. Not ordinary, I'm different. I blow the dough. It's never stretching. I flip it. They close the door. I'm never knocking. I kick it when I black out. Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money, I don't know how to act now. I'm gon' stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me, hey, don't make me black out. I'm the black diamond. They gassed up, still got the gaslight. Need a Brinks truck to pick up the bag. Shawty drink up, I pick up the tab. Need my cheesecake like I'm making a pan. I'm making demands cause I stay in demand. I be like, give me that. I stack my paper up and now they wanna piggyback. It's summertime, I feel like Will, I got my jiggy back. Flights to Cali, when I land, they be like Biggie's back. Don't make me black out, all I see is black. Ain't no squares up in my circle, we get rid of that. I'm a dog, I heard him purr, that boy a kitty cat. All that woofing that you doing, I'll put you in a pack. Don't make me black out.
All my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scan the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won this time.
I'm going full speed, I just pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
Yeah, you're looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work. That's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up. Won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now. They hear me now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness. I was made for more. I got my focus sure. Heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now. There ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud. They try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny. The truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't. Hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame the beast.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal.
Yeah, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. I'm a legend in the making. Hard work, 2 words, deadly combination. It's in my blood, I was born with motivation. Better watch out, cause you mess around with greatness. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Something that you won't forget. Welcome to the main event. You ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
That's why, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys off cap, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, got testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can get in my zone. If I was you, I just watch my tone. If I was you, I just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes that oppose, I would slay them. See, I knock it out the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shit, start a roll.
Yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park, leaving nothing unfinished. Hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone, gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me. Oh no, no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down. Ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, yeah, you're singing now. Swing, batter, swing, gone.
This one is fastened inside. All in the dirt when we slide. October moon, bring the tide. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Ride. Whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitches up, bra. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Ride. Big man, the boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they olders. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up preacher. I knock it out to the
yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park, leaving nothing unfinished. Hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me. Oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down. Ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. On my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and
Everybody trying to stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you're trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are up, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend.
Legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Stars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend.
Legend. Come on. I'm a legend.
I was born to be a legend.
fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'll take the wind of glory on mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you'll go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
your death. Cause you're playing roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money, I don't know how to act now. I'm gonna stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in the cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the Rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out.
I'm the black diamond, still shining that night. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light.
I'm the black sheep, I do it solo. I'm making moves, get it jumping like a pogo. Look like I'm rocking in designer when I hobo. I'm dragging all my competition, no Komodo. I'm making moves, I'm a jiff in every photo they flick. I'm a king, they should name me, but I'm holding the stick. I'm a dog, I'ma bite him, cause I know he a lick. It's on the line, I'ma crash, cause I know he a brick. Okay, the time ticking, in slow-mo, I'm John Wick. I'm John Legend, not ordinary, I'm different. I blow the dough, it's never stretching, I flip it. They close the door, I'm never knocking, I kick it when I black out. Started in the bedroom, now we packed out. Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my money, I don't know how to act now. I'm gonna stand tall, don't know how to back down. They tried to keep me in a cage, but I'm back out. I wanted peace, but the rage blow your back out. Treat a op like the Rock, I make them tap out. Don't make me black out.
I'm the black diamond. Stay gassed up, still got the gas light.
Need a Brinks truck to pick up the bag. Shawty drink up, I pick up the tab. Need my cheesecake like I'm making a pan. I'm making demands cause I stay in demand. I be like, give me that. I stack my paper up and now they want to piggyback. It's summertime, I feel like Will, I got my jiggy back. Flights to Cali, when I land, they be like Biggie's back. Don't make me black out. All I see is black. Ain't no squares up in my circle, we get rid of that. I'm a dog, I heard him purr, that boy a kitty cat. All that that woofing that you doing, I put you in a pack. Don't make me black out.
Work hard. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. You better D-up, before you get smoked. I'm taking the ball, I have it to go. I've been in my bag, you've been in the trash, just move to the back, 'cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck, I'm packing the barrel, you're to the back, yeah. I can taste victory, yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall. We about to light it up from the window to the wall. This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Welcome back to Vancouver for the last day of MSI 2025 play-in stage. It is elimination day once again and everything is on the line. One team will secure the last spot in the main event while the other's journey ends here. Whether it's GAM time or the Samurais' last time to strike, I hope you're ready for the final best of 5 of the week. I'm Laure and I will be joined...
Memento, what are you doing?
What am I doing actually?
They were bouncing a ball around in a circle and they dropped the ball.
They have a lot of really cool exercises to get ready, and I hope that they're ready because, again, it is the last chance that they will have here to qualify to the main event. How are you guys doing? Don't ask me how I'm doing. But
You know what? Look, I love elimination days. The drama, the stakes, everything a part of it, everything that I love, apparently you hate. So, especially for today, because it's going to be between G2 and GAM. It's crazy, Isaac.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I think it's been a lot of fun so far. We've seen Furia, I think, way more competitive than people were expecting. Went the full 10 games possible.
Yeah.
GAM stepping up, being able to knock them down. And now I think we're in for what is going to be a much more competitive series than people were expecting pre-tournament.
it is going to be a banger for sure. Still fearless, still best of 5, and I'm super excited about this. Talking about the end of the day, though, normally we would follow the last match with a draw show. However, this time around, there's only a few possible scenarios based on the rule set. So let's take a look at what we have here. Tier 1 teams will be matched against Tier 4, and Tier 2 teams will be matched against Tier 3. Additionally, from the same region will not be placed on the same side of the bracket. Where a scenario is split between two teams, league officials will conduct a coin toss. So let's take a look at the two possible scenarios that we have here. If GAM advances, a coin flip will determine the positioning of the bracket, as they cannot be placed on the same side of CFO. And if G2 advances, there will be only one valid layout of the bracket, so there will not be a coin toss.
I'm just putting out there, if you're a FlyQuest fan, I think you want GAM to win, because then we could maybe dodge AL and play CFO.
Hey, and if you're an MKoi fan, you get to potentially play against like an easier opponent like GAM. So handshake, do you like the sacrifice of J2?
It's good for NA and EU.
Okay, we'll take this handshake. We'll take this handshake.
That's a 2-for-1.
Yes, we'll take that.
Let's focus on one matchup in particular before we dive into the rest of the series, because for now, all eyes on top lane, where we got two veterans ready to prove it all. While Broken Blade is living up to his name so far, Kiaya is the shining light of GAM in today's matchup.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Broken Blade and Kiaya square off in the top lane with elimination on the line. G2 Esports have had a rough start to MSI, and Broken Blade in particular has looked vulnerable, being pushed to the brink by Gigo on day 1 and taken apart by Bin on day 2. He'll need to step up if G2 wants to advance to the main event. Meanwhile, Kiaya has been a bright spot for GAM Esports, putting up carry performance after carry performance for the Vietnamese squad when it matters most, dying just 3 times in 3 wins against Furia on day 2. If GAM wants to send the LEC representatives home early, it'll be off the back of their top laners staying hot. So, can Kiaya's clutch performances take GAM to the next level, or will Broken Blade carry G2 back to the bracket stage at MSI?
Yeah, and I do think that comparison is very apt because, yes, Broken Blade has had a pretty poor first 2 series, while Kiaya has been incredible. Even in the loss versus BLG, he's gotten the solo kill on Bin, and he's been doing quite well in lane, so it's going to be really interesting to see this matchup in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think Broken Blade is having one of his worst, if not his worst, international performance ever,
Definitely.
and Kiaya is looking like he's in incredible form. I mean, Gigo smacked Broken Blade, and then Kiaya just smacked Gigo yesterday, so...
Where does that leave us?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. Sometimes those transitive properties don't mean anything at all, but Kiaya, to me, is a guy who has been around for so long and has constantly been impressive year after year after year. He is an incredible top laner.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a wake-up call for Broken Blade, because even within that series versus Gigo, you got to see Skumon kind of like go into the top side of the map and trying to interact in that lane and kind of shift the balance. In this case, if that's going to be the instance, we're going to have to see Kiaya get some a little bit more help. I mean, the strategy for GAM has always been like Kiaya and Levi, and I think it's going to be a good time to just focus on Levi a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like for GAM, it's mostly going to depend on whether or not Levi can create impact in the early game. At least that's the way I've seen their game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like GAM plays one clear style, and it's heavily revolving around Levi. This guy is at the core of everything they do, and when he is having a good time, the things are looking really good for GAM. When he gets ahead, he can go for these super aggressive engages like we saw on this Pantheon game, flying into the middle of everyone, setting his team up for success. You can see when he has a positive goal difference at 14 in the LCP, they were 12-3 compared to 9-12 when they were behind, and here at MSI, they have yet to win a single game where he has been down in gold. These are a couple plays, a couple examples of when he was in those winning positions and really was able to be a difference maker. This Viego game was absolutely incredible. Gets the initial kill, steals the Skarner body, stuns the Yasuo into the wall, is able to carry these fights, and we've seen him do that many, many times. But the other side of that coin is he does not adapt his playstyle when he is at a gold deficit. So we saw in the Vi game, we saw in the Jarvan game, when he is behind and he's struggling, he's still looking for these super aggressive plays where he's flying into the backline by himself, almost as though he's expecting to be able to solo someone out, and he's falling woefully short. So I do think that G2 really should come into this with an early game plan to try to keep Levi off of comfort picks and to try to keep him down.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking back at the CFO matchup that they had in the finals match, like the fact that we were able to see, like, basically it was surround Levi, and I expect that today, but going up against Skumon, Skumon, the player like he has shown so far this tournament, his first international, I think he is going to be a really good matchup versus Levi.
I mean, you see the age difference here and of course the experience difference between Levi and Skumon. where do we want to see Scumon in the early game? Because I feel like they need to have a similar impact, but I'm expecting Scumon to be more decisive maybe and to try and track Levi, to cut his hands maybe and like stop him from progressing in the jungle here.
Absolutely, and I would love to see G2 set him up with pushing lanes, right? Because when you have pushing lanes, you can move into your opponent's jungle, you can have that support from your solo laners, really be able to track Levi because he is at the core of everything that they do.
We'll see what happens here in the jungle. That's all we have for now when it comes to the players, but that's not all that matters. We've seen that behind these two teams, there's two monumental managers cheering them up, helping them up. So we caught up with TK Nguyen and Romain Bijard ahead of today's matchup. So let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Laura. I am here joined by none other than TK and Romain ahead of the final best of 5 of play-ins. I'm going to be honest, it was hard to get them to stop fist fighting, but they're here now. They're ready to go. TK, you're coming in from the lower bracket. You got to talk to me about the mood, the atmosphere. How are the boys feeling?
We're ready, because it's always time, especially when we're here at MSI in Vancouver 2025. There can only be one G team to move on. And you know who it's going to be, baby.
Romain, your team also has a G in it. What's your response, brother? How are you going to answer this?
I'm so sad because I appreciate your energy so much. I love everything you're bringing up to the scene, and knowing you'll be taking a plane back home as early as tomorrow, this is heartbreaking for me. So I do apologize in advance, my GTJ.
You know what G2 stands for? Go to airport tomorrow.
Bold words, bold words. Gentlemen, I don't think it's enough. The players on the Rift, I don't think it's enough. I think we need more stakes.
We need some stakes
here. We need some skin in the game for both of you. It can't just be about top, mid, jungle, whatever. Both of you to have something on the line. What are you willing to wager? What are you willing to give, to bet on your boys, your team?
That's pretty easy. If we lose, if we ever happen to lose, I'm shaving this mustache. Right
I would do the same, but I don't have a mustache or any hair.
So TK, what are you going to do?
How about this? Loser has to wear the winner's jersey, right, at the press conference after the match.
I'm down.
What else?
I'm done.
That's just level 1.
That's just level 1. Romain, that kilt, that's unique to you. I know you're proud of it, but
you
it might look good on TK.
The first game when you're back home in summer, dress like this. I'll give you a spare jersey, a spare kilt.
A spare dress?
And you know what? If in the meantime I have the mustache shaved, you're going to have to put it here, like a fake mustache, you know. You'll be a little Romain in Vietnam.
Game on, let's go. GAM on, let's go.
Gentlemen, high stakes. Before we go, I want to give you each 30 seconds because I think you need a rallying call to the fans, maybe a call out against the haters. TK, what do you got to say? The GAM Army, they've been so loyal to you. Every international event they've been there. What do you have to say to those people?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. This is what we've all been waiting for, the opportunity to shine on the stage and see you guys at the bracket stage. We got one opponent left, G2, and we're going to send them home. Go to airport today. All right.
Romain, your final response before we send it back to the analyst desk. I got to know.
We've been enjoying Canada so much for now. We're getting as much experience as possible on stage, playing a bit versus everyone. Today, it's just another scream day, you know, so we're ready for next week versus the big boys.
Next week, when you're back home, right? Is that what you're saying? Because we all know what time it is, baby. We all know what time it is. What time is it, baby? What time is it? Tell me.
It's G2 time, baby!
It's GAM time! Come on.
I got nothing to add. Back to you with the desk.
I didn't expect that.
Chaotic energy.
I don't know what to say.
The vibes are immaculate.
I mean, immaculate. Yeah, they passed the vibe check. Definitely. Thank you so much,
10 out of 10. Great job to everyone involved.
I don't
know how Dracos could be the moderator. That one, he was excellent. That was excellent.
Massive shout out to Dracos, honestly, for navigating through this. It's going to be hard focusing on the matchup again after this one. But when it comes to G2, we often say that lower bracket run, whenever they're in a difficult spot, this is when they thrive. Historically, is that going to be the case today, though?
I mean, they've been really good in the play-ins. You can see this is their series score, 5-1 overall in play-in series. So, you know, they have been really good historically. I definitely think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a lot of, like, depression or anything when your team is going to be having to go through play-ins.
That.
This is the other side of it. You're quite, oh no, that's not the good side of it. They switched up the graphic instantly. I was still on the other good one. Yeah, but unfortunately G2 when they went up against Vietnam teams in general has been negative. But the funny thing is,
G2 and 4 versus Vietnam.
That is also what G2 stands for.
Yeah.
But in 2019 MSI, when G2 won it all, guess what? They lost to the Buffaloes in both round robins. Like they went 0-2, but it was like a content game thing. They were like always kind of shifting it into a positive thing because it was a different time for G2.
I like those odds though. So let's see if it pays out for them today. I want to check what the fans think and have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for G2 with 62.1% of the vote. I have to say, I would have expected more. But for me, it makes sense that fans may be losing faith.
They're losing a lot of faith.
Yeah.
Or there's just a lot of GAM fans. Honestly, we've been going around here and we've been seeing a lot of GAM fans in general. Oh my God, that's an amazing shirt.
Yeah,
it's immaculate.
Shirt.
But yes, look, I'm just gonna do it, man. Like, for me,
what do you guys have?
This is my prediction. I'm just gonna be, you know what? If you can zoom in, you can. This is just the G2 comment. I call it Hans's comment. It's going to hit GAM. It's not going to be pretty. This is back when the dinosaurs got eviscerated, so I'm putting that out there.
That's tough. I mean, I do still believe in G2. I think it's actually going to be a really close series. To me, I'm looking at two lanes. I'm looking at how much better Kiaya has been than Broken Blade, but then you have to also look at mid lane, and I do feel like both the mid laners here for GAM are going to be really in tough against Caps. And I feel like when G2 is up against it, you can always believe in Caps' magic. This guy has gotten them through so many hard series, so many hard times, and I do feel like the mid gap is going to be probably too big for GAM today.
I have a story that I want to share from the makeup room earlier today. I saw GAM there, and they were like all smiles, vibing, singing, and dancing to the Backstreet Boys, and then G2 comes in, dead silence. What do you guys make of that?
I mean, you could look at glass half full. They're Stone Cold Killers. They're locked in. You could look at a glass half empty. The vibes are off. This team is going to go 0-3, and they're going to home.
Okay, Raz is changing his prediction
I'm changing my prediction.
Typical Raz.
I'll give him 3-1. It's a 3-1.
3-1?
It's going to be a smaller
Backstreet Boys will get him a game.
Yeah, just one game at least.
One game. They have 5 games to prove it all. Last time you changed your prediction because I know you can flip it anytime. So this is what's going to stay for the rest of the
this is an erasable
series.
board. This was built for me.
All right.
I might even have flip-flops on right now.
Keep an eye on Raz and his prediction, of course. That's all for us here. I think the stage is set for this matchup. One last best of 5, one last series to prove it all. It is GAM versus G2 Esports, and it starts right now.
Happy birthday, Kobe.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here for the play-in stage of MSI 2025. It is the final best of 5 before we hit main stage action. It is the last chance to make it to that main stage for both G2 and GAM here today. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe for this one. Happy birthday, first of all, my friend. And the present that we got for you is hopefully a banger series.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it should be a banger series. And as I said on the analyst desk, should be closer than a lot of people were thinking coming into this. Clearly, BLG, by far the best team in play-ons, already out of here. So only one of these two teams can join them in moving on to the next stage. And this is the point where you're so close to moving on to main stage and really, really have to lay it all out on the Rift.
One last test for both of these teams to see who is worthy of going on to the main stage, and the other, well, 9 teams that are now waiting since BLG is qualified, as you've already mentioned, or going home. Such a huge difference, all resting on just one best of 5. And because it's just been 3 days here in play-in stage, you don't have a lot of time to refine those strategies, work on improvements. You got to be lightning fast.
Exactly, not a lot of time to recover from the errors, from the problems that have arisen.
All right, we're getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for the first time today. We got G2 on the blue side, we got GAM on the red. We got G2 immediately banning out the Nocturne, as well as the Rumble and the Gwen. Those are like the most played top laners for Kiaya throughout the spring split for GAM. Pantheon and Maokai banned out by GAM as they target Skumond in the jungle.
Yeah, exactly, Flowers. G2 here, the strategy in game number 1, just target the big stars of GAM. Levi and Kiaya, you're talking about those most iconic champions for them. Those are the big 3 split between them. Of course, Levi, in addition to the Nocturne, Wukong, also a very, very big one for him. And game number 1, so many of the AD jungles are left open, so they don't have to really worry about that pool at the moment. And they opt for the Varus first here for Hansama.
Yeah, going with that power pick, AD carry. He works well with so many matchups and easy to pick him up B1.
And it's one of those strong lane AD carries. So then they have to worry about the other side on GAM, but immediately they're going to go for mid jungle instead first, as Talia is still up and Talia is instantly locked in with one of the pairings. Interesting, you know, people often think of the Vi, but they opt for the Xin Zhao instead. They don't want to go too all in on the Vi. Of course, Levi, the last Vi game was he went very, very deep and had some mishaps early on in the game. So opting for the Xin Zhao instead.
I love seeing Levi on a champion like Xin Zhao, because ever since I first saw Levi years and years ago, back when GAM was the Gigabyte Marines and they introduced us to the level 6 versus level 3 gank with power farming, he has taught me the philosophy of PvP at level 3 when you're a jungler. And I think that Xin Zhao is a great champion to embrace that type of aggressive play style that Levi is so good at.
One of the problems, though, if you want to embrace that style, Trundle is not the best one to do it against. Because Trundle is an insane 1v1 champion and is a very common and good response here into the Xin. So Skumond gets a little comfort there and gets a good matchup for himself. The pillar just can be so useful in so many areas, but really what we have to touch on is the Syndra pick here for Caps locked in game number 1. Into that Talia, that is some mega burst damage. The pillar can line up easier stuns for the Syndra, make it harder for people to dodge around there. Also is a very good tool for Varus poke. So some synergies there for G2. Pillar making a lot of those long range abilities a lot easier.
Meanwhile, the response from GAM, their final pick before the rest of the bans roll in, will be the Jhin for Artemis down there in the bottom lane. So some long-range support from the AD carry position. We know how effective this champion can be at assisting from a distance that's long enough away where you're not in danger of getting hit by those Scatter the Weaks, into the Unleash power, into the instant gray screen from an AD carry. Second half bans coming in now, though, and we're targeting top laners with Sion banned out by GAM and Jace, the first ban for G2.
Yeah, because Broken Blade is going to have to blind pick. And so GAM want to leverage red side counter pick here for Kiaya. So they want to take away some of those safer possibilities for Broken Blade. Sion instantly off the table. And they do go for the Jax here as well. So really trying to chop that one down. But yeah, the Kiaya matchup here into Broken Blade. It's no secret that Broken Blade has had a bit of a struggle this tournament. Yeah, definitely has been a rough one for him starting out. And so we kind of assume that he is going to blind pick something very safe up there. With the Sion out, you know, Renekton is a pretty good blind pick. Ornn is a pretty, tanky one, but it's not gonna win you a lot of matchups. And Kiaya here with counter pick could definitely do a lot of damage.
And I like the Nautilus ban from G2 here as well. They know that GAM are going to pick support on 4 to give Kiaya that red side final pick, counter pick. So they just want to remove that point and click lockdown for either one of these immobile carries in the Syndra or the Varus. Instead, GAM's just going to go with another CC heavy engage style of support with the Rel. So that's going to be their big engage button for when these team fights go down. But G2's response, they'll grab the Alistar, a very classic counter to the Rel, and Renekton, just one of the most fitted into anything. It works with everything. Blind pickable tops in the game of League of Legends.
Exactly. Blind pickable is the key there.
Oh, I love the BM here.
The shout out to the infamous Warwick of Broken Blade. Elio, how long is he going to hold that one? Not too long. Honestly, the hovers over there, pretty interesting, but in the end, they still come back to the Gnar, which can do so many different things. You know, it has some split pushing options, has those team fighting options as long as they control the Gnar bar on their timings. And that is something that GAM really, really are good at, is all going at once as a team on the correct timing there. They just all call for it and full send.
And it's fun to watch those full send type of game plans when everybody goes in there. It often goes really well or really poorly. Full send doesn't usually find itself in the middle of the outcomes all too often. So I've got to ask you here, with the dust settled on our first draft, do you really prefer one comp over the other, or are we pretty evenly matched here?
To me, the comps themselves look pretty even. I am very, very curious to see how the Syndra goes, because this champion is not getting picked a lot, and so there's going to be a lot of eyes here. If it is successful, you know, maybe you start to see some changes as far as draft goes, but in game number 1 here, picking it away is not going to like deplete any champion pools for Fearless moving on later, so it is going to leave a lot of those holes up. And Syndra is a champion that does have a lot of burst damage, does have, you know, really good gank follow-up, gank setup as well for itself, but is low mobility.
Right.
So can get taken advantage of.
Both of the carries on the side of G2, when we're looking at the Varus, when we're looking at the Syndra, very lacking in terms of that mobility. And if Kiaya and Levi can work together like we've seen them do for a lot of the GAM wins with these champions like Xin and Gnar that want to dive into the back and find them, if they find those marks, they can tear through them.
Yeah, and even though we did see the analyst desk all predicting G2 in this series, I want to point out some things that GAM has done very well in this tournament. And one of the main ones is that even in their losses to BLG, they had good early games. They had good early game setups. They oftentimes got themselves into good early game positions due to Levi being very active, proactive, and aggressive. And so they actually have, well, we're going to see a little bit of a move towards the Raptor pit. Just going to be the ward,
chicken ward.
But they often, they actually have the highest gold advantage at 14 minutes. Goal difference, actually, at 14 minutes of all of the play-in teams, even though they lost to BLG, because in those games that they still ended up losing, they still actually generated some early good positions. It's just that later on, towards the setups on around the objectives, and when they got to moving around the map, that they did lose out and drop those leads. So it definitely has been something that we want to keep our eyes on, because Levi definitely has been more proactive and a lot more active, say, than Skumon so far, who sometimes junglers, when you're not feeling super confident, you'll default into a lot of extra farming.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Levi does keep up with that trend.
And there's the goal difference you were talking about on screen. G2, they are positive, but just barely. Furia was the ones who were consistently behind in the early games. They have been eliminated at this point. But BLG and GAM topping the charts there with the much higher values, with the stronger early games. And you can see here a comparison of those junglers that you were talking about.
Yeah, and as you can see, you know, some of these early game numbers is one of the focus. Levi getting very active, lots of kills and assists for him generated, a little bit of a gold lead. But of course, then Skumon with the KDA later on. But both of them actually just going for their full clears, opposite directions, of course. And we did see the Raptor ward go down. That gave them the extra information.
And the KDA on Levi being lower, I feel like, is a consequence of that full send PvP type of play style. He's going to be a part of everything. He's going to go in. The more you go in, the more you go down. And sometimes, hey, it works out and you're the noble sacrifice.
Yeah, he creates a lot of plays. Not all of them always good, like the Vi game that we were kind of talking about, some of the early stuff, but is always looking for those angles. And he has been on the international stage quite a lot, so definitely doesn't show any fear.
One thing I do want to point out in this one, just because I feel like we've seen a lot of it so far in the play-in stage, neither one of the supports running an unsealed spellbook this game. I feel like we've been seeing, especially as we're going later into Fearless in some of these best of fives, we're seeing more and more support picks taking the unsealed spellbook to make teleport plays or extra smites, but not happening in this one.
Yeah, generally we'll see a lot of the unsealed spellbook when you're in a matchup that you can like get away with it, right? And you don't need your aftershock. But here, both of them are like, okay, we're gonna need some extra tankiness for ourselves. So we go with that aftershock summoner spell on their side. And of course, that support matchup that you're looking at down there, we didn't address it in the champion select, but Alistar is always so good into Rel. Pretty good at interrupting those combos. Very good body blocker for later on, interrupting those crash downs. So we'll see if Labrov is on point with those.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned earlier how, yes, the desk fully predicted G2 in this one, but it's so unique because of the format of this tournament. Both teams going into this final decider match have played the exact same opponents to the exact same results. Both of them having moments of brightness against BLG, but ultimately falling short to the clean sweep, and then both of them going the full distance against Furia, triumphing in the 5th and final game to get the 3-2 win. I feel like this should be a pretty evenly matched battle, and I'm really excited to see how bloody it gets.
Yeah, and our featured matchup up here in the top lane as Kia go back to mini form. A little bit of a trade there, but this is one of the lanes that everyone was looking at, because throughout this tournament, Kia has definitely impressed, and people were thinking Broken Blade is going to have a really rough time there. You know, maybe it's going to be GAM with the advantage in top lane, but G2 with the advantage in the mid lane there, since Emo has struggled a bit as well. But Emo's on one of his most comfortable champions. I mean, it's Taliyah. Everybody loves this.
Everybody's pretty comfortable on Taliyah these days.
Do love that champ, but him especially too.
All right, so we are not quite at level 6 for any of our solo laners here just yet, but everybody is about to crest that point. Broken Blade slicing forward, but does not get the second cast there on the dice. Kia would love to get this last little proc there on the Hyper, does nail that one. And I do think, yeah, the story of the top laners is going to be massive in this one. Kia, such a huge part of GAM's success, as now he's got to try to get away, but a flash in from Broken Blade. Kia is out of there, and Broken Blade gets first blood.
And it is Skewmond first on the gank, and it is during those reset timers where they have the bottom lane going back out to follow up. So that timer there, just a small window, and they make it happen. Broken Blade flashes forward, gets the stun, they punish the Gnar while he's in mini form, and all he needs is the extra little pillar there, and they get the kill. That is so big for confidence for G2.
Very, very well done. You're getting the player who's had the biggest struggles so far in the first 2 days of competition off to a good start, not just in the first few minutes of the game, but the first few minutes of game 1, setting the attitude, setting the pace for the series. And now Kia is going to be the target yet again. G2 did their homework. They know who they got to go after, and Kia is trying to get away as Skewmon continues chasing forward. Hans Sama doesn't even need to provide the extra damage. Skewmon, and he lifts away with 20 HP. Now LeBron's going to pay the price, so GAM get one back. But G2 are making plays, and they're making more of them faster until Emo has something to say about it, riding into the Weaver's wall. Levi's ready to knock him right back up into the air, and the feat of warfare is claimed by GAM.
So much value from Taliyah there. Emo able to push in his wave, and he ults down to find the counter kills. So here's another look at it. They see the mini Gnar. They see the mini Gnar with no rage here, so they instantly go for it. G2 are able to pull off their kill under the tower. Lebrov, as you can see, tanking the tower, goes then up to the top side there. They finish off the Gnar, but Skewmon gets so low here that the Xin Zhao and the Taliyah coming down, that play is not quick enough for them to escape with their lives. And this is going to be very big for GAM to get this money back, not let G2 really start to snowball this game, as they would have been pulling away so heavily.
Exactly. The G2 gold lead was up to 1.2, 1.3 thousand gold until GAM was able to hit back. And now you can see we're right back to dead even, and critically for GAM, they're the first ones to 3, so they'll get that first feed as well.
And I will say the areas that the gold is going to is pretty critical too, because even though they do get money back, it doesn't go into Kia. So this is going to be a game where they do have Kia a little bit underfed, a little bit on the back foot. Meanwhile, though, on the reset up to back to the top side, they do commit to those grubs. So GAM actually allocate the Taliyah back down to the bottom side as Broken Blade wailing away and getting some turret plate value in trade for that commitment up by grubs.
This could be a big game here for Broken Blade. He is the one with that massive lead for G2. This is where the resources are concentrated. This is a chance to say, okay, I know day 1 and day 2 haven't been ideal, but he can redeem himself here if he can put on a carry performance and put all of this attention that G2 is giving him to good use.
Yeah, and here you see some of the stats to kind of back up what has been going on in the tournament. And Kiai with the extra solo kills, the extra early goal difference, but that is not the case this game. That is certainly not the case this game. Really good, flash play from Broken Blade to set that gank up. They get that first kill, and then the dive, of course, also keeping Kiai behind on the Gnar.
All right, so Emo is still on control duty here for this Fed Lizard. Just going to continue to try to maintain some distance on that when you throw out the Unraveled Earth, so he cannot slice towards you unless he just instantly stuns himself after.
Yeah. And GAM, of course, the price they pay to go for those kind of trap plays and the team plays. They sacrifice a little bit of minions each time they do go for it. So couple of little CS deficits there as well. Emo down slightly as now he's kind of planted himself in that side lane after they once again rotated over, and he's under attack.
Yeah, Emo gonna knock Broken Blade back into the turret as he tries to create a little bit more distance, throws a couple of rocks back. Now Gam is coming in to reinforce, but the fight is already over. Lebrav and Skumon hanging around as Elio just gives him a couple of taunt spams.
And again, you see this kind of hover down from the team from mid lane. They rotate over, they threaten, and they're actually gonna commit to that rotation, but every time they do that, they're dropping some minions. Another minion wave here. You saw that one no cannon minion there in mid lane, so those minions, the melee ones, died to the tower before Emo's able to teleport back.
And I think that this story is being told wonderfully by just the mid lane CS comparison. What you're talking about here, Caps hitting 100 CS while Emo's still just sitting at 84. That's 2.5 waves that Caps is now up. And G2 are going to take the opportunity to seize control over the bot side river and go in for the first Drake. First piercing arrow from Han Sama, doesn't find Elio or Artemis. Now the Weaver's Wall has arrived. Emo's ready to fight. They're going to go after him, but it's Lebrav the first target. Crash down into the Magnet Storm, finds Skumon, but he's already powered up by the Subjugate. Curtain Call opens up, and Levi's ready to jump in. Skumon is already down, and Levi's taking a kill. Han Sama walks out of the way of the seismic shove. G2 continuing to try to get away from this one. Emo doesn't have enough damage to make anything else happen as the Deadly Flourish flies out. Now Chain CC to Han Sama. He's stuck around for too long, and GAM with the punish. Get 2 kills for the Drake.
Yeah, nice snipe there to get the extra kill, because it was just going to be 1 for the Dragon, but they make it 2 with the slick skill shots here. Wait a second. This is going to be a stop.
Yeah, all right. He's all right. He's all right.
But man, yeah, the action continues, and GAM going for the kills. Yeah, G2 do get the objective. They do get the Dragon, but that is Han Sama, both summoner spells, as well as both junglers, of course, using their flashes. But really, you have to think this Varus is going to be a target for GAM. They have a lot of possibilities.
All right, Broken Blade versus Kiaya. You can see, honestly, not a ton of catch-up opportunity for Kiaya, despite the fact that he was up here in the top lane farming the whole time. He's still down an entire Tiamat in terms of inventory combat power, so he probably doesn't want a whole lot to do with these 1v1s, but if it's not a 1v1, it's a different story. Elio coming up to help him now. Might be able to find the Shattering Strike here. There it is, into the crash down. But the rest of the damage is not there as Kiaya is back into Mininar form, but they'll at least force the Dominus out of Broken Blade.
Yeah, ultimate is pretty big. That was one of the things that got buffed on Renekton that really started the popularity to come back. One of the things so far in this game, though, is lots of big Taliyah plays from Emo and G2, giving over a bunch of kills in a lot of these scenarios where GAM do go for the trap, but G2 overloading on this bottom side as Lebrav working with Skumon to help pressure Emo as well as take away the Gromp.
Exactly. They're saying, all right, if Emo's the one putting out all this pressure, if he's making all the plays, let's bring the pressure to the Taliyah instead. The 3-man positioning for a dive doesn't end up becoming anything as Levi is there to make sure that his mid laner stays safe. Kiaya with the Mega Gnar tries to jump in, but when the wall-up does not collide with Broken Blade, means there's no more of a play to be found. Still a couple of minutes until we have any more neutral objectives to fight over either. The Rift Herald 2 minutes away, the Dragon about 2.5. As we check in where all the items are, you can see Ghost Blades fully completed on both of our AD carries in this one. Very close to Trinity Force for Skumon. Meanwhile, the Sundered Sky with the lower price point has already been completed by Levi. But I do fully expect Skumon to have that Trinity completed by the time we actually have the next big fight.
Yep, Trundle with the Trinity, definitely a fearsome force. And it's going to be interesting as we look at the game progressing a little bit further, because Kiaya has caught back up decently. You know, it hasn't been kept down too hard by that early focus. You know, the gank as well as the pressure with the tower dive. And the Gnar, with this bunch of money that he should have, going to go get his reset now, get his purchase off, and that's going to be a big part of how they want to play because they have a Talia wall, they have Jhin with the very long range, so they need Gnar to be operational in the side lanes to be effective in the mid game for GAM.
And as Kiaya now waiting for this wave to crash into the turret. He's got Levi nearby as well in case G2 was thinking about trying to make another play up here, try to punish the Gnar in mini form again. We, of course, have God Vision. We know that's not going to happen. But Levi now pathing back down towards this bottom side. Rift Herald in about 30 seconds. Next, Drake in a little bit over a minute as the mid laners square off in the bottom side. You can see the Blackfire Torch completed for Caps. Meanwhile, Emo with that Archangel staffs, building it towards the Seraph's Embrace. Talia doesn't stack it quite as fast as some other champions can, but already up to about 290. So once he gets that shield, he'll be feeling even more confident to keep making these aggressive plays with the Weaver's Wall, to jump in and try to find the angles for the rest of GAM to make the plays.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Let's see about the spawn up here on the top side of the map with this Rift Herald coming in. Skumon gets the crab. He's got vision on the all-important brush for team fights right there with the control ward. Doesn't look like any early rotations, though. Teleport back out to the top side, though, for Kiaya. Gives them the option if they want to do for it. Of course, both Caps and Emo do have theirs ready.
Okay.
Caps pushed in on bottom side first, though.
Let's see how it goes. The Herald's already down to 2/3 HP. GAM thinking about it here as already Emo's ready to make the teleport, come in and join the fight first. But a huge engage coming out from G2. They've already killed Elio before he can do anything. Levi's into the back line, looking to find some damage here with a Hansama. Nice seismic shove back into Skumon. A little bit more damage is needed and they're finally going to take him down, but he also has to be traded back again for another one. Broken Blade in the Braum trying to get away as Kiaya goes mega form. The deadly flourish doesn't hit, but the Weaver's Wall is ready to ride. Emo makes his way into the fight once again, and Artemis is ready to follow up. A little bit more damage on Caps isn't going to be there as Broken Blade has to slice and dice his way back away. And it ends up being a full scrap between both teams. Levi and Skumon both dead. Junglers not present with the Rift Herald still on the Rift.
Caps camping on that control ward down bottom side, and Broken Blade from this brush.
Okay, not quite enough damage. He doesn't have Dominus. He couldn't charge up Extra Fury or anything. Kiaya's still safe for now, but he does have to respect Broken Blade.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. I was wondering if maybe Caps was going to try and pull a play onto Artemis, but it doesn't look like they were able to pin him anywhere down by that wall. And you have to say that last fight, Caps went for the stun on Emo under tower to try and interrupt his teleport. That's why Emo got there first, but they got the big lead from deleting the rel so early on. Kiaya here, since he is chunked out, not going to be a GAM answer. GAM have called, we're going to give you that Herald, we will go for the trade, but can they survive under tower?
Yeah, Elio's coming up here to try to help Kiaya. Kiaya hit the wave to guarantee that he would turn into Mega Gnar, so he would have the extra HP, but Caps goes in, Broken Blade gets it done. Elio now surviving, trying to in a 1 versus 5 with his top laner already down. He's got no way home. G2 will end up losing Caps as part of the process, so a 2-for-1 trade for them. They'll take the tier 1 turret at the same time. They'll guarantee the charge into the tier 2, and nobody in GAM colors is even around this thing, Kobe. They're going to get the tier 2 in the top lane for G2 as well.
Yeah, but so much is getting traded because GAM got the Dragon. They also are getting the towers here in mid lane and in bottom lane. Of course, the secondary tower is worth more, that tier 2, than the outer ones, but GAM getting both of these outer ones in addition to their Dragon.
Let's take another look at how it all went down all the way back to the Herald fight.
Okay, yeah. So this is the beginning, and let's see how they do delete Elio here so quickly. Oh, this is the stun that we were talking about. Caps wanted to interrupt the teleport just a little bit late there, so that means he arrives later to the fight. Oh, Elio already didn't have his support item there. It got knocked off, that extra damage reduction, so he just got bursted down very quickly. But then Talia arriving really quickly here, got the seismic shove to get the pull in. See Artemis there also kind of chunking Hansama, so he has to stay really far out, and that allowed them to go chase that extra kill.
And we got more action right back to live as Emo's in some trouble, and Broken Blade has locked him up and beat him down. No way out for the Talia. G2 grabbing kill number 7 this game, and now with Emo dead for the next 30 seconds, it's an easy turret take here in the bottom lane. That's another tier 1 going the way of G2 as they build up to a 1,500 gold lead. Hansama, nice sidestep there with a deadly flourish. push to guarantee there's no counterpunch for GAM in the mid lane, but topside, Kiaya will get back a tier 1 of his own.
Yeah, GAM keep trading objectives back, but G2 getting all these extra kills plus the objective because they're the ones making the force, making the play. So they're the ones getting the little bit of extra gold from those kills.
And talking about extra gold, you can see 1.2 thousand gold lead just in top lane alone, and Broken Blade has his second fully completed item there in the Sterix Gauge. That is a massive power spike for the next team fight.
Yeah, certainly is. Makes you very, very beefy. You can get right in there on the enemy carries, pop that Sterix, and it is going to be a lot of force on the front line. They've got the Alistar, they have the Trundle ultimate as well to be able to shred. So they're going to have to worry a little bit about some of these long plays, though, from GAM. GAM have been able to utilize the Talia wall and some of this long range from Jin to be able to get some picks for themselves. Side lane, though, with that item advantage for Broken Blade, should allow G2 to push the wave first and then get the first move.
All right, GAM trying to take a little bit of control over mid here. You can see a lot of wards focused around there on their side. Kiaya, level 13, honestly hasn't fallen behind Broken Blade in terms of EXP pretty much at all. It's really just the itemization difference as he's still trying to build towards that second major item of his own.
Okay, so Otacon spawning on the map right now on bottom side. Kiaya actually, because he stayed up there, is going to be able to get now priority on the wave.
Oh, but this is not a face check. I think he wants to take. Broken Blade's just ready and waiting for him. Does a quick combo, right back to the wave, though. Because Kiaya is in Mega, he can still walk away relatively safely, get back, and get ready to join up with the rest of GAM here. We do have about 90 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Still a long way away until Baron makes his way onto the map, but G2 have a 3-man push here in mid lane. Remember that G2 already has the tier 1 turrets down in both side lanes. This mid one is the last one still standing in that outer ring, but they won't be able to change that here anytime soon, as the bottom river Scuttle Crab will be secured by Skumon 75 seconds before the Drake spawns.
I was wondering if the Syndra was...
Oh, Kiaya versus Broken Blade. Kiaya getting some good damage there, but he immediately uses the Meganart to knock Broken Blade away. The Sterix Gauge shield is enough to keep Broken Blade protected, keeping him feeling safe. Does not have to worry about popping the Dominus here early. Kiaya throws out another Q into the wall up. Even though he gets slowed down by the Stride Breaker, he still feels safe enough. Broken Blade, though, wanted to spin the flash to try to engage there on the enemy top laner, as now the seismic shove, the Weaver's Wall, it's Emo turning a fair fight unfair, making it so GAM comes out on top.
Heck yeah, baited him in there for Emo. Emo's going to continue pushing as well. So even though Caps had shoved that wave up to the top side, they've got their teleport to answer. Kiaya can go collect that wave. That is just a nice kill.
Very, very well done there between the solo laners of GAM. Kiaya now with a Sterix Gauge completed of his own, going to feel much more comfortable in those situations.
And the timing of it. The dragon is spawning now, so still 15 seconds on Broken Blade. He's got his teleport though, so as soon as he respawns, we'll be able to use it.
He has a teleport, but he has no flash, and Dominus won't be up either. So if GAM wants to try to force this Drake, make this happen immediately, you're going to have a much less effective Broken Blade, who's still one of the most fed members on G2. It looks like he is going to teleport immediately. You can see Caps teleporting immediately down to this bottom side river as well, as both teams are scrambling. Kiaya is still down in the bottom lane. Remember, he does not have his teleport. He used it to get down to the bottom lane after the play top.
Critically though, he got enough money there to be able to get his Sterix Gauge as well. So the Gnar now with his 2 items as well. GAM actually really heavily shoving down there. Kiaya doing so much work on this tower with the Trinity Force. And they're going to trade the Dragon. Secondary tower picked up here. Kiaya barely gets it.
He gets it, and now he's got to try to join up with the rest of the team. Levi's going to be in some danger here as LeBron and Caps go in, find some initial damage onto the GAM jungler, but Kiaya goes in for the Mega Node onto both carries. He's doing a ton of damage to the Caps and Hans both, but he doesn't have enough to get the kills. Caps is still alive. Levi is already down, and G2 holds on. Elio trying to retreat as G2 have a 4v3. Broken Blade tries to slice his way into the fight as Emo, Artemis, and Elio have to run away. It was so close for GAM, but Caps barely holding on, fires back from the other side of the wall, and G2 get a 2-for-1.
Yeah, that was barely a sliver of HP left for Caps. I mean, Kiaya had found such a good angle with both carries trapped inside the red buff pit there. Not done quite yet, though. Okay.
Oh, the flash in from Elio, but a nice backstep there from Broken Blade to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Elio down to 200 HP now. GAM wanted something, but not quite hitting their skill shots.
And during that, G2 are taking the Otacon here. So Skewmon should be able to finish that one up. The attempt on Broken Blade's a life right there. They do get the Otacon in the aftermath. So G2 with the gold lead as well on top of the extra flower power.
Gold lead, 2,000. +1 on 25 flowers to 9 is a lot of extra adaptive force too. Even though this game feels very close, that last sequence of play led to by far the most significant lead of the game for G2 so far.
Yeah, Otacon buff is quite large. Let's see now, because their siege is pretty good. You've got your Poke Varus, you have your Syndra over here, and it looks like this tower with no defenders is going to be another possible casualty. Kiai is Meganar.
Yeah, and Lebrov is waiting right in that brush. Kiai just walks right on past him. Emo's going to deploy the Weaver's Wall. Nobody on G2 gets caught on the wrong side of it. Now Lebrov taking the Blast Cone to get himself away. Elio could be in a little bit of danger here. Stuns up Broken Blade. Tier 1 turret for GAM still holding on. Scatter the Weak from Caps does not find a target. So although GAM cannot use Talia's ultimate to find a pick, they can use it to still stabilize against the G2 play in mid, hold on to this tier 1 turret, but it might only be for a few seconds longer, Kobe, because G2 doesn't seem done here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the siege is good. They've got some pretty long-range poke abilities, but looks like Broken Blade down on the bottom side, right back to pushing out here. Try and get side lane pressure first, and they rotate up to the Baron. For GAM, probably going to have to wait on that next Talia wall. Just keep your defensive vision up. Okay, they actually catch Lebrov coming in.
Lebrov's going to take a decent amount of damage here. Immediately followed up there, but a nice pulverize onto 3 coming out from Lebrov, and now Emo's in the middle of everybody, has to flash back over the wall trying to stay alive as Skewmon is on the chase. GAM disengaging. A catch on an Alistar is often not a catch like you think it might be.
That's one you throw back sometimes,
yeah.
Flowers.
Back in the water you go.
That is a dangerous one. It does cost Emo his flash as well. So earlier you were talking about, oh yeah, some of these Talia walls, maybe you can go in, you know, have that confidence. No flash means you have a lot less safety in going for those plays. Still though, they commit here with Kia pushing out on the bottom side. Does have his teleport ready, trying to get the side lanes going again.
All right. Emo will just go ahead and use that Talia passive, extra speed, get out there to the wave, get that pushed out. 90 seconds till our next Drake. Honestly, Kobe, these first 26 minutes have been exactly what I want out of this series. Both teams making plays, both teams completely unafraid to just go in for the big fights as the pillar on Artemis puts him in a little bit of a compromised position. But Elio is nearby. He uses the heal, gives Artemis that little bit of extra speed. The cleanse not quite off cooldown there for Artemis. Sometimes kind of hard to tell with that icon, but it's not quite available. So saving Artemis's flash, very, very important right there, as Levi is going to find Skewmon walking into the jungle, uses the Krugs to escape back over the wall.
And Skewmon with the dead man's plate here with the extra speed is a really good stat checker, so you have to respect, you know, a lot of these moves when the Alistar and the Trundle are moving in for vision. It's very, very dangerous for anyone trying to contest that vision. G2 keep using that. Try and push in towards this red quadrant behind the Baron buff, set themselves up for some angles where they can utilize some of this Varus poke and even look for their picks with their Syndra stuns, with their Varus ulti.
The biggest gold lead in the game is now Skewmon over Levi with 1.5K. You can see Caps with a 1,200 gold lead over Emo as well. The top lane gold lead, however, has shrank. Broken Blade now only up 400 gold, but he did just complete Guardian Angel. Very, very powerful for one singular fight. Over on the other side, Kiaya going with more of a consistent, but not quite the same peak item with Wit's End.
Yeah. And looks like they are going to go fully commit to this Dragon setup. G2 dropping control wards everywhere in advance. Very dangerous for GAM to try and check into this.
Yeah, nice piercing arrow there from Han Sama to put about 20% of the health bar into Artemis. Another one connects there onto Elio. As Levi wanted to go for a win, becomes lightning. Emo fires off the Weaver's Wall as Levi dives into the background. Han Sama in some danger, but he ain't going to be killed off just yet. Levi's about to die to Skewmon as G2's counterpunch is way too strong. GAM thought they had him, but the only thing they have is an ambulance ride. GAM has already lost 4. A triple kill for Skewmon, and Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a pillar, and he's about to drop as well. The ace for Caps for G2. The victory march. Game 1's done.
G2 ripped them apart there with the counter. Skewmon is way too beefy there. When Levi goes in, he just gets chomped down.
It's exactly what you said back in the lobby, man. Xinjiao might like to scrap, but Trundle is ready to answer the call. G2 up 1-0.
confidence building game here for G2. Very big stuff. They started it out, Broken Blade setting up the kill on top side on Kiaya, using his flash, Skumon getting up there pretty early. Nicely done from G2.
Well done, well fought by GAM as well. Lots of aggressive moves from them. Again, I do think they also found themselves in some troubling spots where we had to deal with the Trundle against the Xinjiao like you were talking about. The good early focus set Kiaya so far behind. We recall back to the fight in the jungle where it looked like Kiaya almost had the kill on both Caps and Hansama. The difference between Caps living and dying there is if Kiaya had an extra longsword. That's it. That's how low health he was. So a couple of things, a couple critical moments going down to the wire in this one. It was a fun game one. Desk, tell us what you think.
I think LEC feels great right now. Fantastic start on the side of G2, especially when you think about the recovery of this team. Let me roll back here because we've talked about Broken Blade, especially the matchup on top lane against Kiaya, and the fact that so far Broken Blade wasn't shining so much. I feel like it's the redemption game here, and it started from top lane once again.
Absolutely,
there you
it
go.
did. You gotta love, I mean, and when there's so much hate coming in from the community and so much criticism, that the team still kind of had the faith in him. They were clearly putting a lot of resources in towards top lane, and I mean, we can just start showing that, I guess, after this. But at Broken Blade, obviously, they put a lot of resources towards him, and I also think that, to me, a lot of this game was just about playing comfort and playing things very simple for G2. Clearly, they've had a bit of a rocky tournament. You put Hans on Varus, his most played champion all time. You put Caps on Syndra, second most played all time. You put Lebrov on Alistar, his most played champion this split. Like, you are going towards standard comfort. Let them get their feet under them a little bit in the series.
It reminded me of 2017 Worlds, like in the elimination game, GAM, G2, who's getting out of groups. Like, Caps was on Fnatic at the time. Guess what pick he was on? Syndra, and he hard carried that game. So if we're just talking about like what is most comfortable to get you out, these are the picks.
Comfort, and I feel like it's the best way for these guys to start the series, and especially when you consider the situation G2 is in right now, you want to get those wins as soon as possible, and comfort is the best way to do it. Isaac, you were talking about top lane and how pivotal this matchup has been, and look at this. Broken Blade, you want to keep this guy ahead.
Exactly, and to me, you know, I think that the biggest mismatch in favor of GAM was going to be top lane. Kiaya, the expectation is that he was going to get the big advantages. G2 put so much pressure on him. They went at him time and time again. They get the early gank, then he goes down to bot lane. He's getting three-man dove. GAM was not doing nothing during this, though. They were able to find responses. I do think the early game from Emo was great, but then again, now he's back up towards top lane. G2 bring 5 members to dive him and put him down in this position. Again, it's not the game is doing nothing. They're taking the dragon, they're taking tier 1 towers, but G2 clearly wanted to put Kiaya in an uncomfortable position, and I think they did that really well.
I completely agree, and I think the fact that G2 is able to convert this into another turret as well, and sure, they're responding. GAM is responding, so they're always still in the game. They are. That was when I felt like they had slipped up a little bit, and now, like, top side is wide open. They can play around that a little bit more effectively, so this still feels like a little bit more of a competitive series, but G2 clearly on the front foot.
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth fight, but at the end of the day, G2 had the upper hand, and they proved that every second counts with an ace to win the game, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, and proving again that this composition, easy to execute, that is what they needed here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think a GAM, a little bit of drunk driving here from Artemis as he was stepping forward. They hit that seismic shove, and then Artemis kind of just walks melee range. Levi was already in trouble. The fight was already going bad. But Artemis gets picked there, and then the fight truly is over. G2 had the confidence to go for this fight. They were in a good position at this point, and they just absolutely demolished them in it. It is a 5-for-0 clean ace in mid lane. They end the game off it. It's really well played game 1 to start the series from G2.
And this kind of goes back to the whole drafting point, because even when Xinjiao went in, I was like, ooh, you ain't coming out alive. Like Syndra, Trundle, like there is no exit strategy, and so it feels like you have to be much stronger front to back. So maybe Artemis gets on a different pick, obviously fearless, but like more something that can easily front to back there.
He will be on a different pick.
There it is, good thumbs up, everyone.
I mean, I also love that Skumon got to have the answering pick in the Trundle. Great matchup into the Xinjiao, so they're really checking a lot of the boxes, and I did feel like they came in here, they had good preparation, a lot of comfort, and it's just a smart game 1, so curious to see where they'll go from here.
Absolutely, but fantastic way for G2 to start the series with comfort here in this game 1. We'll see if GAM can fight back in game 2 right after this.
update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of nice shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this. I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Look. No. Enough flash. Just blocking it, Levels.
Path is still alive. Levi is already down, and G2 holds on. As Levi dives into the background, Hansama in some danger, but he ain't gonna be killed off just yet. Levi's about to die to Skewmon as G2's counterpunch is way too strong. GAM thought they had him, but the only thing they have is an ambulance ride. GAM has already lost 4. A triple kill for Skewmon, and Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard place and a pillar, and he's about to drop as well. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025 here in Vancouver, Canada. It is the last day of the play-in stage, and G2 is up 1-0 over GAM. Game number 1, though, was a brawl.
It was a brawl, and G2 came out on top, especially with the top focus that they had. Keep Kiaya down. Kiaya had a target on his back. He is the star, along with Levi, of this team, and completely focused down. He still was able to work his way back into the game.
Yeah.
And G2 are able to pull off multiple times this play that they go for, where they send 4 or 5 people up towards one of those towers with an extra person under it, kind of overloading that side. They fully commit, they kill the person, plus they get a tower, and then even those scenarios where GAM is like trading on the other side of the map, you're getting a little bit extra each time G2 went for it, and eventually they were able to come up with the extra gold to win those fights. So the Maokai remains banned by GAM against Skewmon, against G2, but the same is gonna be said for G2's ban. I assume they're also just gonna keep the Gwen ban, ban Kia's top 2 there.
But things have changed a little bit here on the GAM side. We don't have the Twisted Fate. That instead is replaced with the Azir. And then the Pantheon ban is replaced by the Annie. So instead of going...
Global's up.
Yeah, exactly. We could see a big global game. Twisted Fate instead going to be banned out by G2 in this one as their last ban. So the Gwen that was banned away last time, that is still available. That is a favorite for Kiaya, but it's not going to be the prio, as the Pantheon will be locked in for Levi as well as denied to Skewmon.
Okay, so with that up, I mean, the Aurora is up to pair with it pretty nicely. Ahri is a pairing pretty nicely for it. Let's see what they do end up going to pair with that Pantheon for their mid jungle, but G2, they get first crack at it here. What they want on the bottom side. Poppy answer here into Pantheon. Steadfast Peasant's always nice. And really just the ability to Poppy ult people out for these team fights at the objectives that they know they're gonna get into. Always so good. Keep it as a flex.
All right, let's see here, G2. How are we going to? Ooh, that could be an interesting one. Okay, the Lucian locked in here. You also have both of Lucian's best buddies still available in the Nami and the Melio. The nice part about picking Lucian like this, when you don't pick a support right next to him, Lucian's two favorite supports don't really like to play with people that aren't Lucian. So it's not like they're going to steal them away and deny them from you. So you feel pretty confident in this, as we'll see how GAM want to respond. Again, that Gwen that we've seen Kiaya play a lot before is still up and available compared to the game one where it was banned in the first rotation.
Okay, could be a mid Corki here, could be a bottom Corki. They definitely have played both. And as you're saying, for the Lucian supports though, the Poppy is not one of those preferred supports. You know,
no.
The Nami, the Melio, and the Braum are the big three, so they still have some options to themselves. And the Nautilus priority does go way up with it, with the Alistar and the Rel out, of course, and so Braum into that Nautilus does make sense with the pairing with the Lucian as well as into the Nautilus matchup.
Exactly, can defend against the potential engage. Normally engage supports can be very scary for something squishy like a Nami or the Melio, but Braum happy to throw up the door and stop that engage where it starts. So Lucian Braum, that'll be your bottom lane for G2. Kind of removes the question marks of, oh, could Poppy be a flex here? Nah, it's probably just going in jungle now unless Broken Blade wants to do something crazy with Poppy top. Now let's see what the second half of our bans look like here, assuming that we have bottom lanes and junglers drafted already. I would not be surprised to see G2 throw some more bans towards the top lane, considering they know Kiaya is often the big threat on GAM.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, they had a target on his back in game number 1, so they're going to continue on, follow up with those rest of the bans that they dropped previously. Meanwhile, they also know here that Kiaya is going to have to blind pick, so GAM may be looking for some protection bans for him here.
Okay.
Or going to worried about mid lane.
Yeah, so many questions, only 2 bans. Can't answer all the questions.
All right.
Sion. All right, so there we go.
I mean, interesting. Because Sion is a pretty good blind pick for themselves too, but
right, exactly. It's one of those ones
for themselves. So
it just works.
They're kind of worried about if G2 maybe would pick Sion on 4 and save their mid for counter pick instead. Both solo lanes would be options.
What's it gonna be, G2? What do we got here? All right, the Victor banned away, trying to remove one of those control mages from Emo.
The action mid lanes of like the Aurora and the Ahri have been so potent, especially with Aurora getting those buffs on this patch. But focus on the control mages instead.
All right, one last ban to go here for GAM, and it is one of those action mid laners that you're talking about. The Aurora will be kept away from caps.
Yeah, because they do have pretty short range on G2 right now, so they could go to try and extend their range with one of those longer range control mages for mid lane, or like we were talking about, go for one of them to help with the engages, help with the playmaking. Since Braum and Poppy here are very good for team fights, but in not a primary engage way.
Exactly. G2's composition is missing a big go button right now. We'll see if they end up wanting to draft one of those, and instead we're going to get the Rise locked in.
Okay, a lot of versatility then. They've got split pushing options here, even though they're playing into the Pantheon Global. Very, very good team fighting as far as Poppy ultimates being able to change those numbers. And then Braum with the defensive capabilities, but the Cassiopeia, the very common answer into the Rise. And since G2 are fairly short range, very short range with their comp right now, the Cassio would be a good one. The Hover would have been nice, but they go with the Hui instead because they want their longer range. So they're going to index. They've got Corki rockets, they've got the Hui, they've got the range advantage.
I was really liking the Cassio Hover as well, especially considering the matchup into the Rise as well as the rest of the team, but that's not the name of the game. And hey, GAM is just going to complement this with even more range. It is an artillery comp from GAM.
And they're doing that because, like we were talking about, the primary engage for G2 hasn't fully come in yet. So you expect for them, Broken Blade, to get some really good primary engage here. Into the Jace like Ornn might be a possibility. Gragas is another possibility. Gonna have Gonna have some, you know, body slam, flash possibilities as far as their plays. The ultimate does take a little bit more as far as the skill to execute. Some misplacements on that can be devastating, but that's the key. You need to have that engaged so you can break the poke comp.
Exactly. And if GAM ends up falling behind, when you're kind of just the poke comp, I mean, this one's going to be tough. There's no true tank on GAM to try to absorb any damage if they end up having to fight into G2 at objectives or something. And it just makes it really scary because as soon as Pantheon's shield goes down, nobody's safe.
And Hui is not very good at playing side lanes. So even though they do have the Pantheon, you know, to try and like cover Jason stuff here, Hui definitely much more comfortable in those siege situations. Like you're saying, if you do get an early lead, you know, group up for the objectives, use your long range, try and get your poke value, try and get your siege value.
So seeing both compositions, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you last time. Is there one of these you favor over the other? Because this time I do think the identities of the comps are pretty different.
I really like extra range, but that being said, it can collapse so quickly, and there's a lot of these extra tools on the side of G2, like we say. Poppy ultimates, the value of a Poppy ultimate can be insanely high, like a Carrier or something like that. Or it can actually just do nothing and be one of those ones that is a huge flop, huge whiff.
Zero or hero.
Yeah, exactly. Can be zero or hero. A lot of variability in that ultimate value. And we'll see as well here for Caps on the rise. If he can get some nice split pushing in, some good scaling in for himself. And Realm Warp's another one that can have some very high variance. Like you can have such high impact, create such cool plays with Realm Warps, or
you can do nothing.
Yeah, be super useless. So some of the coolest things in pro play actually drafted here. So.
Speaking of pro play, here is EU versus Vietnam, international record all time. Now, game wins also includes best of 1. Series wins are just best of 3s and best of 5. So in game wins, Europe is up 22-10. That is a very good record, almost 70% win rate, I think, somewhere around there. Meanwhile, they've got a very similar overall rate in series, as now we got a problem for Emo, who flashes over the wall, but Hansama's ready to follow. Emo barely staying alive. Hansama in a little bit of danger now, too, as he continues going forward. Hans gets first blood, but then he's the second. G2 continue going forward as Elio's got to be protected, but the protection is not there just yet. Elio getting away. Skumon has to flash to get it. It's a 2-for-2 so far as Lebrov is down to 100 HP, but he will survive. It's 4 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and the clock hasn't hit 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bloodbath. And Flowers, the focus of gold, though, is key because Levi, Captain Levi, got 2 of the kills there for GAM. Let's take a look at it, though. Braum value is so huge in these level 1s, and they put a lot of pressure onto Emo, but he levels up and goes for the shield here. It allows him to survive so long that Hansama fully and completely commits there on level 1, does go down in trade, and with 2 and 2, we're just now 1 kill away from the feats for either side. But yeah. I want to see if the focus of gold into jungle is meaningful, because focused gold in this game is a really valuable, because it gets you to that big power spike much quicker on a single person. Is generally going to be more valuable than spread extra gold leads. However, Hansama on the Lucian might have something to say about it. He's got an extra little dagger. He's getting ganked.
Okay, Levi's coming down here looking to use that early money as Lebrov still only level 1. His heal's not even available. Artemis should be able to pick this one up for free. Levi just zoning Hans away so that there's no chance anybody but Artemis gets paid. It's GAM first to 3 kills.
Early jungle gold Flowers now will be spent because of how that level 1 was extended. He hadn't gotten to spend it yet. So that gank was just really nice from him. 3 camps into fully ganking this bottom lane with all the summoner spells that are blown in a level 1 bloodbath like that. There's a lot of vulnerabilities on the map, and so you want to go attack those as a jungler very early and active for Levi, as he has been in this tournament. And now that he has gotten to go spend that kill money with all the extra long swords here, now
there's a lot of swords.
Now it's going to be very threatening. Going to be a lot of burst damage behind that threat. And as far as the other flashes that were blown in the level 1, mid lane is key here, because both of them could be viable targets.
Yeah, mid and jungle, all of those flashes are on almost the exact same timer here. You can see them very, very close together, as we still have the flash available for Artemis down there in the bottom lane, but we've still got Hans Sama, about half the cooldown remaining on his own flash, as Levi's going to pick up his blue buff, take control over the top side river. Skumon doing a good job going to the other side of the map where Levi is not. Cloth armor versus 3 long swords, Poppy versus Pantheon. He doesn't want anything to do with this.
Does he want to go for a gank? Because he canceled his recall, so both junglers are kind of looking towards mid. He's doing the Raptors now, so sealing away the 4-minute Raptors.
Okay, Emo finds a little bit of damage here onto Caps, but he can't get any hard CC, so now he'll just walk back towards that topside river as Levi makes his way back towards his own red side jungle. He is going to find that chicken camp stolen away.
Yeah, he didn't see Skumon. The chicken thief.
Oh, Hans Sama in some danger here as Elio and Artemis immediately going in after the AD carry. The Lucian about to die. The flash forward. Artemis grabbing the kill now with a phosphorus bomb back towards LeBron. It's a 2v2 double kill for Artemis.
Oh, the Corky's getting rich flowers. Another couple kills for him. He still hasn't spent his money. He's going to go back for a huge buy.
They just won the 2v2 with a Dorian's blade. He has not shopped. This man is about to come back to the bottom lane as a weapon of war. He's got the phage, the moat, the tier, refillable potion. He is locked and loaded now. Over a 1,000 gold lead, 5 minutes in here for GAM. It was close, but that's good enough. They survive.
Yeah, they're thriving in the bloodbath of the level 1 and the action afterwards. The 3-camp gank there from Levi doing a lot. Let's take a look at how it actually started. Okay, so it was right in front of tower.
Okay.
Eyes on Elio. Oh, I like this replay. A lot of tension.
Yeah, we've got a lot of lead.
There's the hook. There it is.
Beautiful.
Wow, what a lollipop right there. Nails Hans Sama, and they fully commit. Beautiful stuff, though. All about Elio with his hook.
And right there, too, that's both summoner spells from Artemis to guarantee that it gets done. There was barrier available for both of the AD carries, but all of the props in the world there to Elio.
Yeah. Let's go, indeed. They throw everything down there. Okay, back out on the reset, though. After the replay, Dragon getting burned down. Levi is heading over. Yeah. So watch out for the next possible hook. They're not going to go for it, though. It's already gone.
Yeah, they were too late to the scene.
So during that, too, you see the Jace pushing up on top side. Kia, yeah, thank you, is going to get a turret plate for himself with that Demolish. So pushing on Broken Blade here on the Gragas. Of course, the Gragas now with the tier, you know, lots of sustain on the champion. Going to try and continue to survive up there. But Kiaya also doing work for himself, as those top laners didn't get to participate in all the fun of the level 1. Nope. They get more PvE for themselves, and the Jace value there, the Jace extra push in and money.
Nice dash from Hans to avoid another one of those deadly anchors there from the Nautilus. Has to stay away from those. One thing that's immediately drawing my attention, though, as I look at the scoreboard, massive gap in mid lane CS. Caps at 58, only 41 here for Emo. Yes, he'll be able to pick up a few there as that wave collides into the turret, but it's still about almost a 3-wave lead for Caps, as now Artemis has to try to retreat. Here comes the Realm Warp. This could be the problem for GAM as Artemis gets stunned up, shut down. Caps gets paid.
Did you call Caps flowers?
I think I did, my friend.
You did. He's got his own win in the mid lane, and then Realm Warps down to the bottom side, highlighting that mobility on this champion. Caps is going to be an absolute beast, and this is one of the reasons why people were worried about the mid lane for GAM. Emo, now that he's off his favorite champ, off that Talia, even with the counter pick here into Caps, really, really suffering.
That is tough, man. Caps is getting it done here in mid. That is exactly who you want the money on for G2.
Yeah, and it was a shutdown for extra value here for him. So very efficient use of time, too. He got right back to mid lane, collect that wave. Didn't take him very long at all to blow up that Corky. Now Artemis does at least get his barrier back, but Hans Sama with the flash advantage in the bottom side of the map.
And you know, we were thinking back in the draft, like, oh yeah, there's so many of these heaven or hell types of ultimates that can work really well or really poorly. Realm Warp is one of them. That was a heaven warp. right there. That is
It definitely
exactly
was.
what you want, as now Broken Blade is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Oh, Elio tried to predict where Broken Blade was going to go, but instead he just flashes over the wall, avoids the collapse. Honestly, huge there for Broken Blade. That was a Pantheon ult that got nothing but a flash.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult was going to be one of the main only tools that was going to keep Caps in check. Now that there's no threat of that, they go for the grub bite.
Elio goes in, Lebrov throws up the door. Exhaust onto Levi, but Artemis is also here. Lebrov jumping back to the safety of Hans Sama, but a little bit more damage over the wall gets the job done. Artemis, kill number 4 this game. GAM with control over the grub pit can still claim 2.
The Flowers, eyes on the bottom side though. Caps is eating up extra minions, extra tower plates while they're split pushing. So once again, true to form, GAM, they always commit to these plays as a team, but they teleported Emo up there away from it and giving even more into the Rise. They do get their kill, and they are ahead as a team, but Caps might be a team in himself this game on the Rise.
And we know that Rise is one of those champions that can do just that. However, one of the things that can work very well against Rise is range. If you're able to stay out of his effective damage radius, you can really put the hurt on him before he can go in. So the pressure will be on. We need to see if Emo can catch up and make sure that he can try to keep this Rise in check.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult that we were talking about, that's one of the things that can like keep him in check when he's on side lanes a little bit. Does have to respect that a decent amount, even with the mobility of phase rush and everything there for himself. But right back out to it, trying to shove. See what they do here with their rotation over. Artemis trying to answer in mid.
So we've still got about a 1,000 gold lead for GAM. However, we also had a 1,000 gold lead for GAM pretty early on. They haven't continued to build anything throughout the laning phase.
And it is Artemis there, so with a lot of this gold on him, he's able to finish his Trinity Force. So he was stacking up his tier early because of all those early kills, and very, very quick early first item power spike for him.
Yeah, 10.5-minute Trinity Force with a tier that he's also already stacking. Lucian has pickaxe and 2 longswords. That is a massive power trough for the bottom lane of G2. So if you're Hans, the goal is just try to keep farming. Honestly, the farm almost dead even between the two. If you can keep it that way when you're at this massive power deficit, you're winning.
And it's up to Elio and Levi to make some plays around Artemis, around this strong Corki. He's got double summoner spells, Trinity Force power spike. He can put out so much burst damage if someone can keep an opponent in place.
There we go, Levi with a flash stun follow after Artemis is engaged, but they don't have the damage to take out Caps. He has his own flash to get away. Combined with the phase rush, he can create enough distance. That was flash for flash jungler for mid laner there, as Broken Blade goes for the ulti onto Kiaya, and here comes the Realm Warp. Caps is looking to go aggro, and with Skewmon coming with him, the slam into the wall is there, and Skewmon's grabbing kill number 4 for G2.
What a delivery on the side lane. Okay, once again, this time we also still have to point out the lane that was left in mid here. It is going to be the Corki earning some money off of the mid tower, as well as going for the dragon. So they make their side lane play, they take down Kiaya, they put a stop to that pushing of the Jace, but GAM are able to answer on the other side of the map. Even Emo here gets a little bit.
However, the numbers don't lie, my friend. You look up at that gold lead there at the top part of your screen. It is down below 500 now for the side of GAM. Emo eating a whole ton of damage here for the calling. Another beautiful wall slam coming out from Skewmon, as now Lebrov and Hans Sama are ready to make it a 2-for-nothing special. Hans Sama getting paid. G2 taking command over the game as Caps is about to take another plate over in mid. They are just out rotating, out macro gaming GAM.
Yeah, that was just beautiful from G2. They send them down on the bottom side of the map. They get their pincer right as they're arriving, and Emo moves on over towards Tribush, immediately taken out. Easy work there for G2, and they're able to get so much push afterwards. Hans Sama here catching up, trying to make up some of that gold deficit here on the Lucian.
All right, Broken Blade on the Gragas here as well. He's staying dead even with Kiaya. This was our big question coming into the series. Will he be able to keep up? Will he fall behind compared to GAM's star top laner? And here in this one, he's doing just fine. When you're looking at the rest of the map, it's still a lead for Artemis, but that's about it. Levi trying to put a little bit more money in Artemis's pocket. He secures it for himself instead, but a nice pick there for GAM.
What's going to be the play on the other side of the map? Okay, one global here used up to the top side. Pantheon ultimate used. Emo knows that he is weak side, and they were threatening to use a Rise Realm Warp. That's going to be all that is necessary. So let's take a look at how quickly that tower is going down. Pretty low health on the bottom side, if I remember.
Well, yeah, they're putting a little bit of work into it. Seems to still have a couple of plates left on it right now. Yeah, so it can't be burned down instantly. However, the plates are going to fall here pretty soon. Kiaya trying to grab another plate up here on the top side at the same time. Hans Sama needs more damage to try to take out that last plate, but he ain't going to find it before Artemis can show up and clear out the wave. Kiaya continuing to just try to get a little bit more damage, get one more plate here as the clock is about to hit 14. And I do believe Kiaya got it right there at the last second, but he may pay for that last little bit of greed for the turret plate. Skewmon shows up, knocks him up into the air with a point-blank keeper's verdict. Broken Blade trying to follow, looking for a little bit more CC, knocks him back, beautifully done. Skewmon and Broken Blade, they'll lose that plate just fine if they can get the kill on Kiaya. Well done by G2, and they will even up the kills 7-7 at 14 minutes.
Yeah, so active this game. Another side lane play here, pulled off by G2 to pick another member. And there's no answer this time.
But down in bottom lane, we got Artemis in some danger. He might just lose the 2v2. This is the point of power for GAM. He's got to be so careful now, as it looks like Elio's just going to be the sacrifice. Lebrov still dropping very low on HP, and right when it looks like it might have been a fair fight, here comes Caps. G2 get a 1-0 in the bottom lane.
Another good rotation over from G2. Caps is going to be able to finish off the turret in the aftermath too, so he's going to get solo tower gold as the rest of them back off and funnel even more focused resources into the Rise.
Man, this game started out looking so good for GAM, but G2 have bounced back beautifully.
It's so much about playing the large map here, playing the side lanes, and now that the turrets are starting to go down, there is more room for a lot of these Pantheon Ultimate and Realm Warp plays.
All right, Rift Herald the target. GAM starting it up. Plates, 750 plate gold versus 875. So honestly, both teams doing a lot of damage to the plates early on in this one, especially compared to the last game where it was just 2-1 in plate count, as GAM still currently uncontested for this Herald. Hans Sama and Lebrov are hanging around, but nobody else on G2 is nearby, but Caps is pushing the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane at the same time.
Exactly, it's a classic story here. We have all 5 members of GAM committing up to the objective. Meanwhile, G2 commit to their split push plan. Rise down there on the bottom side, pushed in another one. But with that Rift Herald and with the top tower being so low, there is a possibility for a big gold swing in the favor of GAM. A lot of standing gold left in these turrets, so Ki is going to be able to get this one, chop that gold lead from G2 down pretty quickly there. Then they also have the Rift Herald in pocket. That one can turn into very, very quick outer tower gold. Mid lane is very low for G2 at the moment, so they could pop it there, grab that money, really open up the mid lane possibilities for themselves too.
All right, GAM, let's see what they can do to try to stabilize this, because it just feels like anytime GAM gets one, G2 get two. They're always coming out on top.
Yeah, well, they are going to go for that. Pop down that mid turret with the Rift Herald, so that one is guaranteed, and it's into a dragon. So let's see, Broken Blade want to finish up on the top side tower. He does have his teleport ready to come to this dragon fight, but GAM have the early priority into the river, setting up for dragon here.
Let's see how much value GAM can get out of their poke, out of their artillery on this one. Broken Blade's going to teleport into the enemy jungle, though. He's going for the flank attack. Levi is already on the Drake, but if Broken Blade catches him by surprise here, this is such a problem. Emo's going to be knocked into the team and immediately killed. Hans Sama on a killing spree with a beautiful slam into the wall with Keeper's Verdict to set up the second kill for Hans. Lebrov and Broken Blade completely controlling the fight. Broken Blade is redeeming himself in this series. That teleport flank completely broke the back of GAM.
It is huge. He got right onto Emo. They delete the way.
Now the tier 1 turret gonna get dove. More problems for GAM as Kiaya gets stunned up, and Caps is just machine gunning spells towards the remaining 2 players of GAM. Kiaya and Artemis staying alive for now. The accelerated shock blast will not find a kill on the back end of the fight, and G2, now with a 3,000 gold lead, will also earn themselves another neutral objective with the Dragon.
G2 here, keeping up their focus on creating these plays, on creating these fights with good positioning. Broken Blade, beautiful engage. And he doesn't even get to move. Emo instantly deleted. And so they're able to chase down the rest. Nice double knock up there to be able to finish it. Chasing down Levi as well. GAM here really focusing on going over to the objectives, but G2 picking them apart.
Now we're back to live with G2 once again, trying to push under the tier 1 turret of GAM here in the mid lane. Turret's about the only thing in this game that is not a G2 lead thus far. Tied 2-2. GAM has managed to grab a couple of those. G2 really wanting to take out this last outer turret here in mid, open up more of the rift as Caps just farming up as many resources as he possibly can. Look at the individual gold lead on Caps. Almost 2,500 gold out of the 3,000 total that G2 has. It's a mid diff.
Yeah. Thank Caps here for G2. He's the one that really held it together. His individual laning over Emo, he earned his own lead, and then he took that lead down to the bottom lane that was getting pummeled. He was able to get that shutdown. These realm warps really making the differences. So many really, really good ones from him. Good map play from G2. Using that extra tool for the rotations, and GAM here trying to find their comeback play. They've got a couple successful kills with Pantheon ultimates, but not quite as impactful as the Ryze realm warps have been. And geez, man, that individual Ryze lead, Flowers.
It is.
That is basically the lead.
And it's manifesting itself in the items too. Seraph's Embrace fully stacked. Rod of Ages at 7 out of 10 charges. He's already level 14 compared to the 12 of Emo, and the Rod is not at 10 stacks yet. Caps is already a raid boss, and we're about to move up a tier of gear here in about 3 minutes. This guy is a problem, and I don't think GAM have the answer.
Yeah, definitely looking rough for GAM at the moment. If they want to go for a play, it has to be one of those very quick plays. The problem is, look at G2. Everyone's grouped up on Ryze. So if you made an attempt at a quick play, the Realm Warp comes through, and he's able to bring Hansama and Skumond with him. That reset from G2, all of them coming back out together.
Okay, Lebrov and Broken Blade stepping up into the enemy jungle. Broken Blade ready to keep this one moving forward. Another nice use of the ulti, but miscommunication with Lebrov, who uses the Glacial Fissure and interrupts the knockback from Broken Blade. Now a ton of damage on Hansama. He barely stays alive, but that's good enough for now. Levi's low, G2 retreating. Miscommunication between Broken Blade and Lebrov as the cask knockback is interrupted by the fissure. They don't get the engage they're looking for, and Hans barely lives.
Yeah, Hans is definitely happy with that one to be able to live after how it actually went down. But the Otacon is actually up, so resetting back out, and the health bars here are very important because trying to move over, G2 do have the vision, and they have Caps pushing for priority on bottom lane first. So they've got full priority in the setup here, and GAM forced to take some recalls to refill their health bars.
I don't know if there's any way that they're going to be able to try a challenge for this. Now, G2 don't have Hansama here, so it will be slower than they'd like it to be, but they've already got the objective down to 1/3 HP. They've got Caps here, so they know that if GAM comes and tries to fight this, they will have to fight through the Ryze, who does now also have Seeker's arm guard. Now, oh, nice flash follow onto the body slam there from Broken Blade. This time the ulti collides exactly where it needs to, and Caps goes on a killing spree. G2, they'll take the Otacon. They'll be up 24 flower petals, 5 kills, and 4,000 gold.
Caps have a 3-level lead without even the Rod of Ages ticking over. And that thing's going to tick over and is going to get another level. So this is just so massive. They've been playing those sideways, playing the macro, and he's getting another one here.
Yeah, Skumond wants to go in after Emo, and Caps is ready to follow. Levi with a defensive stun, trying to provide an opportunity for his teammate to get away. Caps triggers the Seraph shield there, as Skumond and Broken Blade have to back away a little bit further. Lebrov going to get grabbed by the dredge line as GAM continue their chase. Won't land the CC onto Lebrov as he tries again to protect Caps, who flashes away from the depth charge. Broken Blade here on the front line as the TP's coming in to once again reinforce GAM. The ulti from the Gragas, not enough. Emo with the shutdown on Broken Blade. Skumond on the run. He does have Deadmans to try to get away from this one, but GAM is coming around to cut him off at the pass, or are they? Okay, Scryer's Trinket finds him.
So even though GAM are setting up for Dragon here, this Dragon is only number 2 for them, and Caps makes the call, yeah, fine, go for the Dragon. I will continue to split push. So he teleports up to the top side. He forces the answer teleport up to that top side as well. Hui did get the shutdown there, so Emo with an extra little bit of a boost, but he really needs it.
Yeah, he got the shutdown, and it at least got him to level 13, so as Caps' Rod of Ages ticks over, he's not 4 levels down. It's still 3 levels down. That is still extreme, and Levi is now finding himself caught, slammed back into the wall. Lebrov and Skumon need a little bit more damage, and Caps and Hansama have arrived. Instead, they'll turn their attention over to Elio, who cannot get away. Hansama grabbing the kill, as now just barely Levi can escape that one, but G2 once again owns total control over the GAM jungle.
Yeah, G2 kind of running them around the map this game. Caps at the helm, and Caps does have his Seeker's Arm Guard to go very deep on one of these plays.
He's been going deep the whole game.
Or use it for an escape, you know, very versatile.
All right, G2, 4,000 gold lead. Yeah, the Drakes are even, but I don't think they really care too much about that. It's all just the Caps game this time around, right? It feels like it's live and die by Caps, and Caps is pick and live every time. I think he's having a very, very impressive performance on the Rise in this one. The Realm Warps have been so effective every time. He hasn't been caught out of position. He hasn't found himself in a spot where the range of GAM has been a problem for him so far. 3-0 and 6 here on the Rise. Oh, come on!
Yeah, so props to some of the utility players on the team too. Broken Blade, you mentioned that really big teleport flank that he had. That one was very critical for G2, but this is going to be exciting to see how they continue to use this massive Rise lead in the side lanes. If GAM are ever going to be able to get the map back under control.
Yeah. I'm curious if GAM really have any opportunities in this game that aren't a G2 mistake at this point, because it feels like they haven't been able to find really much of anything. We talked so much about Artemis being the early lead for GAM, but that Corki playing around them like you were talking about, GAM hasn't found any windows to make those opportunities happen.
Yeah, and G2, they've got this really strong Rise split pusher, of course, but if you try and engage on the other part of the team and you're like, okay, we don't want to fight you when you have Caps, they have so many abilities to buy time. Really good defensive champions. You know, Braum, very good at buying time if you try to engage on the other side of the team. Gragas as well. And so they can buy time for Caps to get there and collapse as well. So it's so hard for GAM when they make a play. It's got to be very precise. It has to be very quick.
Just has not been there so far in this one. Looks like we are having, it was a GAM pause for some peripheral issues that hopefully we can get resolved here very soon, get back into the game. Not sure exactly what peripherals are malfunctioning, but right now, GAM has got to figure out how they can try to stabilize against this. The good news is Caps can only level up 2 more times. So the level lead's not going to continue growing that much more.
True.
Caps out at 18, and then you can start catching up.
When Caps out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some more room for items, so the pain might continue, but...
All right, we're back. The peripherals are fixed. Cap still has that unbroken arm guard. And hey, Broken Blade also has the same thing. Unbroken arm guard on the Gragas alongside the Fimbulwinter and Cosmic Drive means that he is a tanky Gragas that's also spamming abilities at maximum speed. Lebrov goes in for an engage on Emo. Broken Blade knocks Elio back. Emo, not the right angle on him, but Elio will be a fine consolation prize. Kiaya shows up too little, too late to find much of anything, and the clock is at exactly the right time to make that play. 25 minutes into the game, G2 now has a 5v4 for the next 25 seconds. They will dare GAM to answer them at the Baron.
Yeah, beautiful play there from G2. They do it without Caps at all. They use the Gragas, Poppy, and Braum to find their pick. They force GAM into this tight spot.
All right, G2, let's see how they can defend against this. Levi wants to go in there with a Grand Starfall, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's Verdict. G2 burns down the objective, and Broken Blade keeps everybody else busy. Skumon into the back, finding the slam into the wall on Emo. G2 aren't stopping, and it's GAM dropping. Artemis caught in the middle of a Realm Warp, and 4v1. He's buried. Double kill back over to Broken Blade, 18-8, 8,000 gold ahead. G2 with a massive sequence.
Did Levi even get to touch the ground there?
No, he just yo-yoed.
That Pantheon just got boinked out immediately by Skumon. Let's take another look at it. Of course, GAM, no, they're in such a tight spot, so they go for the big play onto Baron, but boom, as soon as he's there, immediately ejected back into the air. G2 focused, they finished the Baron, and then they can go get all of the kills. Look at that, grouped up, had the big slow, right against the wall. Wow, that's got to be the wrap on it, Flowers.
Yeah.
That's got to be G2 pushing us to the edge here, to series point, to elimination game next game if GAM are unable to find a miracle for themselves.
I mean, it's a Baron, plus you doubled the impressive gold lead that you already had. It's now in the territory where GAM must rely on a mistake from G2, and it needs to be a pretty colossal mistake. Look at the bounties on the side of G2. Skewmond and Caps, both with maxed bounties. Broken Blade is about to solo down the formerly fed Corki. Take a drink, Artemis. He's out of there. Call him the ride home. He's done. And now G2, they've got a 5v4 again for 30 seconds again, moving up towards the mid lane inhibitor, having already claimed the one in bottom lane. It's a full 5-man push. The minions flowing into the base as well, but G2, they want to play it safe. They don't want to overforce here, and they're going to back away.
They've just expertly pulled GAM across the map the entire game here, and that's how they're going to finish it as well.
This feels like such an improvement for G2 compared to the previous series we've seen them in so far in this tournament, right? They got a win against Furia, but man, it was a long, drawn-out battle. There were some messy games. It had to go the full 5. Up against BLG, they get smoked, 3-0 clean sweep. And now, coming in here against GAM, a team that had the exact same record as them against the exact same teams in the exact same tournament, you would expect this to be very close, but G2 is making it look not that way whatsoever.
Yeah, this is looking like G2's best game so far for sure, even despite their bottom lane getting behind early on and it possibly being an angle there for GAM. G2 really able to cover it, Caps especially, and now they're coming to finish the job.
All right, GAM got to try to defend this last remaining lane of inhibitors, but it ain't gonna happen too easy. Broken Blade goes golden, trying to stay alive. The tier 3 turret buys a lot of time though. GAM with a nice defense, have already found 2. Caps into the Zonias, trying to stay alive. The shutdown back up into Levi. Caps wants to get away, but a massive shutdown for Kiaya. GAM come to life and defend their base on their last legs. Hans on the run, but Levi's on the hunt. Artemis right behind him. GAM looking for the chase. G2 forced too hard, and GAM, even when their backs are against the wall, never give up.
GAM, never give up, never stop fighting. They're gonna go for the objective bounty shutdown here, try and burn this dragon down. Skewmond is walking on over though. He has no ultimate. Yeah,
there's no way he goes into this. There's no way. What? Well, hold on. We got a TP coming in.
Braum has TP.
Yeah, that's a Labrov TP from an unsealed spellbook. So GAM will go ahead and claim themselves the Drake.
Teleporting into the base.
Hansama's also here. Yeah, they're going for the base. It looks like we're going to get a Broken Blade teleport attempt here, but a response TP immediately from Emo, recognizing what's going on. Elio takes the blast cone to try to get away. Nice Spider-Man on the dredge line. The empowered blast cone gives Elio the range to escape what would have otherwise been certain death.
That looked fun, honestly. Using the blast cone first over the Gragas, and then the slingshot here, buffering his hook nicely there to avoid. And GAM, they pulled off the defense. They got the objective bounty shutdown. Kiaya puts the ward in the brush, but he gets the bad news.
Yeah, he might have gone a little bit too close here. Deadman's plate Poppy catches up, and Hansama empties the magazine into him. G2 pick up a freebie there. Caps is back out on the rift. We'll see if G2 can force something now. That's a 45-second death timer on the Jace.
Yeah, with 2 inhibitors down, there's just unrelenting pressure here. Super minions coming in mid and bottom. You know, G2 were just recalling there. They get a happy little surprise with the extra kill. Caps looking to start the work on the last remaining inhibitor, and slowly G2 will close in. The pressure unrelenting.
G2 There goes the last inhibitor in the GAM base. They go in for the engage. They're trying to find Levi instead, switching over to Emo. He's already dead, as now Elio's about to fall with them. Broken Blade goes back in for a nice two-man body slam. Rune Prison on Levi seals his fate as well, and it's only Artemis left standing. But the Nexus turrets are down. G2 still firing as Artemis has to flash to try to get away. Kiaya's back into the fight, but it's a 2v4. Cap staying alive, kiting Artemis out as Broken Blade comes back over for the CC into the kill. The ace for G2, the game for G2, game point for G2.
G2 today looking a lot better here at this tournament, really building up some strength. And now they will be at series points, looking at moving on in the tournament. GAM, so much pressure on their shoulders. Now will be facing elimination game. All of Vietnam watching them. So much pressure being that representative.
No more room for mistakes for GAM. G2 seem like they're back, and so are Twitch subscriptions for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat emotes, badges, ad-free viewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds of the global revenue pool directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL Esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not like this Hui in-game emote for when your Hui game goes like that Hui game and you can't hold the Nexus. Now let's go ahead and check in with the analysts to break down that game too.
Thank you, Captain. A much more convincing game here on the side of G2 with a different approach, taking us to the first match point in this series. Guys, let's take out the whiteboard here. I want to review what we said at the beginning of the series and check how it's going. Caps Magic, I think we got that.
Yes.
Raz.
Hans Common is getting closer. I made the planet closer. I made it larger. You may not see it, but compare the two.
Yeah.
Caps. I mean, there was a Caps gap in the mid lane for sure. He was absolutely smurfing in this game, and that's kind of what I feared for GAM would happen. My expectation, though, is Eris is probably going to come in after how these first two games have gone.
Absolutely. I mean, this was a really rough game. You mentioned while we were watching, basically, that the Hui was like 2 levels down at a certain point, and he was just farming bot lane waves. Like, he was just out of the game.
And it started with a very, very messy invade on the side of GAM's jungle. Not clearly setting an advantage for G2.
It was like one of those Braum. Every time you go into a Braum level 1, I don't know why you walk into the line bush. So Emo comes in and you're like, but Han Sama flashing over is crazy. So they just full commit to this. And by the way, going into a Pantheon level 1, I was a little concerned about. But still, G2 like slightly comes out ahead because of the first blood.
Yeah, well, then I would also say because of how the lane is going to go for a mid lane off of this. Hui has to start W level 1, so you have no damaging spell. And then Rise gets a kill, right? And so you die, you start with no skill level 1, and that put him in a really tough position. But then it became all about the bot lane, non-stop action down there, trying to punish the missing summoners. We saw this very early 3-camp gank from Levi, which was effective, got Artemis the kill. Then they were even able to follow it up with a 2v2, just straight up kill. The lollipop in full effect from the Nautilus grabs the Lucian.
Great strategy from GAM early on, recognizing that it's like, okay, you have a Lucian Braum, you're going to be playing towards your bot lane, and you don't have flash. We're just going back again and again towards bot lane. So the fact that Corki was able to get 2 kills early like that, really solid.
And this is where I think it became the mid lane spilling over into the side lanes. You know, Caps was starting to be able to get out to those side lanes, use the Realm Warp. He got down to bot lane when their bot lane was in a difficult spot, able to help turn that around. You know, re-enable Hans down there. And Caps, his lead just started to spill out everywhere on the map. No one could really play side lane against him. Nowhere was safe. So we saw Kiaya and Emo kind of forced to overgroup. And that puts them in a position where they are getting 2, 3, almost 4 levels down.
I don't know what's scarier, Rise in-game or that Photoshop.
Demonic eyes, by the way.
Diabolical. But yeah, I mean, as you guys were saying, the second you unlock Caps rotating on the maps, there's no way for GAM to catch up on them.
Just the gold difference at 14 being 1,458 is crazy. They had no way to be able to respond to him.
I mean, it's not only problematic, you know, just to have a Rise that fed or to have Caps that fed, but also specifically in this matchup, the whole point of Hui into Rise is to basically non-stop wave clear and just keep him locked in lane with you so he can't affect the map, and they weren't able to accomplish that whatsoever. And
let's keep our attention on Top Father as well, because for me, his recovery, this series has been phenomenal, and Broken Blade picked a perfect time to TP in our HyperX Reflex replay.
This was insane. the TP that comes through right behind them, even though it was in sight, like to be able to get the bomba, delivers Pantheon straight into the team. So that was incredible from him. And he had a few moments throughout that game exactly like that one.
Yeah, he was playing honestly really, really well. Yes, there was some pressure that was put on early on by the Jace, but Gragas just needs to kind of chill to scale. Did get into a good position, was really impactful with his ultimates in the team fight. Broken Blade definitely seems to be comfortable here, and it does feel like if GAM can't have one reliable advantage in that top lane that they can count on, it's kind of hard to see how they win this series. You know, you're now in a position where you have to reverse sweep. Mid lane has been a bit of a problem. Top lane is not getting those consistent advantages that Kiaya has been able to get throughout the rest of the tournament. It's making it tough.
And if we're going to be seeing the change like you did mention, if Ares does comes in and it looks like that's going to be the case, then I want to see him on Ahri. I want to see him on a playmaker, and I want to see Levi playing towards that and trying to get something there.
Reset the mindsets for GAM. That is the key here. G2 taking us to match point, the first one in this series. So let's check out if GAM is going to be able to come back here right after the break.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's a jungle outside, tell me who can tame a beast. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide, it came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride. Keep up the pace, this is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space, or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacks in the face. Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and flame.
No. I'm coming to the way side. Hey, no,
I'm fine, guys. Yeah, no.
Penton.
He's dead. Look.
Jason flash. Look on Jace.
I'm ult on 5. I'm gonna ult.
Cap staying alive, kiting Artemis out as Broken Blade comes back over for the CC into the kill. The ace for G2, the game for G2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025, and this could be the last match of the last game, excuse me, or no, it's the last match, the last game of the play-in stage, as G2 are now only a single game away from qualifying for main stage. Last game seemed like it could have been the perfect recipe for GAM. It was scrappy early, 4 deaths, 2 for each side at level 1, but G2 managed to pull themselves out of the trench, lock in, and off the back of a stellar Rise performance from Caps and some insane flanks from Broken Blade, found themselves a decisive victory.
Yeah, Caps obviously massive in that game. And G2, both games have been better at pulling them across the map and getting extra value, you know, causing GAM to drop a minion wave here, a minion wave there, a little bit of experience here, a little bit of experience there, and remaining more efficient. This game, though, much more in their favor and much more in control because of such a stellar Rise performance. I would also shout out Skewmon. Skewmon has had 2 good games on the Trundle as well as the Poppy there for him. Plus 2 props to Broken Blade, looking a lot better. All in all, that would just look like G2 are so much more confident now. You would expect them to continue this snowball in this series. So it's time for GAM to really dig deep.
All right, GAM back on the blue side. They'll continue banning the Azir and the Maokai like last game. However, the Draven, the trademark pick there for Hans Sama, also going to be banned. Over on the other side, things are looking very similar to the first 2 games here for G2's bans, as they'll continue banning the Nocturne alongside the Rumble. But what will the third be? Gwen was there in game number 1, but didn't come around until the second half of the bans in game number 2, and the TF will remain there from game 2.
All right, so they opt for it this time around. Let's see, little bit of a pinch on jungle, and they're immediately going to go for the Wukong. Okay, so Annie is up. Wukong plus Annie is a very good combination, and it is a very good, like, straightforward wombo team fighting, get some good engage. That would be a very good look for GAM.
All right.
If you're already thinking about that from G2, then are you thinking about taking it away, or would you rather get some counter engage going for yourself? Well, okay, they get some wombo possibilities of their own. Sometimes it can be hard to play Misfortune when
That's an insta-lock Nunu.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's
okay.
not a hover. That's instantly locked.
Let's go! This reminds me of Worlds last year.
No, as soon as I saw the Nunu, I was like, wait, why isn't the little thing flashing around his portrait? It's because it was just instantly slammed.
G2 also have a Nunu streamer under the organization.
That's right, yeah.
Kesha is he's probably jumping on his chair right now. I wonder if they did a little training. Maybe they got
a little Nunu boot camp.
Yeah, a little Nunu boot camp. Okay though, but Zyver Khan, the instant double locking here for the safety and comfort for Artemis. This is such a big pick for him. Second most played of the split, and instantly combo it there. With Elio's Rakan. They do love this duo. Okay. And when you're looking at a lot of, snowballs and engage and type stuff coming through here.
I mean, you have bullet time plus pop blossom. If Nico can grab multiple targets and Misfortune is just emptying the guns over the top of that CC, it is a recipe for either disaster or success, depending on whose side you're viewing it from. But caps on the Nico, a lot of playmaking potential here.
Skumond also is 8-2 over his career on Nunu. So it is a very good champion for him.
Pretty good.
This definitely looks good. So the Nico too, also there you're talking about, that thing did get nerfed, 20 damage on the Q early on, but buffed up a little bit for the scaling for it later. So definitely has those mid lane options. Could be a mid lane or a support. Whereas in the past, for the past couple of months, Nico has been the support go-to, but it was one of the biggest changes with the MSI patches.
And I think I heard you guys talking about it on the cast yesterday. It's like whenever you see the nerf to the base damage, but the buff to the ratios, they're saying, no, get out of support. Go back to mid lane.
Exactly.
We'll see if that's where they want to go. But the champion that you were talking about and the champion that I was talking about potentially for GAM with the Annie and the Gwen, those are going to be both the bans here in the second half for G2 as GAM will ban away the Sylas.
Yeah, definitely. If they're not going to grab those in the first 3 picks, is going to get dropped. They're kind of expecting Annie will get banned away, not going to be an option later. But what else here? Because they're definitely expecting the Nico as support since they banned Sylas.
The dog.
And they pay respects to the Warwick. It got banned against Broken Blade so much, fairly frequently there in Europe. So even with the rough game that he showed here at this tournament, the respect is still there.
Very different look from the hover over it in game number 1 where they were trying to remind him of it on that first day. Let's see what G2 wants to go with. The Ambassa locked in for Broken Blade.
All right, what answers are available? I mean, you could go super strong stuff. In North America, of course, we have Bwipo, and Bwipo does Volibear sometimes into it, try and stop. The Renekton is, of course, banned from Fearless, so that's not an option to try and take it down. But hovering on the Kennen, the range. There we go. Ares comes in. Ares gets his Ahri. Some playmaking here for them. They really need it for the side of GAM 2.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Really did get buffed on the patch, but that thing is a risky in professional play, especially against a Nunu, which can gank you so frequently.
Okay, the Jax locked in for Kiaya. Jax versus Ambessa, your top lane matchup. The Ahri, you mentioned it. Popular pick for Ares. Also one of those champs that you mentioned last game, like one of those mid-range, like scrappy skirmisher type of mages. We'll see how much they can get done with that one. It does mean with the Jax being the top laner for the side of GAM, you're going to have your main initiations there be with the Wukong and the Rakan, but I think that's more than enough big initiation between those two ultimates. And the final pick of the draft for G2 will be the Tristana in the mid lane for Caps. So it will be support Nico after all. G2 doesn't have a main magic damage dealer. Yes, Nunu has magic damage. Yes, Nico has magic damage. Neither one of them is a high econ role. So if somebody builds a lot of armor, it could be difficult. Double AD carry against Jax can also pose some problems. How are we feeling about this draft?
I feel very good about the G2 side of it, actually, because even though, yeah, that is not like the most magic damage, I think it's enough magic damage.
Okay.
And so I like the idea here to go for the AD mid lane, especially since whenever you slam a Nunu, you are thinking snowball ganks. Snowball ganks can be so effective and very, very frequent. So you have a lot of opportunity in these lanes. Tristana is looking for pressure, is looking for rocket jump opportunities. So if you get Nunu snowballs coming through that lane, that can help out so much. If you get those going up towards the Mbessa to tilt the carry matchup as well, can be so effective. And Nunu really thrives when you have a lot of options to go to for some lanes that can really make use of those ganks.
I know you say tilt as in tip the scales and change the balance, but I think of tilt as why is this damn Nunu back in my lane for the 5th time in 3 minutes? Because a good Nunu just loves to spam those ganks like you're talking about. But here we go, Summoner's Rift for what could be the last time today if G2 wins it, or if GAM can pull off their big team fights, they still have a chance to extend this series, take us to Game 4, and potentially even further beyond. Last game, remember that we had 4 kills before 2 minutes. It looks like this time around, Kobe, we're going to get a much more patient start.
I'm excited for it. See what Skewmond Nunu looks like here on the international stage.
Okay, spellbook there for Rakan, so you can see there's kind of what you were talking about back in game number 1. He's not feeling the pressure of needing to have something like a Guardian there in the lane early on for this one. As there's a look at Skewmond on this Nunu. We'll be keeping track of him throughout the early game, seeing what he's doing. But G2, talking about this team, this is a history of how they have come in to international competition in the past. One thing you will notice on this list, there is a lot of number 1s. This is the most accomplished EU organization, period. This is the only Western team to ever win MSI. And so when you look at this series, when you look at the fact that these two teams were supposed to be very evenly matched and G2 is dominating, G2 is a team that has a history of performing at a very high level, and I feel like this is G2 locking in.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been questioning that history with this new version of G2 and the slow start to this tournament, the rough start that they have had. So an important bounce back in the last game for them.
Caps hitting them with the explosive charge, and Eris immediately does not want to give any more auto attacks to that one. As we can see, Skewmond just clearing through his jungle here on the Nunu.
Yeah. Especially since they, did say with these G2 changes that this roster built for international success. See what they can do. Moving on to the next stage is the first step, of course.
Yeah, can't win a tournament if you don't make main stage. Not going to happen. As immediately, Caps playing aggro on the Tristana. You love to see it, the confidence here. And I feel like you've got to have confidence after the performance from last game. Caps was just dominating start to finish. What was it, like 3 minion wave lead, 6 or 7 minutes into the game, something absolutely absurd, just totally in control. As Kiaya is taking some early control over this top lane carry matchup.
And I don't think Caps is too worried at all about the mid laner swap either. I think he probably feels pretty confident about handling either one of them, especially since we are really hyping up this Nunu pick.
Yes.
It is not a frequent pick in pro play. So the last time that Skewmond did play it was in the LFL, the Tier 2, and was in summer of 2024. But Caps, this is a look at some of those numbers in the first couple of games. And at game 2, quite a big early lead there, Flowers. Remember, the rest of his team at the time did not enjoy the luxury of those leads, especially the bottom lane, that he had to go then realm warp down and kind of correct the situation.
The other number I'm noticing is only a 1 in the death column on both games. Remember that in game number 2, that death didn't even occur until the overextension underneath the tier 3 turret up there in the top side. So really impressive performance there from Caps. Here comes the snowball. Skewmond coming in for the turret dive here at level 3. They root up Artemis. He and Elio, though,
do a good enough job surviving, staying healthy enough, both with about half HP left, but a nice tangle barbs there from Lebrov for some extra damage on the back end of the trade. Lebrov lost about half HP, but honestly, they do get the better of the bottom lane of GAM. That was both summoner spells from Elio to try to stay alive there.
Caps goes for a little bit of the health trade on the bottom side, and the response from Levi is there, although it is warded, so not gonna cost them too much time either, though. Just right back to respawning Krugs. Same thing for Nunu, though. Both junglers here on fairly similar timers as far as their second clears. Faded Ashes, the important pickup there for Skewmond to be able to hyper accelerate that clear. Maybe not hyper, it's not quite the right word for Nunu, but to accelerate it. Yeah. And he gets the extra control ward, both of them.
And we still really haven't seen a monster performance from Kiaya so far in this series. He hasn't really had the opportunity to do so, right? Game number one, he got focused. He got shut down on the Gnar very hard to the point where when he had that big opportunity in the jungle to make a play, he was just a little bit short in terms of damage. Then in game number two, the Jace, again, never having the chance to do what they wanted it to do. Caps eats both parts there of the Spirit Orb, so wants to jump all the way away from that one, down to 150 HP, no potion remaining. Gonna start the channel here on the recall, staying far enough away, but Eris will still interrupt that back as Elio jumps in. Gleaming Clue over the wall, finds a target though. They're gonna interrupt the recall of Hans Sama. Levi is here. Hans does have summoner spells available to try to get away from this one. Barrier is in. The feathers don't hit it. First blood goes over to Elio. Levi flashes forward to try to confirm it, but the recon damage was already there. It's first blood over to GAM.
Yeah, I mean, so he does go down. Hans Sama makes them use some more flashes, and he makes the kill credit actually go over to the recon there. Artemis trying to flash does not actually get the kill credit where they really wanted it. So the majority of the money into Elio, but the kill is definitely success for them. Skewmond on a ward tries to go back out, preying on the reset, even with Mountain Drake being fairly tanky. Burning it down nicely.
I mean, Mountain Drake is tanky to most junglers, but most junglers are also not a Nunu, so I feel like that should be pretty easy business there for Skewmond.
And a fairly common Nunu build is the Leandries into full tank.
Ooh.
Trying to go mess around with him, of course, with a spellbook. You always want to get in there and try your hand at the smiting game too as a support, but Nunu very hard.
Ooh, public execution from Broken Blade as Kiaya wanted to try to go in for the play here. Now that is the ultimate for Broken Blade. Kiaya still has his available on the Jax, as now we're back down in the bottom lane. Skewmond again hanging around here, but he's stealing the enemy red buff. Meanwhile, they're in the heads of Artemis and Elio. Now Broken Blade is in danger. Levi making his way up here. They know the Ambessa does not have the ulti to try to outplay this. It's going to give him the opportunity. Broken Blade there with the flash away. Kiaya gets his kill. GAM, 2-0 on the board.
Levi and Kiaya, the GAM duo of the ages here. They find the kill onto Broken Blade. It's under tower. They're denying minions as well. The answer on the opposite side. The response after the red buff steal.
Oh, Elio trying to stop him here. Lebrov is down to 100 HP. Feet of Warfare going to be claimed now by GAM as they get themselves an outplay in a 2v3. They shoot down Lebrov and they slam the brakes on G2's plan.
Is it GAM time, Flowers? Is it finally GAM time in this series?
At least in the early game, my friend. The clock has struck GAM in this third one. Levi getting the plays done up in the top side. Artemis and Elio outplaying in the bottom lane. It's looking like a great start.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu, one of the frustrating things on Nunu is when you're trying to snowball like mobile champions, they're just juking you all over. They go for the dive, they drop the kill there, the successful play from GAM up on the top side as well. Now mid.
Lebrov getting charmed, but it's only the clone. Real one gets knocked up into the air, but Eris is taking a ton of damage here from Caps. Levi tries to go back in, but the Pop Blossom manages a catch. Levi in some danger, and Lebrov knocks him down.
G2 trying to put a stop to that again, Tom, very quickly, because this is going to lead right into the grubs as well. Caps getting instant value on top of it.
Caps trying to dive between turrets for the kill onto Eris, wants to get the reset, will end up getting the explosive charge detonation to bring this game back to near even gold.
When in doubt for G2, Flowers, where do you go? You go to mid lane.
You go to Caps.
Go play around mid lane. They go mid and everything just gets better. They play around Caps. They get turret plate money, they get the grubs, they get the kills. They have actually wiped that whole gold lead off of the map.
Turns out, when your team has a guy that the majority of people consider to be the best Western player of all time, you should probably play around that guy. You might have some good chances.
That is advised. Why try anywhere else?
Yep, you've got the secret sauce. It's right there in mid lane, part of a balanced diet for all main stage participants.
And with the turret plate money, especially there on top of the kill for Caps, the full Yun Taos is completed really early on. So Eris is going to have some pain coming his way in the mid lane. Plenty of wards, too, around them. In the mid lane here to try and create some extra vision for Caps so he can kind of hover up on the top side.
You can already see that CS difference is starting to remind me a lot of game number 2. Caps plus 20 compared to Eris here on the Ahri. That means not only do we have the kills, we've got the extra farm lead. It's starting to already begin to resemble that second game and the Rise carry. Let's see what Skewmon can do here on the Nunu. Is going to make his way into the enemy jungle here, see if there's anything he can steal away. Nunu always an excellent buff thief. Takes a chomp out of it, but Levi is ready and waiting. Problem is, Eris is stuck underneath the turret, and Caps is continuing to aggressively trade. So many auto attacks means Levi doesn't have the confidence to really fight Skewmon for this buff. He ends up losing out on that one. And now we've got Lebrav and Hans up here looking to make the kill happen onto Kiaya. Bullet time, Pop Blossom, Snowball, the whole kitchen sink. Skewmon takes the kill, and G2 ties it up 3-3.
Yeah, that Jax ain't moving anywhere. Chomps him down as well. For the final little bit there, and G2, wait a second, on the bottom side of the map, Broken Blade trying to deal with the other side of the swap. Can Artemis and Elio put as much pressure? They're getting teleported on. That's why Broken Blade is staying under here.
Yeah, Broken Blade knows he has the public execution if he wants to try to make something happen here, but they burst him down before he can do anything about it. Caps should be able to get one back here onto Elio with the explosive charge there. No amount of shielding is going to save him from that. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Caps teleports in, tries to correct the situation. Money still going over there, though, into the hands of Artemis, trying to get some power onto their AD carry that they need to be able to fight some of these team fights, because G2 already looking like they are going to have the most powerful AD carry in the game, and that is Caps.
All right, Broken Blade teleports up there, but it's a 3-man play coming out from GAM, looking to burst him down.
Again?
Man, I can't even finish the sentence. Broken Blade getting bullied here in this third game as Eris has to use Spirit Rush to get away bottom side. Lebrav at the point blank, Tangle Barbs threatening to lock him up there as GAM are full committing to try to take down the tier 1 turret, but G2 is doing the same thing down here in the bottom lane. The grubs, it's 3 for the side of G2. They are burning through it faster. GAM still trying to get it.
Explosive.
It's a full race for the first turret, but it goes over to GAM, and they'll earn the boots with it.
Woohoo! Nice little race there. They do get that upgraded boots here for GAM, but G2 have taken the gold lead. And again, it is a recipe they have found success with. Huge gold lead, the majority on Caps. Difference this time around, Kiaya. The star here for GAM on his Jax. Can he carry?
Kiaya with the 40 farm lead over Broken Blade. An even stronger advantage than the plus 30 that Caps has in the mid lane there. Now Kiaya dodging away from the public execution, but Broken Blade's got Caps. Kiaya's not getting away from that one. He even wastes the flash on the exit to the fight. And that is Caps getting paid again.
That is teamwork, Flowers. That is teamwork. Broken Blade. Yeah, he calls over his carry. Caps summoned, and Caps takes down the opposition. That is huge because he also gets extra money from the tower afterwards. With how these games have been so focused on pushing for those extra turret play money, getting that kill in the side lane and opening up here means that they're going to draw Levi out of the jungle over into vision here, so no more surprise plays from GAM. G2 enjoying the extra little power play after their kill.
Kiaya just barely missing out on that one, but still commanding a 1.4K gold lead for the side of GAM individually. Overall, it's about that much the other direction for G2. Hansama getting caught out by Eris, but Elio is too slow on the follow-up, so they can't get anything, and that just means low HP. But now Caps in danger. Levi over the wall. Caps jumps to safety, and Levi beats him over the head for a nice shutdown. That erases almost the entirety of the G2 lead, and GAM are staying in this one.
Yeah, two can play at that game, Flowers. I also have a huge teammate to call. Wait a second. How much do they want to go for this? Because you see the Misfortune walking over.
Here comes the redemption. Pop Blossom, though, from Lebrov. He could be in a little bit of danger here. Skumon is knocked up into the air. The follow for the second Cyclone coming out from Levi. Kiaya barely getting away from the bullet time. Kiaya and Skumon both hanging on by 100, 200 HP. Lebrov also barely escaping. Both teams completely committed to the skirmishes in this one.
Yeah, we're just scrapping everywhere, Flowers. This one, they're trying to create the fight and banking on the fact that Misfortune with the strut move speed is going to be able to get there in time to pick up the extra kill that they try and set up. But yeah, there you go, that rocket jump on the fat part, nice and interrupted, and then over the top into the bonk.
That wall is tricky, man. Many a League of Legends player has fallen victim to the fat part of that wall, thinking that you have enough distance, thinking you'll be able to clear it, and it just doesn't quite work. Plate money. This is the most plate money yet in this game. Game 1 had barely any plate money between the teams. Game 2, all right, a little bit. Game number 3 now, more than 2,000 gold between them, just in plates. Like you said earlier, it's been so much pushing, so much shoving waves, so much collecting plates, and now G2 are also going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. G2 have 3 Grubs, the Rift Herald, and both Drakes. They have completely controlled neutral objectives so far this game.
Yes, they have, but let's see. GAM pushing back with the priority there on the side lane. They want to funnel more into the Jax. The Rakan hovering the Jax to try and get Kiaya more solo gold. Solo turret gold. Caps trying to move in, but they've taken over the jungle, and they do get what they came for. GAM with the force play. It's going to take Broken Blade a while to push in on top side, and Eris already rotating over to go compensate on the top lane. So nicely done there from GAM. A little bit of pushback from themselves. Get themselves that tower for Kiaya.
All right, Broken Blade versus Eris up here in the top side. Excuse me, as Kiaya is down bottom lane against Caps. Drops the counter-strike, but Caps has enough extra distance with Rocket Jump compared to the distance of Leap Strike that he creates enough space that Broken Blade cannot stun him with that counter-strike in time. Eris just trying to hold the line here against Broken Blade. But one thing that I'm noticing here, Kobe, look back at the mid lane. Eris has now caught up to Caps in terms of farm. Meanwhile, topside, Kiaya maintains the massive lead over Broken Blade of plus 30. Good job here from GAM, making it so they can make up those resources, especially considering we spent so much time in games 1 and 2 talking about how G2 was doing a better job of making GAM bleed resources.
Yeah, keeping up their CS this time around with those pushes. Snowball here going to do not a lot this time around, and again, GAM pushing 2 lanes first. They push mid lane first. They've got top lane pushing first, in time for the Dragon.
Okay. Skumon's not going to find anybody with that bowling ball. Right into the gutter it goes. We do have the Leandries completed on the Nunu, working towards what'll probably be that dead man second like you're talking about. Leandries into the tank stuff there for Nunu, make him more of a new nuisance. As nice engage from Broken Blade there with the public execution onto Eris to interrupt the back. Eris, of course, does still have enough mana for the Spirit Rush, so he will not be threatened with lethal damage, but he is interrupted in terms of his tempo, in terms of having that ulti moving forward. GAM trying to stop the Herald from going forward into the turret. They might just pop it before it can get any value. Nice stop from GAM.
Nice job. Turns it around, gets the eyeball proc. Kiaya's here on the Dragon. They're forcing once again. So they're sacrificing top lane once again. G2, they've got Broken Blade on the tower up there, and he's going to get it.
This means for GAM, you've got to make sure you get this Drake. If you're already giving away the top lane tier 1, you've got to get what you came for on the other side of the map. And they will be able to force G2 back for now. Elio goes in for a quick knock up there onto Lebrov, but Skumon rolling the snowball down towards the pit. Not going to matter. He's already too late. Levi jumps back over the wall. Eris moves back top lane to deal with Broken Blade's push, but Broken Blade has already fully recalled. So this is a nice bit of a rebound for GAM. I said earlier that G2 had controlled every neutral objective. GAM finally stopping the Dragon stack here, as well as I'm going to count it as a -1 towards G2 instead of a +1 for GAM, because they stopped the Herald. So that one doesn't count. That's not credit anymore.
The Captain Flowers math, I like it.
So -1 to the enemies instead of a plus for you. It's the same difference.
I want to see, as we progress in this game, can this comp that GAM have opted into with so many champions that really benefit from flanking and benefit from these quick pick opportunities, can they find their engages, especially onto the Misfortune? Because the Tristana is fairly slippery as far as a target. Yes, you'd love to get caps and lock them up, but having a lot of self-peel options and being able to buffer rocket jump makes things difficult. Okay.
All right. Artemis with a little bit of a root there onto Skewmon. Decent chunk of HP, but nothing crazy. Still defending the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, having the Xayah ultimate down, not having that safety now. Kiaya wants to make a play on the side lane, but Nunu's coming down. You see on the mini-map.
Okay, Broken Blade with a public execution to stop Kiaya as he goes aggressive, but a nice jump over the wall there towards the ward with a leap strike. Kiaya getting himself away for now, maintains Mac distance there with the counter strike, gets Broken Blade on the very edge of the stun, has the redemption coming in from Elio at the same time, plus the blast cone means he's out of there.
Yeah, it's a bit reaching there from Broken Blade, going for the flash after. Nunu can't follow up after snowballing down the other side, so the offensively blown flash from Broken Blade from G2 gonna be the cost, and those things are critical in the capabilities of these team fights with how much scrap is going on here. I mean, all the flashes being available on Levi and Kiaya and Eris. Definitely going to put a lot more threat here. Hansama's got to be careful with his positioning, but G2 doing a good job right now in the fog of war, taking this Otacon.
Yeah, G2 starting it up. GAM have got to find some kind of an answer here. Kiaya has the teleport. He's down to the bottom lane, but Otacon is already down to 40% HP. Levi and Elio walking up, scaring G2 back. Era's ready to join, already using one Spirit Rush. Finds a charm into Hansama, putting the pressure onto the AD carry, but Lebrav has come around from the side, looking to find the Pop Blossom. Otacon stolen away by GAM. Hansama with the flash over the wall, staying alive. Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus a kill over to GAM, but what about Elio? He gets himself back away. Broken Blade exhausted, having to retreat now too. GAM find a fight, they find an angle, they find what they needed.
That Misfortune Flowers, that big juicy target on G2. They get him, they get both summoner spells, and they got the Otacon here. GAM, can they push this series another game? This is the beginning. The gold lead here, the Otacon, and this is versus Nunu. So they full send, they push them off of it, get him far enough away. Eris is the one that started out onto Misfortune here. Hansama, he lands the charm, he gets the first little bit of chunk, then Lebrav comes in to peel Hansama, but he peels the other side, and he can't peel everyone. Kiaya there was the other one to flank over, and he finishes off that Misfortune. Meanwhile, buying so much time on the other side, Elio is able to recon ult and buy the space.
GAM got to keep it up, though. They got to keep this pace moving forward. They are slightly ahead in terms of the flower petals, even after claiming Otacon, which meant they were seriously behind earlier if Otacon only evens you out. So, despite the fact that G2 have controlled most of the neutrals, GAM gets the big one in Otacon, and they also have the feats of strength with the boots to kind of even out the count overall. Eris moving top again to deal with Broken Blade on the Ambessa, who is having his roughest game so far of the series. Caps gets stunned as he tries to jump back over the wall. Kiaya on the hunt, looking for the Tristana, but Buster Shot is a great disengage mechanism. Problem is, here's Levi, the captain, gets it done as Eris continues his retreat away from Lebrav and Hansama. The last remaining charge of the Spirit Rush is enough to get him to safety, but now it's G2 again, looking for pressure onto a tier 2 turret. GAM taking the tier 1 over in mid lane at the same time. Skewmon rolls a snowball up to see if maybe he can psych him out a little bit, but GAM is undeterred. Levi and Artemis do a lot of damage to this turret very quickly. This time around, Kobe, this is the difference. If G2 are getting a tier 2 top, GAM is getting a tier 2 mid. They're not allowing G2 to out-macro them like we saw in the first 2 games.
Exactly. They're the ones taking control, being proactive, forcing this play, pushing mid, pushing bot side. They make the rotation over through the jungle to take down Caps, chop down Tristana yet again, and really play to Kiaya. Levi and Kiaya, the dynamic duo of this team. All right, Caps, though, he wants revenge. And Eris His Ari ultimate isn't quite up. A couple of seconds left on it. He's getting chunked so far down.
Oh, I think Skumon might just explode him. Yeah, okay, Caps was there, but he didn't need to be. Skumon, nice job there finding the pick.
Yeah, G2, they make the call. You're going to be over by Dragon, so we'll make the side lane play on the other side of the map to get some gold back. That gold goes into Nunu, though, and that gold just kind of funds the Dead Man's Plate. If that Dead Man's Plate movement speed does result in a future pick, then it is high value. But you really have to be able to get, make use of it to get that snowball gank off and punish one of those side lanes.
And the nice part is for GAM too, in the last tier 2 turret for tier 2 turret trade, remember that the one G2 took was top lane. So it's not like Caps can continue pushing, trying to take the tier 2 up in top, since it was already the spoils from the last trade. So it doesn't end up being a big swing like it otherwise could be. It is still a good kill there to get some more money on G2's side. That Dead Man's up and running like you were talking about. 8 to 6 overall in kills, plus 500, which really is nothing at all at this point in the game for GAM. So really coming down to execution in this one. Both sides pretty even. Skumon getting knocked up into the air. The quickness from Elio. Tries to use the redemption to keep himself healthy enough to survive the explosive charge, and he does. Elio nearly killed. Skumon at half HP.
Yeah, Nunu, if he can find something to chomp, can heal up pretty quickly. I mean, Krugs are very far away, so looks like he's pinging over to his Raptor spawn, but some chunks of health there. And again, it is the spellbook Rakan, so not too big of an investment. They go for the teleport play. Can they make the pincer happen?
Yeah, they're going for the TP now as Caps has to rocket jump away to the very edge of the pipe. Broken Blade wants to go in and he gets into the very back of the pipe, but Hans Sama's already down. Broken Blade having to run away. Kiaya chasing further after the remaining targets. Lebrov trying to get a little bit of extra distance, flashes away from the charm of Eris. Hans is down, and now we'll see what else GAM can get from it. Elio walking into Broken Blade. Caps looking for the opportunity here on Artemis. The feathers are recalled, but they don't find the right target. Lebrov is picked off. GAM with another one. A 5v3 on the map, and Baron is alive.
GAM are cold-blooded. The killer instinct from GAM here. Again, they go for the dive. They go for the flank play. Teleport in. They're able to assassinate the Misfortune. They get one more. They're going for the resets, though. G2 kind of checking over by Baron to make sure they're not trying to snowball out of control by stacking a Baron on top of those kills.
This game is action-packed. Remember, while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops. Just for tuning in here to MSI 2025, all you need to do is log in and be watching on lolesports.com as we check in the replay of how GAM made it happen.
The deep lane teleport ward here, and Kiai is able to jump over, get away from that Mbessa ultimate, and right on to Han Sama in one nice leap strike. Invested the flash to do so. Trade flash with Blob there, so then they don't have the flash for afterwards, and they make the nice follow-up pick. Elio doing some good work on his Rakan.
This is by far the best game of the day from GAM. They are playing the map much better. They are playing as a team much better. They still have the strongest individual gold lead this game for Kiaya in 1,500 over Broken Blade.
And again, they're doing it on comfortable, iconic champions for them. Jax iconic for Kiaya. The Wukong iconic for Levi. And for Eris, his most played is Ari. Artemis and Elio, both of them most played there for the split.
And Hans Sama, the target again as GAM go in, exhaust onto the MF, immediately followed up with the damage from the Xayah, and with Hans out of the picture, new targets remain. Lebrov, Pop Blossom will only mark his own grave. Double kill for Eris, set up by the bottom lane. GAM feeling good about this one. Levi ticks level 15 as GAM head over to the Baron pit. G2, they're recognizing it. They're going to take the consolation prize of the mid lane tier 1 turret. But Mr. Kobe, I will tell you what, I will take that trade every day of the week.
Yes, you certainly will, and you will like it. Broken Blade going to try. Wow, they're actually going to get quite a few towers here.
Now this trade is a little bit more dicey as they take the tier 2s in both mid and bottom. That actually leads to what at the very beginning is a negative 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play for the side of GAM. They've got to make up some of this gold now.
Yeah, and the graphic kind of updating there a little bit afterwards.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say, that sounds extreme.
Plus, remember, they got the kills before they took the Baron, so that's not taken into account with the timing of the start for the power play there. So definitely an advantage for GAM. Plus, obviously, now they get to push with the Baron buff. Try and make some headway on some towers. Looks like... Well, Kiaya actually needs some money for something right now. He wants to farm the Wolf Camp real quick.
Yeah, he's working towards the Hourglass.
Yeah, the Hourglass isn't like the greatest upgrade since he hasn't broken the arm guard, so maybe it's the boots. I like the boot upgrade.
Oh yeah. If you break the arm guard, the Hourglass matters a lot. But otherwise, I'm just like, it's whatever. Okay, Clone from Lebrov doing some scouting again. I do look forward to once Nico is out in Fearless mode because the Clone is so hard to commentate. It's just, it constantly jukes me. It's one of the most difficult abilities in the game. But G2 now trying to defend at the tier 2 here in the bottom lane. The tier 2 has already fallen mid, but the side lanes still standing. GAM, if nothing else, with this Baron, want to remove that standing gold from the side lanes here in the tier 2s. Eris is pushing up in that top side, getting that wave ready to go. Unfortunately for GAM, that top wave has been shoved towards them almost the entire game long, so they have to keep going up there and trying to deal with that. Elio, jump over the wall, grand entrance onto Caps. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot, but it at least procs the bone plating.
Yeah, here we go. And they finally do get their cannon up to the tower. A little bit of damage. As you see, Eris pushing on the top side.
Okay, snowball from Skumon. Not going to find a target there. Nice sidestep from Artemis. Elio scrapping with Broken Blade off to the side. Everybody on GAM knows all they got to do is play this patient. Let Eris push up top side, use the Baron, grab that tier 2. There's only 45 seconds left on this Baron. And so Eris is just going to keep pushing now. Caps and Skumon, though, both heading up here. Eris wants to finish this off, but it may cost his life.
Good ward. The ward sees them on the rotation over.
Nice
Eris
job.
Pays respect.
Sticks around just long enough to allow the Baron-empowered minions to finish the job, secure the turret, and get out without even having to spend his Spirit Rush. Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, there are a lot of bounties on the side of GAM. They need to make sure they're continuing to play this clean, continuing to play this in a coordinated way when it comes to the calls of the assignments and what they're going to trade where, because every kill you give away as part of a trade is worth that much more. There's a 500 gold bounty on Eris, a 500 gold bounty on Artemis, almost 400 on both Kiaya and Levi. That's a lot of extra money if you let G2 pick these up. Skumon, though, what?
Delivery!
The hell was that?
That was a speed delivery.
Okay, not exactly sure what went down there, as GAM now going to use the redemption to heal up. And they've got Kiaya and the bottom lane pushing towards the tier 2 turret as Eris applies the pressure back over in mid. GAM force down the tier 2 in bottom lane, back up to a 4,500 gold lead. They've got themselves 3 Ocean Drakes with 2.5 minutes until the Soulwood spawn. GAM continuing to push these waves forward. It's a 5v4 for the next 15 seconds, and GAM are going in. The dive coming out from Elio into the back line, looking for the kills here, as they've already killed Caps. He's down. Lebrov will go with him. Hans tries to fire back, but there's not a lot you can do when Kiaya's already got a triple kill. GAM, smack him right in the mouth.
When all the pressure is on, GAM stands tall. They get another team fight. They're facing elimination. They get the kills, they teleport back, and they're looking for G2's Nexus.
They are looking for the end. They are looking for game 4. Skumon's back alive. Hans is still standing, but they're the only two. Skumon wanted to channel the ulti, but they won't let him do it. Now the first Nexus turret is already dead. Kiaya finding his way to Hans Sama here in the back. Levi goes on a killing spree. Skumon goes straight into the graveyard. Lebrov's alive, but who cares? That's support Nico, and that's GAM taking us to game 4.
GAM went to comfort picks, and it paid off. They commit to it. So many flanks. They really have to find these engages, and they absolutely destroyed that Misfortune. That Misfortune was a juicy target.
Yeah, Hans constantly targeted every single fight. Kiaya finally getting to shine in the side lane, set up for success from the beginning. And GAM, as a team, as a squad, everything seemed like it finally clicked in that game, and they were able to answer G2 on a macro scale. There weren't any more of these I get a burger, you get a burger and fries type of trades across the map. GAM was ordering the same thing, and they were doing it better. Awesome stuff from them. We're going to game 4. It's not a sweep. Can GAM take us to Silver Scrapes? Lore, analyst, what do you got?
We got a series, that's what we have.
Yes,
GAM
we
is
do.
not gonna go without a fight here. And as the casters say, they come up here with a draft full of comfort actually, which is what they needed here. On the side of G2, a bit of a sus draft, I have to say. I'm happy Scumon got his play, his new, but I don't want to see that again. But let's focus on the winners here. GAM, statement game from them.
Yeah, because the big shift, of course, for me was Ares coming in with his, with the pick that we saw from him. I'm going to save myself
It's
on
all
that
right.
one. No one has to see that one. No one has to
It's
see that
fine.
one. But yes, for me, the Ari pick gave them a little bit of playmaking.
Yeah.
That was a thumbs up for me. But the Jax for the top side is what I love the most.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it was just about getting Kiaya involved.
Yeah.
This is the first time in the series we saw him creating the kind of advantages that I was expecting he would create coming into this series.
Yeah.
Sure, they had an Ari, but let's be honest, mid lane
yeah.
was a canyon for Caps again.
Yes.
And this became a game, it was a tale of two lanes. It's who's going to carry harder, the Jax for GAM or the Tristana for G2. And at the end of the day, they were really able to enable this Jax play really well around him. And I think that was so key because they need Kiaya to be that pressure point on the map.
Absolutely, and they needed to set up the pace in the early game, and they did, honestly, on the back of really poorly set up drives, on the side of G2.
Yes, and so we saw this really early on in the game, and so you ended up seeing the dive come in from Nunu with the cannon minion coming in, of course, from the Nico.
Exactly, the Nico is going for the cannon minion to tank this up. What this allows you to do is it actually uses the siege minion passive and allows you to tank so many tower shots. So Elio, to me, was very smart there. He attacked the Nico, so the Nico would have to flash back, and they couldn't just have this infinite tower tanking. And then here, really playing it well, breaking their ankles in the 2v3. That allowed Levi and Kiaya to put the pressure on top lane because their bot lane held up to those ganks so damn well.
And that was the strat you talked about even coming into this game, and it was nice to be able to see them set up Kiaya for success. Even when we were seeing like Scumon or people sending over members towards topside, it felt like GAM was pretty consistent and clear of sending members to match. So I really love the fact that now, you know, casters asked if we're pushing it to game 5. If we are pushing it to game 5, it has to be this strategy consistently.
Gav's looking ahead at his future here, maybe leading to Silver Scrapes here. A lot of ups and downs as we see here in the gold graph, but GAM had the advantage. I want to take a look at this
that damage is kind of shocking, I'm not gonna lie.
From this Jax, honestly. It's been Jax games. It's been Jax's game, and you know when you play a champion like this, you have to be able to find those picks, you have to be able to find those flanks and those TP and Raz. I feel like Kiaya was shining here.
He really was, and I wanted to point out a play that happened towards the mid lane. So if you run it, for me, it was the concept of, you see G2 that's looking to siege. Right now, this minion towards the, like behind the mid is my focus because TP is there, of course, from Jax, and if we play it through right here, we see the play commence. What I love about GAM and usually what finds success for them is the playmaking ability, of course. And so he comes through, and if the focus for me is the fact that he gets the two members of CC that comes through. Now, if we kind of replay that a little bit, I wanted to focus on the fact that he's able to get 2. But of course, Mbessa dives through to be able to see if they can actually start the fight or working out well. Now you can play it through. That was beat. I loved that focus from Jax to get 2 members. I really broke up the game for them.
I mean, not only did he get the 2 members, he also dodges the Mbessa ultimate, which then ends up actually connecting onto a Wukong clone. He dodges that. He's pulling the Nunu and this Nico back towards him to try to peel. He's putting on so much pressure. To me, it was just a beautifully played team fight because we've seen so many of those kind of TPs go wrong where you TP, everyone sees it, they collapse on you, they insta-kill you, but he had his Counter-Strike up for the damage reduction, for the attack avoidance, gets into that back line. And he was the difference maker, and that is what you need from your big-time player when they're the one with the gold lead. They have got to change the game. It's not enough to just play and go even and be able to wait for your opponents to make mistakes. At this level, you have got to change the game.
And that's something that we haven't seen too much so far from GAM, and that I really, really liked here is the fact that they had an advantage that they did not let go, but also their plays on the map were so clean.
Yeah, and Kiaya is a player that does see those angles. So
Yeah.
regardless of what carry pick he has, if it's a Camille, the Jax, or anything, he will make it work. Another thing too, I hope that we continue to see Ares, because at least for me, Ares is his playmaking ability. Yes, he was behind, but he's always going to be there to support the play that it's either coming in from Levi or Kiaya. You can see the stress coming in for the boys, but they have a long way to go if they want to
G2 getting
stay in five.
massages?
That's a good question.
We had Roman going up against TK in the interview earlier. No massage on this side.
I know. They have food. They have the food on their side. What do you think Caps is thinking about here? Resetting for the next game. What do we want to look at for G2?
I mean, I think it can be tough, honestly. You know, when you're in a game like this as Caps, everything kind of was going right for them. You know, he was in a great spot. He created a big lead. He was moving to the side lanes and attacking. So it can be tough sometimes when it feels like, it kind of sounds funny to say, but when everything goes right for you individually, but the game still goes wrong, it can be hard to figure out exactly what you as an individual need to change. So I feel like for G2, it's going to be more looking at the whole, you know, how could we actually get more success out of these early plays that we're going for? How can we be better coordinated to support Broken Blade like we did in the early couple games? I think they're probably going to go back to attacking Kiaya because the pressure bot lane for Skewmon didn't really work in this one, and I felt like the recipe for success was there in 1 and 2.
And G2 will be back on blue side, the side that got them a lot of success at the beginning of the series so far. Can we hear Silver Scrapes one last time during play-in though? That's what we want to see, and we'll see right after the break if GAM can bring us there.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still I'm not afraid. Scars on my runway. Never been man-made. God-like renegade. Fire in my veins.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Come on.
I was born to be a legend.
Come on.
I will not surrender.
I'm a legend. Come on. a legend.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Levi making his way up here. They know the Mbessa does not have the ulti to try to outplay this. It's going to give him the opportunity. Broken Blade there with a flash away. Kiaya gets his kill. Okay, bro. Otacon stolen away by GAM. Hansama with the flash over the wall, staying alive. Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus a kill over to GAM, but what about Elio? He gets himself back away, and GAM are going in. The dive coming out from Elio into the back line, looking for the kills here, as they've already killed Caps. He's down. LeBron will go with him. Hans tries to fire back, but there's not a lot you can do when Kiaga's already got a triple kill. GAM, smack him right in the mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final series of the play-in stage of MSI 2025. G2 1-2, and then at match point, GAM woke up. They come back in game number 3. They play coherently, cohesively as a unit like we hadn't seen in the first 2 games. They get their first win of the series, and they take us to game 4.
They got some comfort champions, and they had coordination. So much more coordination in that game, really paying off. Now, can they build upon it? Let's see what the draft with Fearless does look like now.
Last game, Broken Blade, almost no effect in that one. GAM did a really good job of making it so Kiaya was finally able to rise to his raid boss form like they hoped for. They made it so he was never really threatened by the Mbessa. And the Nunu pick, the pocket pick Nunu for Skumon, you even pointed out how coming into that game, he had an 8-2 record on it in professional play, but that game, it just didn't work.
8-3 now.
Yeah, 8-3 now. Obviously, everybody was question mark pinging the bottom lane play there towards the end.
He must just not have thought that anyone else was there.
Right, it was a little questionable. It was a lot questionable. But at the end, that was such a better look for GAM. But like you pointed out, there were a lot of champions in there. Levi on the Wukong, iconic pick, right? Top lane, Kiaya on Jax, iconic pick. Mid lane, Eris, Ahri, hey, that's his most played champion. Bottom lane, Artemis, Elio, it's the most played champions. Yeah. That is the most comfort of comfort. Those men were relaxing on comfort like being on a cloud. Now, let's see what they can do in this one. What can they pick and have that same level of success?
Let's indeed, Flowers, jump right into it as we whittle down on these champions pools in Fearless. Eris, of course, gonna stay in. You gotta think he's gonna stay in the entirety of the rest of the match.
Yeah.
Especially because he has played a lot more variety of champions, so more options here for them.
Speaking of options, though, the early options here in the bans, exact same as the previous game for the exact same sides. G2, even though they're back on blue, they're still banning Rumble, Gwen, and Nocturne. Oh, not the exact same, actually. The TF was the first side when Gwen again in the second half. And meanwhile, over on the other side, Azir, Maokai, Draven, still all banned by GAM.
Globals have been very powerful. We've had battles over side lanes, battles and battles, but they go for the carry jungle here for Skumon, the Nefiri. Definitely a competent one for him.
Very powerful.
In response to Nefiri, I mean, there's so many options up and available here for GAM, for Kiaya. Is this going to be one of the games where they have to throw him on the Scion up to the top side of the map?
Looks like they think so.
So they are going to blind really early on. Then you probably want a nice carry jungle here for Levi. Let's see what else is still up.
Ooh,
taken down.
This is very interesting if they go for double solo lanes right at the very start.
That's a carry jungle that everybody's been practicing.
Is Nope, I'm not going to get baited. I'm not going to get baited until they lock.
He did have one game on it this split.
I'm not going to get baited until they lock. Lilia instead for GAM. So you've got a big tanky meatball there for the front line. You've got some powerful AP threat coming out in the jungle for GAM.
And Eris has played Corki and Tristana in mid, but both of those have already been used.
Yeah.
Because the Corki was used in bottom lane. They obviously already had the Caps mid lane Tristana. So some of those AD options get really thin for mid lane once you do get kind of deep into Fearless. The Jace was also picked in top lane. A lot of those things that do kind of cross over, so.
And a lot of the tanky engaged supports, right? Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, already removed by Fearless. Now the Leona locked in by G2 to pick up one of the ones that remains.
Yeah, and they don't even have the option of having like Braum or anything sort of counter engage afterwards either. So they are going to go for the dive. A Nefiri dive and a Kaisa dive here. Ooh. They're going to go right past the Scion.
It's a full Sind comp for G2 here in the first 3 picks. What can GAM use to deal with it? Normally, into a comp like this, you would love to have something like Xayah to survive the dive. Unfortunately, Xayah was played in the last game, not available.
Just continue to build front to back here. Okay, so trying to get some pushing bottom lane. Caitlyn does have a decent amount of pairings still up, because as you said, most of the supports were melee engaged supports that were used. So you're thinking the Caitlyn Karma's got to get banned by G2. Caitlyn Lux, Renata's available, lots of range champions, poke champions to go with that Caitlyn, try and punish that Kaisa early on.
I always do love Renata into hard dive, hard engage. The hostile takeover just feels ideal for those situations. GAM gonna ban out the Aatrox, targeting Broken Blade a little bit up here in that top side as we are Game 4 and Game 5. That's when Fearless really feels like it really starts to matter and you can start hitting those pools pretty hard. Yone banned
that's
out
one
by
of the other
G2.
AD champs still up for mid. Good snipe there. We mentioned a lot of the other ones that have been taken out.
And you gotta be so sharp when you're getting into these later games in Fearless, making sure you're thinking of every single option. Because if you remember 9 out of 10 of them and one still gets through, one is all they need. So removing the Yone, I like it a lot. The Orianna also gonna be banned out here by GAM.
Smolder is another AD mid option that is up. They have Red 5 though for themselves. They have Red 5, full counter pick for Eris. So as soon as we see the poke, I was assuming a Karma was going to get banned, just because the Caitlyn Karma poke is so annoying. That lane is brutal. Expecting the support pick to come in here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Partner.
You would have to think it's support here, right? Since you've already seen both picks for the enemy bot lane.
Are they going to go for it? So many options still available.
A little bit of time left to think.
Oh, they're not going to reveal it just quite yet.
Wow.
Could technically be a Galio for support too, so flex here, flex Galio on 4.
Of course, support Galio does lose some of the efficacy with the ult since you're positioned on one far end of the map early on, harder to affect skirmishes, fights in the top side early on with the ulties.
I like this though, does make Caps think.
Okay.
Here. Cho'Gath tank answer on the top side. Okay, oh, the Twisted Fate finally does come through. Left open so much at the beginning, it finally does come through. So they're putting the faith into Hansama and Skumon to carry this one. Nefiri and Kaisa, very big champs for them for the carry. Very comfortable, and the Silas does come in. Answer here for Eris. This is good into the Twisted Fate. You know, you can steal the ultimate, you can try and answer that global presence in these constant fights that have been over the side lanes. It's such a big tool to have.
Silas really good for following those plays. I personally always love to see him picked into this Twisted Fate just for that reason. TF's whole thing is, yeah, the kit by itself is pretty simplistic, isn't going to have any wow factor outside the ulti because so much of the power budget is in those big ult plays, and then Silas just yoinks it.
Yeah. And they have the advantage here too with Galio ultimate, with Scion ultimate, really long range. Even though it's not a global, you can make a lot of quicker rotations than the Cho'Gath can.
And even though when you look at GAM's comp, they don't have like a snap big engage button, right? Like Sion is very telegraphed, Galio needs somebody else in there first. Sylas can steal away the Leona ulti as well, just use it as an orbital laser with that AP ratio and start fights off like that. So let's go back to my tried and true question. How are we feeling about the drafts?
I mean, I do feel pretty good about the G2 side, but GAM are hyped up after that win. You can see the smiles on their faces, rejuvenated after taking that win in the previous game. And they do have a lot of map mobility available to them here to answer. Kia definitely good on the Sion.
Okay, let's see what we got. Both supports running the Aftershock this time around. Summoner Spellbook for Caps in the mid lane on the Twisted Fate. Both top laners, of course, going for the grass stacks. This is a meatball battle. They're both just going to be clearing the waves, hitting each other whenever they get the opportunity. Jungle Nefiri versus Lilia. Both of these junglers having a lot of damage to bring to the table, particularly if they get ahead. It can be such a problem for the other.
Definitely can. Nefiri looking here towards Raptors. Lilia the Raptor Annihilator, but Nefiri pretty good for invades as well. Oh, and they find one.
Not a good start here for Eris. Has to try to get away from this, flashing out before there's the opportunity for cooldowns to maybe come back for G2 and take him out. Caps will see the recall there. Not going to step up and try to interrupt it. Eris goes all the way back to base. He is going to be a little bit late to mid lane.
Man, that mid lane is so gankable. Sylas already has to trade health a lot for early waves. No flash available for the Sylas. Caps here, full priority, and the minion dies out of experience range for Eris.
All right, so a little bit behind on that one. So G2 is going to get some value there. The early games so far for GAM, you can see kill death at 14, 1.38 gold difference. They have been up and slightly ahead in terms of Drake. So the earlies have been all right, but I think that's pretty accurate compared to what we've seen because GAM have been competitive in the early stages of the games. It's just been in those first two. It's the later stages. It's the macro movements where G2 was ahead. Now Hans Sama having a flash over the wall. Nice moves there from Elio, using the taunt to force the early summoner out of Hans.
Yeah, and using the extra move speed here, proccing his heal to push him up against the wall, get that flash down really early on.
Now they'll crash the wave into the turret. As we can see, both junglers moving towards this bottom side of the map. This could turn pretty volatile pretty fast. We've seen both of these bottom lanes willing to try to make those level 3 dives throughout the series so far. Artemis and Elio just continuing to put the pain on Lebrov and Hans Sama. This is why you draft the Caitlyn. You need lane dominance.
Look at this, though. Skipping some camps to go for a gank. Skumon down there on Nefiri, getting into the action early.
Skumon's going to make his way down here, but Lebrov is eating a ton of damage first. It's first blood over to Artemis. GAM outplay in the 2v3.
Yeah, they just lock up Lebrov there. They get the taunt. They get the trap chain right there. Artemis locks him up.
Beautiful from GAM. They don't panic. They remain calm. They know they can burst down the Leona, even though he is pretty tanky, and they walk away with the extra money for it. Nicely done from the GAM duo.
Just fight your way out. Oh, the pressure. This is so good for the comp, too. This Caitlyn gonna be pressuring and pushing so much early on. Look at that. Full combo. Got the E. Actually, he didn't even have to do the trap. It was just the E plus the headshot.
I love the guy in front. That is a real life, not like this. Now Eris has Elio and Levi right behind him here as he's looking to get this wave shoved up. A little bit of a bowling ball there from Levi, but Caps still not feeling enough pressure to break the freeze that he has here on the wave. He'll allow this one to stack up, try to keep this in a good position, exactly for what you were talking about earlier. You want to make this scary for Eris. He doesn't have a flash. Make him afraid to be in the lane as Elio now getting jumped on. Lebrov and Skumon trying to make something happen. Skumon is investing a lot of time into trying to influence this bottom lane, but Kobe, it's just not working.
Yeah, and there he gets a value trap. Taunt pulling him right onto it. He ganks again. Not only does he get pushed off, gets chunked, and it buys time for your jungler. When you're showing so much on the other side of the map, and GAM's bottom lane is dealing with it, 2v3 and coming out with advantage. Levi just gets to eat up really good here.
And there we go. Once again, Lebrov is going to be your target with a taunt from Elio, pulling him back in. Traps will not lock the Leona down for an additional amount of time. Hans not dealing as much damage in these scraps as he would like to, but he is maintaining farm despite the fact that they fell behind early off of the Skumon gank that got turned around. Checking back up into the top side here. Also even farm between these two. Broken Blade again having his biggest troubles last game so far in the series. Levi, though, in some danger now. Skumon going for the invade here, finding both Dark and Daggers onto the Lilia. Levi forced all the way out. Kiaya versus Broken Blade. Kiaya's only level 5, Broken Blade level 6. Wanted to see if he could get the feast before the Scion hit the ulti, but he does not want to overforce that because if Kiaya hits level 6 underneath the turret, you go for the point-blank ulti, you stun the Cho'Gath, you turn it around and get the kill instead yourself.
Yeah, and so necessary there for Skumon. He wants to use his purchase advantage, even though Levi was able to use that time that he was showing bottom to go counter jungle and increase his camp clear. Skumon, having the purchase, goes for the chase. Chases Levi down to push him off so that he can't just easily go into the Krugs, so he doesn't fall super duper far behind. And he's able to steal away those Krugs and return to his side.
And one thing I want to point out, what we've seen so many times so far throughout this series, early advantage for Caps in terms of his presence in the lane, his ability to farm. He's up 2 waves. Kiaya going in after Broken Blade. Needs a little bit more damage. Finds a grass proc. Broken Blade goes for the rupture. Kiaya's got the sidestep. He hits him with a little bit more damage, but a nice silence to interrupt the decimate. Broken Blade's going to eat the apples. It heals him up enough. Now Lebrov with rotation over. Kiaya cannot get the kill. And G2 even up the kill score, but a TP is coming in. What is GAM planning to do? That wasn't a TP, that was a Lilia Swirl Seed. They look the same with that skin.
Yep, right up the river. That was the Constellation Swirl Seed. High from the team.
They look the same, I swear.
And, yeah, for sure. And Broken Blade, even though he got so low, goes down, finds the Honeyfruit, buys enough time. The Twisted Fate ultimate is there to save him. The team is there to save him from Kiaya, who had also run out of mana. Kiaya really focused, tunnel visioned on getting his kill on Broken Blade, but it turns around and goes back to favor of G2. Of course, they are able to get their consolation prize. They get their dragon on the other side of the map, but G2 just going to be happy to play up on top side. You know, top quadrant is available for them. Skumon, take away that red buff. Lebrov, rotate on over.
Yeah, they're getting Lebrov and Hans out of that abusive Caitlyn duo matchup down there in the bottom lane. Now it's up to Broken Blade to try to deal with that. Rupture, though, is not going to connect onto Artemis. More traps being placed down. Not quite enough damage to kill off the Cho'Gath, but Broken Blade is down to 400 HP, and now he's got to go all the way back home. The Cho'Gath not having a fun time dealing with these two either. This is the power of the Caitlyn Galio. It makes your opponents have to adapt and adjust to deal with the fact that there's so much pressure in this bottom lane. Now all these minions getting eaten by the turret, all of this extra money going over in terms of plate value to Artemis feels good for GAM to make up some of that gold difference that I was already talking about back in mid. Caps is naturally building for himself. He's farming better than Eris. He's also got the passive TF gold generation. He's going to be accelerated this game, but Artemis is even more so.
You can say that again.
Artemis is even more so.
Meanwhile, it is going to be the rotation up to those Grubs. They do get them with their swap. Artemis here. Can he do it on the Caitlyn? Of course, so good at keeping up the pressure. Has the BF sword now, working towards that Yuntal. The Twisted Fate, though, very, very painful to deal with. That's why Artemis has the cleanse, has had both summoners available to him. They have dealt with the pressure that has come their way from jungle.
Ooh, Caps gonna find himself in a compromised position here. There's your lilting lullaby. Caps is put to sleep. Eris jumps in to join the fight. Ace in the hole to guarantee it, and Artemis gets a paycheck. GAM find the enemy mid laner at precisely the right time.
You said it last game, Flowers. Go to the source of the global. They attack the Twisted Fate. They get the kill, and they hand it over to Artemis. Meanwhile, it's just going to stop at those Raptors, but they take away the Raptors, and they can get the free push on mid.
Nicely done there from GAM, guaranteeing that they can attack that TF before he can attack somewhere else. Going to slow Caps down a little bit. Artemis now up to an individual gold lead of over 1,000. He's going to be so far accelerated. And like you already mentioned, the first item is Yuntal Wild Arrows. This is a stacking item. The faster you get it, the faster you stack it, the more powerful you are more quickly. And when you're this far ahead, congratulations, sir. You're now the win condition. We need you as far ahead as possible.
And now, since Kiaya was already pushing in on the top side, they go for the early recalls here. Switching it up. Swap the Caitlyn on over to the top side. Kiaya's going to stick around. Whenever you have the sign with the ultimate, have the options for the extra play. The swap answer is going to come in as Broken Blade walks back up there. And they've got the Galio rotating too.
All right, Elio's ready. Broken Blade is pretty tanky here on the Cho'Gath, though, at least in terms of health. Resistances might not look that impressive. Now gonna get taunted up. They wanted to see if that taunt might have been able to bring him closer to the trap. A little bit more damage will get it done. Ace in the hole, that's the goal. As there's Broken Blade, though, getting the kill back on Kiaya to make it a 1-for-1 when the dust finally settles. GAM, they force the kill onto the tanky Cho'Gath. They get the ult out of the Twisted Fate at the same time. Kiaya was already dead by the time Cats got there, so the Twisted Fate ult ultimately just ends up being a waste.
Yeah, he does clean up with the minion waves up here, and he is going to go for the stop.
Oh, that's a huge taunt from Elio. If they can get a little bit more, the winds of war are blowing, and Caps is blown away. GAM picking up another one as the Swirl Seed flies in, but it won't find the mark on Lebrov. Levi has made his way up, and they're going to continue forcing this further forward. GAM is playing around Artemis just beautifully.
Yeah, Caps thought Artemis was gone. He thought that Caitlyn was out of there, but in the brush, they spring the trap, they get the kill. Plus, on the bottom side of the map, they're still able to rotate over to deal with the wave that Hansama had pushed up. Once again, it was GAM that were getting the early shove on these side turrets. GAM here being the one setting the pace.
Really, really impressive stuff from GAM here early. I am loving Elio's play on this Galio as well. So many good taunts, so many good justice punches. Kiaya versus Broken Blade. The meatball war once again raging as they both try to stack as many grasp procs as humanly possible. Broken Blade winning out in the trade for now. Kiaya, the problem with using these decimates against Cho'Gath, two of the Cho'Gath abilities interrupt the channel, so you've got to be ready to spring it early if the Rupture's about to hit you, or if you think he's about to get the cooldown off on the Scream. Flash for the eat. Broken Blade gets the solo kill. Kiaya cannot be disrespecting him like that.
Yeah, bottom side tower, though, in the meantime, taking a beating, and Levi comes over just to make sure that they can push this one down. Make sure, even if Skumon goes for the gank, that they will have the numbers to answer. Next wave is coming, but already rotate over towards the Dragon. Broken Blade, though, jeez. That Cho'Gath is hulking out this game, getting another kill onto Kiaya, being able to push the wave in. He forces the teleport out from Kiaya too, so now teleport advantage from G2.
Look at the damage Artemis puts out. Hansama already down to half HP after Artemis tags him here with a headshot. Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes Lebrov. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken Blade. He's in the middle of 4. Cho'Gath, he might be hungry, but he ain't eating today. GAM, just slam him.
That teleport advantage turned into another delivery. Flowers. The GAM play was too quick. The GAM play was too quick. And it is all thanks to Eris. He steals the Twisted Fate ult. He rotates down. They push on. They get the kill. They get the tower. They get the Dragon.
And now Elio and Eris, they're looking at Caps. Yes, there's the gold card onto Elio, but it doesn't matter. Elio will just buffer through it there with a Justice Punch. Let's take another look at how this happened bottom.
Yeah, the siege pressure just really finding it, and Levi is able to tag them, gets the double sleep. You see on the minimap the rotation down from Silas. Eris steals the ulti, is able to get the extra kills, plus they finish off the tower. By the time this teleport completes, it's just Cho'Gath food.
Broken Blade's maybe thinking he can get in there. Maybe you get a feast burst kill on the Artemis. It looked like, according to the UI, there wasn't even a cooldown for it, though. He just gets chain CC'd, beat down, and you could hear the excitement in the GAM squad as they find that pop-off. They're now up 2 Drakes, 3,000 gold, 4 kills. This is an amazing start for GAM. 14 minutes in as turret plates have just fallen.
When the pressure got on in GAM in the last game, in the the elimination game, something really switched. They're the ones now pushing the tempo, pushing the plays, forcing G2 to react to them. And the slow reaction just turned into extra lead for GAM. It also resulted in, of course, Kiai, after he got solo killed, he was back out on the top side. He did a lot of extra damage to that top side turret. That thing has been softened up. So not only did they get the bottom side one, but the top side one barely standing there. And Kiai stacking up, still has a CS lead.
So I will say, for G2, yes, it's good to shut down Kiai to prevent him from becoming a monster. It's not good when the only kills you have this game are on that Scion. No one else on GAM has fallen yet.
Yeah, this game for GAM is going so well. The bottom lane, really, really big stars. With how they were able to deal with the 2v3, coming out with advantages multiple times.
Once again, I feel like every time we see Hans on the same screen as Artemis, Hans has no more than half a health bar for any amount of time. The range on the Caitlyn's so oppressive, and he's approaching that second item power spike as well as the Rift Herald is spawned.
And Artemis was one of the two big stars that they wanted to pick up and add to this GAM team with this year. Okay.
Let's see how it works here.
Off here is pretty close.
Neither one of the top laners has a teleport to join this fight. GAM with total control over the top side river. GAM with a 3,000 gold lead as a team, about 2,500 of that on Artemis specifically. And if the Caitlyn's there, G2 shouldn't care. Just walk away, let them have it. Sorry for getting in your way, my bad. And you just let it go. Now GAM have yet another resource to use to build this gold lead, and they will use that resource immediately. Dark and Dagger hits Artemis, but just one dagger isn't going to be a massive threat. Herald's about to charge, and there we go. Tier 1 turret down in the mid lane. That's 2 turrets for GAM now.
Priority continues for them. Broken Blade actually walking up the river. What is the play from G2 right now? Actually, it's already called out though. You see those back pings? Yeah. Kiai pinging. Broken Blade can roam right now. Careful, Artemis. Don't step up. Don't put that gold bounty on your head at risk.
Yeah, that's a massive bounty, almost 600, and we're only 16 minutes into the game. Infinity Edge just purchased for Artemis, but just as important, Kobe, Mikhail's Crucible, first item here for Elio. Azael talks about this item a lot. I completely agree with him. I think it's one of the best items you can purchase on support, especially when you have one person on the team who's so fed.
Especially when you're playing against Twisted Fate, buddy.
Yeah!
you better be getting me a Mikhail's. Mikhail's plus
Leona.
Yeah, Mikhail's plus the cleanse, so you can deal with Twisted Fate, deal with the Leona. Getting more and more answers here, but the dive.
Okay, Eris getting dove, tries to use the ulti to defend himself. Immediately, Elio comes crashing in. He wants to find a taunt, but he doesn't find anybody. Now Kiai has shown up. G2, they still got a 5v2. The turret is about to fall. Kiai in danger as Elio tries to get away. Kiai is fully running. GAM caught off guard. They'll lose 2 plus a turret, and G2 aren't done yet. Kiai trying to stop the back on Caps. This is a big punch back coming out of G2. Now GAM are going to at least get the tier 2 in the mid lane as a trade, but the problem is Broken Blade's taking the same thing up there in top. This was a massive play for G2. That tier 2 turret still standing. They're not going to be able to force that down just yet on the G2 side.
Yeah, classic G2 play, overloading the side outer turret. Caps on down here, does see that Bambi has taken the Krugs already and has left the area. Yep. Dragon spawning fairly soon here, but that was a nice bit of gold here back for G2 before the Dragon. They go and they spend that gold after their kills, after their tower that they've gotten. GAM spent some resources in kind of half-heartedly defending that.
Yeah.
They used the Galio ult as well as the teleport from Kiai, while not committing Artemis himself, of course, and Artemis pushed down mid lane.
And the Mikhail's Crucible was also used by Elio. That cooldown still has about half remaining on it. GAM going after their 3rd Drake of the game. This would bring them to Soul Point. They lost about 1,000 of their 3,000 gold lead, but look at the Caitlyn traps beautifully placed on the ramp. If Skumon wants to go in to try to contest this, it is a one-way trip there for the dog. He decides discretion is the better part of valor today. That is 3 Drakes for GAM.
They're going for the Silas right now. Artemis, Eris, Wise teleport out.
Yeah.
They were going for a little trap play on the split pusher. Good teleport there from Eris to escape the rotation.
All right, so let's check in. Where are the gold leads then for each team? We know it's all Artemis on the side of GAM. Also, solid leads for Levi and Elio both. But over on the other side, Broken Blade still has a modest lead over Kiaya in the meatball battle. And mid lane, Caps, as we expected, he has higher farm. He has the natural gold generation of the Twisted Fate passive, so he's pretty strong now as well. His Rod of Ages is 2 stacks away from being completed for the extra level that's going to earn him. He also has the Lich Bane already done. If you're G2, you're looking for Caps to find a play to facilitate coming back into this game.
Yeah, and G2 also, they're really looking for Hans Sama to get any sort of money they can on him. Because the Kai'Sa was put behind in this game, really trying to, they need some more money on that Kai'Sa to actually have the threat to go into the back line.
I like watching people play around these silly Otacon walls. Kiaya gets 1 knock up there with a Decimate. Broken Blade trades back with a knock up of his own. Elio's going to make his way up here. It might be big battle time here around the Otacon pit. Caps has his ulti ready to join if he needs to. His Summoner Spellbook has switched over to Exhaust on the Twisted Fate. Eris does not have his own teleport ready, but you will see him likely try to steal Caps's if he sees that Twisted Fate on the screen. Broken Blade going to continue to maintain priority here in these side lanes with his lead on this Cho'Gath. Kiaya will be able to immediately respond, but it does mean that Broken Blade always has first move for joining any of these other fights. Or just stopping Kiaya from backing. Yeah.
Hello. Beefcake versus Beefcake up here. Again, sometimes though, the early move that you're talking about here, Sion with the ultimate, Kiaya here can look for a lot of these angles to try and punish a pushing Kai'Sa. Like anytime kind of like this, if they have people in position, trying to punish that Kai'Sa, if you are extended in mid lane, knowing that they don't have their outer tower for defense, that's where GAM can try and utilize their Sion ultimate, their Galio ultimate here, to really open up space for the Lilia follow-up.
Honestly, this past sequence, not too bad for G2. What was once a 3,000 gold lead and change is now just about 1,500, so it's been cut down by half. Nicely done from them, not allowing GAM to build their own lead up even further. GAM with control over the Otacon pit, though, as G2 make their approach. Broken Blade and Lebrov going to lead the charge on this one as Kiaya goes back to base.
Look at there's deep teleport wards here for him as well. Lots of deep wards for GAM, littering the area that leads up to Otacon.
Okay, taunt channeled from Elio. Not going to find anything with that one. Also important to note that Kiaya did just go back to purchase the Unending Despair. Second item fully completed now on the Scion. In these extended fights, can get a ton of value out of the healing on that one. Elio stepping forward, threatening a taunt, but he gets stunned up. Followed up by the Leona ulti, but where's the rest of it? Eris stealing the Leona ulti now as Lebrov is down to half HP. Broken Blade taking a lot of damage from Artemis back over the wall. The Silas Leona ult doesn't hit any targets. They force the flashback out of Hans. GAM have control over the river, but Elio has to McHale's himself to get away. Otherwise, he's vulnerable to the feast of Broken Blade. Damaged health bars on Elio and Levi, but also on Broken Blade and the bottom lane of G2. However, that means GAM is forced out of the topside river. G2 is going to move back up there, clear out some of the vision, and look to control Otacon.
Yeah, Levi went for the flash play, and they got everything out of Hansama. The cleanse down, the flash down for the Kai'Sa. One of the big carries there for the G2 lineup that GAM want to target. This Soul, though, Flowers, the Soul is only 50 seconds away, so these flashes that are blown already will not be available if they want to rotate down to the Soul fight. And you do want to get there pretty early so you can set up your Caitlyn traps. There are pretty big advantages to arriving very early to this objective. Looks like G2, though, they've already got Lebrov heading over to set up their vision. Trying to deal with that mid wave. You have to be so careful, though. All these AD carries on mid waves, it's usually the death trap for them, where they do get caught sometimes when they don't have summoner spells. But Hans does back off. He does pay respect.
Eris stealing away the Cho'Gath feast for big burst potential here on the Silas. Now, let's see how this fight shakes out with all the resources that are now back up after the last scrap. You can see Levi has 5 seconds left on the Lilting Lullaby. GAM do not want to fight without the Lilia ulti. It's a massive tool to not have available. Caps with a little bit of poke there onto Eris, but Artemis responding with some of his own there through Ace in the Hole. Levi starting up the Drake. Kiaya here in the front line. Traps being placed down at the entryway to the Dragon Pit itself. Artemis needs to be so mindful of his positioning. He is the key for both teams in this. If G2 can pick off the Caitlyn, that's their green light. If GAM can protect him, they can steamroll a fight. The Crab is going to be the first part of the fight. Eris moves in, scaring G2 back. Crab going to be claimed by G2, but now the fight starts off. A lot of damage on LeBron as he tries to flash away, but a big multi-man sleep coming up from Levi. Kiai is in a little bit of danger, but G2 are already losing multiple members. Broken Blade tries to get away. The Swirl Seed tags him, but it doesn't matter. The Mountain Drake, the Mountain Soul, Broken Blade, all claimed by GAM.
And everything is still up on the map. You can get Baron, you can get Otacon Flowers, everything for GAM. They are going to reap the rewards of that team fight. That is huge. GAM pushing us towards a reverse sweep, Flowers, when all of Vietnam is watching. GAM stand tall.
The MasterCard priceless moment here as the Soul is claimed by GAM. Let's see it again.
So the Swirl Sweep, it hits Lebrov and Skumon, and they put him to sleep. Skumon going to sleep while Kiaya tries to play on the front line, pops up Broken Blade. They just burst down Lebrov while the rest of G2 were forced up on the opposite side. Really good focus there from GAM, taking down that front line, and from there, there's no escape. Broken Blade also going to fall. Front line destroyed. GAM get their soul, and what did they get in the aftermath? So much was left up on that map.
Well,
there you go, Otacon first.
Yeah, the Baron is still alive. Otacon is the easier objective to take, but remember, this thing can still shred your resistances if you're not paying proper respect to the enemy team showing up. GAM still putting the DPS into it. Broken Blade over the wall. Doesn't look like he's going to go for any kind of a steal. Kiaya and Eris both backing away now. Dragon Soul, Mountain style, plus Otacon over to GAM. Baron still alive on the map, still a 3,500 gold lead for GAM. Broken Blade knock up on Kiaya, but that's not worth a whole lot. Mid lane tier 1, G2 gonna force that one down. Caps providing the damage. Kiaya goes in for the initiation, doesn't find what he's looking for, but he does zone Caps away. Hansama looking for Artemis, who flashes back to try to get to safety. Artemis still bleeding to the Dark and Daggers. G2 wanted to make something happen there, but they don't quite find it. Now Lebrov and Skumon taking a ton of damage as Kiaya continues chasing after Broken Blade. Eris zoning Caps out of the fight, so TF cannot join. Broken Blade's knocked up into the air, and Artemis is locked and loaded. GAM find another one with the front line of G2 hurting now. Broken Blade down, Lebrov critically injured. GAM once again have control.
Yeah, they chased them off. Neither of the carries there could do any damage. The Kaisa was out on the outside too. They're gonna chase him down. Twist of Fate, ulti stolen.
Okay, Eris jumps in, but he had already used Abscond Abduct right before using the ulti, so he didn't have any CC immediately available. Doesn't get a lot of value out of that stolen ulti, but GAM will at least steal away the red buff, the team-wide red buff from their opponents, and now they'll head on back.
GAM front to back is just too strong. Artemis is just too far ahead. This Caitlyn so powerful with the 3-item power spike. The Lord Doms really meaning they can just destroy your front line and walk forward towards you. Kaisa can't really get angles in there, show short range. No real opportunities there, too far behind. This game has been so much about that bottom lane, and he has yet to die. Artemis really showing up for GAM.
100% kill participation on the Caitlyn, 90% kill participation on the support Galio from Elio as well. Both of these two having a phenomenal game so far, but a good game isn't a complete game. GAM still has to keep playing this clean. That gold lead hasn't really ever gone past this point very much. G2 have managed to keep the game close, so we're still looking for that moment from GAM that really breaks things open. The Elder is spawning in 2.5 minutes. Baron is still alive on the map, and the important thing to also note is those little golden barriers alongside the edge of all the objectives. If G2 does win a fight, if they find Artemis, that one time, one play can flip the game on its head.
Take some gold back, try and make use of the bounty system is their hope, for sure. But the power of this Mountain Soul as well, just, yeah, man, it is insane for the front line here. Double Mountain Dragons as well as the Soul on top, plus the advantage of having the super long range Caitlyn here, being so far ahead, is just a recipe here for GAM. Setting up standard objective, go front to back, Wait a second. They're actually looking at the mid lane here. Cho'Gath is in the brush on the side there.
Oh,
but...
Skumon steps up straight into a taunt! Elio, the Galio, absolutely on point all game long. That dog just got old Yellard, and it's time for GAM to head to the Baron.
The vision control here for GAM does force the check from G2, and you're thinking, oh, he's gonna be able to press W, go untargetable. But Elio doesn't even let him. Springs the trap so quickly. They get Skumon, they get the Baron. Cap's trying to split push back there.
Yeah, you're going to see Broken Blade and Caps. They use the Twisted Fate ulti to join up with Broken Blade, who already had the wave of the tier 2. So G2 is going to get that objective bounty down there in the bottom lane to at least get some kind of a consolation prize. But the Baron now on the side of GAM with 45 seconds until the Elder spawns.
I want to see the vision of that replay. Elio doing a good job up on the corner there of the wall to see what it looked like for G2's perspective, because now GAM, with the Baron, with the Mountain Soul, with the Otacon already taken, everything in their arsenal poised to push us to Silver Scrapes, push us to a Game 5 in our last series of play-ins.
Oh, Hansama with the flash away. If he didn't hit that, he was immediately dead to the follow-up taunt from Elio. And now everybody from G2 trying to flash out and stay alive. But the timer, Kobe, it couldn't be worse for G2. The Elder is spawning. Both of their carries just spent their flashes. The health bars are injured. And GAM has total control over the Drake Pit with Labrov running towards the enemy base. Kiaya will hunt him down as GAM already starts up the Elder. Keep your eyes on Skumon. A full send Elder Steal could be the only chance G2 really has here. They're going to place the ward over the wall, but it's blocked by the control ward. Now GAM, they're going to pull off. They'll go after Labrov instead. They know if they kill him off and they have a 5v4, it'll be so much easier to take the Elder fight guaranteed. Decimate with the stun. Justice Punch gets it done. Artemis goes godlike. And GAM now have their man advantage for the next 30 seconds. G2 still scrambling to get into a position here, but there's still no flashes on Hans and Caps. They've managed to heal up, but that's not enough. Broken Blade with a rupture over the wall, just trying to look around, see what's happening. Eris and Kiaya approaching from the side. Kiaya's got so much of a shield, nobody can even break it. Eris stealing away the killer instinct. Now it's 2 dead on G2. The Elder down to 30% HP, and GAM should be able to secure this here. Caps going in for the hero moment, but it ain't gonna happen. Instead, he just teleports to the other side of the rift. GAM with a 6,000 gold lead, with a Mountain Soul, with Otacon, with the Elder, with a man advantage for 25 seconds, marching towards the G2 base.
They're coming for that base. They're going to destroy this tower ever so quickly. G2 have to pray right now with the Elder Dragon and everything at their back. Scammer going for it.
There's still 10 seconds on Broken Blade as GAM goes straight in. Hansama's already going to be under pressure. Eris continues the dive. G2 continue to retreat. They can pray if they want, but God's not listening. GAM force down the Nexus turrets. They make their way to the Nexus, and after starting at a 0-2 deficit, GAM will take us to Game 5 and Silver Scrapes.
Look at those smiles on the GAM players. This team, they really are like a family. They are so close. They have so much pressure with all the fan base of Vietnam behind them, watching, and they're doing them proud, pushing us to a game number 5.
This is now, out of the 5 series that we have got in play-in stage of MSI 2025, 3 of those have gone the full distance. It's only been 3 days here at this event, Kobe, and I am already loving this new MSI format. GAM is taking us to Silver Scrapes. Somebody send a medic to check on Lore. Analyst, are you all right?
Raz and I are great. We're chilling.
Yeah, we're vibing.
We're enjoying the games.
Having a great time.
Seeing the sights, taking it all in.
Speech. This has been amazing. 3 days, 3 best of 5s, 3 game 5s. How are you feeling, Lore?
I'm feeling great. We're getting a Game 5. We're getting a Game 5, and honestly, that's all I care about. Guys, can we please talk about the god of the hunt himself, Artemis, this game. What a legend!
Has been on fire. Like, this was coming from, honestly, the Corki game was incredible. Him and Elio have had an amazing laning phase so far.
They really have. I do think throughout the series, they have significantly outperformed Hansama and Lebrov. They have been such a difference maker. Elio has been so confident in a lot of these plays. Not only are they outplaying in that 2v3, I love the trap that they actually set for Caps, where he shows up and he just insta-flashes on him out of the brush, you know, getting picks there. They were looking for dives. They were pushing their advantage. They're moving the Caitlyn around the map, taking towers, taking plates, getting kills. This is just such confident stuff from this bot lane that I think was not expected to really accomplish that much.
Even at the beginning of the reel, when you saw Lebrov try and get the engage off because Qmon was coming and he gets killed off that, there was a reason why Qmon was coming. Because the heal taunt level 2 to be able to burn.
Force the flash.
Exactly, got flash off of Hansama, and on top of that, he was already half HP. They are just getting burnt in lane.
Caps, I feel you. The European fans, if they're still up watching this, we all feel you. But God, it feels good to be a League of Legends fan right now, because think about it. 2 hours ago, GAM led 2-0 against G2. It takes so much to come back in series like this.
It really is. And this has to be my favorite play-ins at MSI, because I would never have expected this, especially just thinking about a reverse sweep. We saw the Nunu game, and I was like, yeah, like, call it. Because it felt like GAM was out of it. But the vibe, they've kept the vibe alive.
Absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that, with you, if you're looking at pre-tournament expectations, G2 was supposed to be slamming GAM, slamming Furia. Both of those series have gone 5 games. G2 did win the first one. We don't know. They could still win this one, and everything could kind of go to chalk as far as the standings are concerned. But they definitely have not gone to chalk as far as how the games have played out. G2 has been pushed to the limit by both of these squads.
And the way that it is being done, I would have never believed. If you would have told me GAM beats G2, it's like, okay, they dragged them into the mud. It was a really messy team fight win, something to that nature. They're beating them in 2 lanes, top lane and bot lane fairly consistently. Yes, they are the better team fighting team, but even when you watch that Elder fight, it felt like they had it all under control, even baiting the Cho'Gath in, recognizing he wanted to go for a feast or something. No, they baited him in, took the fight. They're playing smart.
What matters in moments like this when you're getting into Game 5, we see the teams backstage getting ready. Is it about preparation? I doubt it. Drafts, we're in Fearless Draft. So what do you want to bring to the table? What is it going to come down to here in this last game and Game 5 between these two teams?
I mean, if we're just talking about it, like, just first of all, just take a look at the graph. I mean, this kind of hits
Oh my God.
40K!
to 10,000.
That is a beefy Caitlyn.
40K! And anytime there is any CC being set up, like, the Caitlyn combos are crisp from Artemis. So if I'm taking a look at what, for GAM, what needs to be done.
You're the GAM enjoyer, which is funny because you predicted G2 3-0.
This is, I guess, a flip-flop, guys. You caught me on the flip-flop. How do you? I wanted to sift over it.
It was actually 3-0, then 3-1, then 3-0.
All right.
God, the confidence was getting strong.
You're a League of Legends enjoyer. We'll leave it there.
I was feeling myself. Now I'm the GAM representative abroad. Let's start with it. First to me, I have 3 points. I'm just going to make it very clear. Play to your sides, Kiaya and Artemis. They have been very strong. I feel like the mid lane gap has been there from the G2 side. I'll go to the next one, which is strong, engaged tank. If you're team fighting, they are team fighting better. And I think it makes it so much clearer to play front to back, and I think it's been successful even with Sion's playing from behind. He was very crucial. Keep the vibe alive, keep the confidence. Right now, if you believe in momentum, if you believe in that, you're talking about them singing like Backstreet Boys or something.
Yeah, I mean, they were vibing straight off the bat, honestly, and it shows now.
They absolutely have the vibe.
What do you have for
G2, I've got my 3 win conditions right here.
All right.
They are pretty simple. It is that man on the screen. Caps, Caps, Caps. He has been the one, I think, that has been playing the best today on the squad. I want you to give him whatever he wants.
All right.
Let the man play Vayne mid. Let the man blind pick Yone. I don't care. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Feed him your resources. Play towards him. It's got to be Caps.
All right. We'll talk more about this on the other side of the break. It is Silver Scrapes one last time, one more time here at MSI 2025 playing. Turn up Silver Scrapes. We'll see you right after this.
stolen twisted fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes LeBron. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken Blade. He's in the middle of 4. Shogun, he might be hungry, but he ain't eating today. Woo! Kiai is in a little bit of danger, but G2 are already losing multiple members. Broken Blade tries to get away. The Swirl Seed tags him, but it doesn't matter. The Mountain Drake, the Mountain Soul. Han Sama's already going to be under pressure. Eris continues the dive. G2 continue to retreat. They can pray if they want, but God's not listening.
Vancouver, are you not entertained? Here it is Game 5 once again at MSI Play-In 2025. And guys, think about this. 2 hours ago, it looked like the most one-sided series I've ever seen. G2 was dominated. It was finally the G2 that we were promised. And we're here. Game 5. GAM, 1 game away from giving us GAM time once again and reaching the main event.
And I was all aboard the train for G2. I was a believer that they had kind of fixed a lot of their problems that we saw in the previous days, but you can see right in front of you.
Look at them.
They're excited. Everything that they have been working on all split long up until this point, they're realizing a best of 5, they're 1 game away of making history.
And I mean, you just have to love it. They talk so much about putting the team above the individual, about believing in each other, you know, working towards this common goal. And they're seeing the results. They weren't even supposed to qualify for MSI based on playoff expectations in the LCP. And they are on the brink of what I think would be the biggest upset, the biggest series win in Vietnam history for League of Legends. It is crazy to be able to take down G2 here. Would mean so much.
To expand on that, because they are their own hype man. The fact that they were 4th seed in their own region, they make it through instead of Talon. That was a big storyline. They had made a lot of improvements to make that, to get that done. They come to this event. A lot of the focus was like, Furia looks amazing, right? They expect the Furia to come out against them and be able to take that win. And they're just at every point proving the doubters wrong.
And I just think for G2 on the other side, there is such an immense amount of pressure on these players now. They made the changes with the roster with the intent of having more success internationally. And you know that has got to be weighing on their minds. They're on the brink of getting reverse swept. They can still buckle down, win this series.
There we go!
Who knows what they can accomplish.
And the crowd goes wild for GAM here. Of course, they have had the support of Vancouver and of the arena. And the players, they're just chilling. They're just meditating on stage. Something I really want to ask you guys ahead of this last game. Who has the momentum? Who is going to take it? You got to think about GAM.
Sure.
Momentum-wise, they absolutely have the momentum. But, I mean, G2, they have so much experience, especially when you're looking at guys like Caps, like Hans, like Broken Blade, who have been here so many times before. The momentum's on the side of GAM, but one good play from G2 could really get the ball rolling.
Yes, and when stress is piling on that, you need the veterans of BB, Caps, and hell, Dylan Falco to be able to get them calm and focused, because it was looking so good. Remind them what was working in the first 2 games of the series. It felt clean, and I think as long as you can I feel like empowering Hans for me is the way to go. That laning phase was rough. I kind of expected it to be when you look at the Kai'Sa versus Caitlyn.
You already know who I think they should be empowering.
Yeah, Caps, Caps, Caps.
It all comes down to this. One last game to prove it all. One last game to prove that you have what it takes to reach the main event. Casters, over to you for GAM versus G2.
Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for what is now guaranteed to be the final game of the play-in stage for MSI 2025. G2 started strong, then GAM fought back just as powerfully. We're now going to Game 5. For one of these teams, it's a ticket to the main stage. For the other, it's a long plane ride home.
And GAM have been just riding this momentum. I mean, in LCP playoffs, they had to play best of 5 after best of 5 after best of 5. They upset Talon. And now here, can they ride this momentum for a full reverse sweep over G2? This would be so huge. You can see TK in the audience there. He was getting incredibly hyped up with all the fans representing. G2 though, pushed to the brink. They need to lock it down. Or Europe has been looking at them this tournament very critically, hyper critically, and now is the time.
All right, let's take a look at our bans because all of these are the usual suspects throughout this series so far. Nocturne, Gwen, Rumble remain banned by G2 every game. The Nocturne and the Rumble every single time in that first 3. Over on the other side, Maokai, Azir, and the Hansama trademark Draven are the targets for GAM. G2 has first pick on blue side. They will lock in the Annie for caps.
Okay, so AD jungles to pair with the Annie do get kind of thin when you get to game number 5. We still have like Viego, Jarvan options. The Zed that was kind of hovered before, an option. Maybe you want to do a Tarzan cosplay. We'll see what they end up going for there on the side of G2. Meanwhile, GAM's response to the Annie outrange here, Orianna in mid lane. And the insta Vi follow up here. So we've got Vi combo with shockwave delivery here.
Remember, last game in the second half of the bans, the Orianna was removed, I believe, by G2.
Yeah, makes it through this time around. Answered very quickly there. The 1-2 from GAM. All right, what's it going to be, Scumont? That was one of the ones we were talking about that is still left up. That is a potent duo. Levi himself used it this tournament.
Yep. You go in.
Big kill pressure, big burst.
Yeah. Annie bursts down the initial target, Viego possesses, all of a sudden you're off to the races. They're also going to go ahead, complete the top side here for G2, locking in the blind Cassante for Broken Blade. What will be the answer here from GAM to deal with that? What does Kiaya have now that the pools are so worn down? This could be one that I wouldn't be surprised, and there it is, the lock on the Aatrox for Kiaya.
Yeah, this is nerfed Cassante and buffed Aatrox. The extra healing here for Aatrox. We'll see about this top lane matchup, but looks like they're making some very similar choices there. A lot of good all-in combos.
And you can see another one of those respect bans, another one of those pocket pick bans from GAM. It's the Draven in the first set. It's the Blitzcrank of Labrov here in the second half of the ban phase, as Renata will be the ban from the side of G2. Both sides having drafted both their solo lanes and their junglers. It's all about the bottom lanes here in the second half of the draft, and it's about supports for the first ban for both sides.
And Kalista is still up, so they ban away the Renata. Thinking about some of the optional pairings for them here.
I like the Ezreal ban from GAM. That champion can be very effective against Vi in particular. You lock onto him, he arcane shifts, all of a sudden you're somewhere you really don't want to be.
Yeah, it's too safe, too safe. Can't have that going over to G2.
Now what is G2's final ban going to be here? I mean, when you look at Marksman, we're really deep now, Kobe. We've got the ban on Draven and Ezreal. We've got 8 champions already removed through Fearless. Bard is your final ban now.
Sivir 2 with the move speed is still available, still an option.
Okay.
You can always go for Jinx if you want to scale for team fight. And Jinx does work really well with burst combos like Viego Annie to try and get that excited passive going.
Right.
So that could be an option for G2.
GAM thinking about this. They will have the last pick of the draft. I would assume that will go to their support.
There's that
Kalista.
That's the Kalista we were looking for with the Renata ban. They don't care the Renata is banned.
But what will they pair with it?
Something for some lane dominance here, some engage.
Also feels better to play Kalista when Caitlyn is banned as one of the potential options, but Ashe is one of those champions that's still available. Ashe is something that we see a lot of teams pick into Kalista with the slows. It's still available right now, but so is that Smolder, so is Senna, and that'll be the answer from, it's Senna Tom for G2.
Ooh, the safety of the Tom Kench here to complement the Senna. One of our classic combinations. When you see the Vi coming towards you, they're gonna have some options now. All right, what's it gonna be? Oh man, they're having some aggressive stuff.
That would be a full send if that was support Elise. Now let's see. Seraphine, final pick.
I kind of wanted to see the Pyke because you want to like execute past the Tom Kench shield, past the gray health, but they go with the power of the Senna. Very strong here for lane with the poke damage, and does get to be very useful for team fights later on when you need some extra shields to deal with some burst damage. If the Annie Viego is getting to be too much, maybe that extra breakpoint, you know, shields from Seraphine, shields from the Orianna, of course self shields from Vi as well, but oh man, we're building into it. Honestly, Flowers, I think this draft to me looks pretty close.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you know I was going to ask you my question.
Game number 5, I know.
I've asked it every game.
It's going to come down to play. It's going to come down to execution. Caps here on the Annie has been so critical. If you remember all the way back to the first 2 games for G2, Caps, pivotal, and now on Annie here, such a playmaking champion, so many burst possibilities.
Especially, again, with that combination with Viego. Viego needs to be able to reset. So much of the character's power is budgeted into the ability to reset. If he just goes in, can't find that first one, life is tough. He'll be relying on Caps to set that up and allow him to pop off.
And honestly, I think I might be even leaning more towards the GAM side of the draft now, Flowers. With how Artemis played last time around, them having the Callista plus the Seraphine down here, that is going to be guaranteed priority for GAM. I want to see how it plays out down here, because G2, once again, they're going to rely a lot on Caps plus Skumond here. Senna has to scale up, and she scales slower than she previously did with the nerf to the Soul generation.
Okay, grasp on both top laners for the early laning power. Airy for the Seraphine, Summoner Spellbook for the Tom, playing for that extra utility as the game goes forward. Everything else pretty standard stuff. Just some cautious checking of the brushes here at level 1. And here we have on the screen time spent in a major deficit for GAM. Half the time they were in a major deficit versus BLG, but in this series and versus Furia, 14% shakes out to roughly 1/7 of the time for GAM, which means 6/7 of the time, they're either close or they're ahead.
I'm just impressed how quick they got that Photoshop of the kiss up
Yeah,
here and ready for the graphic.
that was pretty slick.
Because that's how this series started. But we'll see how it ends very shortly here. All right, Artemis and Elio, just stars in the previous game.
Yeah.
Massive carries, massive honors to both of them.
I mean, remember how it started off? Skumond was the one pathing bottom very early to try to gank. And then they just turn it around. They kill Lebrov and they go right back to pressuring and farming. Back here in mid lane, Annie and Orianna, 2 very traditional mage champions to go head to head here. Tri-lane Cam gonna give us a look at a little bit of everything, with mid lane being the one trading the most heavily here early on. Obviously, at level 1, auto attacks compromise a lot of your damage, and Orianna's Clockwork Windup gives her a distinct advantage in those trades compared to a lot of other champions. Cap's doing a good job there. They're using the stun to guarantee the Electrocute proc.
I think there should be a lot of early Caps plus Skumond's combinations, because, yeah, and, oh, he's coming already, level 3 here. 3 camps into the combination. They want to at least get the flash. Can Caps, did he get a stun? How many charges?
He's charging it up. Yeah, I can't see the buff counter thing. All right, Eris just continuing.
Well, he's got it under his head there, 3.
Okay, he's staying very far back. Oh yeah, it's under the health bar now. I'm stupid. I'm living in 2009. Man. I'm a dummy. Caps finds some quick damage there, but again, about the same amount of health for both mid laners, and Eris is going to play so cautiously. So Skumond's time spent hovering around this mid lane puts him about 1 camp behind Levi or so. TP right back onto the face of Caps from Eris. Levi not going to be shadowing this one, just instead taking his own blue buff. Eris honestly losing a ton of HP on this teleport return. He returns to lane, and now he's back to the same amount of HP that he was at when he recalled home. Bit of a mistake there from Eris early on, trying to maybe put some pressure onto Caps, but that many minions at level 3, those hurt.
Yep, minions definitely hurt early on into the game, especially a full wave of them. Caps now teleporting back with his purchase, and he's got his boots.
Okay.
Big here for the Annie. Try and make some of these roaming plays. On the rise, he was able to get his own leads in mid and then transfer it to the rest of the team.
So both mid laners are thinking about the potential jungle fight for the topside crab. but it looks like Scumon's just going to get control over it himself instead. Top lane control does go over to Kiaya on the Aatrox here early. Levi's going to go ahead and take his first recall. Bottom side, Lebrav and Hans taking some big damage from those Seraphine high notes.
So we've got some numbers to back up what you saw with your very own eyes in the previous game.
All right.
1,252 damage per minute for the Caitlyn. I believe it was just over 40K for the entire game.
40% of the team's damage.
And it wasn't just how much he was doing. They kept down the Kai'Sa so heavily.
Yeah.
Barely got anything in that with the AD Kai'Sa.
Eris and Caps just continuing to trade back and forth so frequently. Caps constantly priming these stuns, trying to get those quick electrocute trades on the Eris.
Eris trying to space him on the Orianna. Get those chunks, keep him out of range. Use the slows, even with the move speed of the boots.
And that's really what it's all about with this matchup, right? Orianna does have the superior range, but it's pretty close. If you step just a little bit too far forward and Caps gets off the stun, he's gonna win those trades.
Right, Levi's hovering so much. They know this is really the only area that G2 want to play early. And so he's hovering so much to make sure that nothing goes too heavily wrong. But Caps, once again, generates his own CS lead with the threat.
Plus 10. Huge. Eris once again taking a recall, as now it'll be Elio and Artemis moving towards the mid lane, towards this topside river here. Levi coming around, flash, vault breaker. Seraphine tries to follow. Levi ends up taking a ton of damage there. GAM hoping to find Caps unawares, but it does not work.
Yeah, Artemis also used his flash to go for the Q snipe to finish off that kill. So Caps survives, he evades all of it. That is 4 flashes down now for the side of GAM. Big value for Caps here, surviving the attempted play.
Yeah, massive. 3 flashes to not get anything but the Caps flash in return. That is a huge net positive for G2. 6 minutes into the game. GAM thought they might be able to catch him by surprise, but Caps is ready for it. Levi now just trying to go back to, oh my goodness, Lebrav just stole it away with the lick.
Spellbook here, Tom Kench having some fun. And the deep wards here as well. So not only just fun, frog on frog action,
yeah,
but also the deep wards. G2 have full vision over this bottom side.
Yep, Scumond getting to secure himself that first Drake for G2 as well. Lebrav jumps in there, goes for an Abyssal dive, but he gets rooted up. Artemis has to be careful jumping that far in. They're still in a 2v3 here. Lebrav has thick skin primed and ready to pop, but instead just going to allow it to use the regeneration instead. Checking back up in on the top lane here. It is a very slight farm lead for Kiaya, but not a ton. Again, this is, I feel like, kind of the goal for Broken Blade. As long as you keep it close, hey, you're doing fine. This is the big piece on the chessboard for GAM, and being able to answer him and just stay close, stay competitive, that's solid.
Yeah, and Kiaya here, as Aatrox with a Seraphine on your team, with an Orianna on your team as well, that can really enable you in some of the team fights later. Definitely has huge potential for later on once they do get to those skirmishes and team fight phases.
Back in mid. Caps continuing to build those farm leads, as Caps does. Artemis and Elio having a much more normal lane phase here in Game 5 compared to the absolute domination of Game number 4. Levi with level 6 though, coming down bottom lane. He's going to walk right over top of a control ward, so G2 is going to be very aware of what GAM might have been thinking about. Levi will clear that out, move back into the jungle. You can see the blue buff for GAM about to respawn. Similar story for the red on the side of G2, but Scumond, honestly, having a really solid early game here on the Viego too. He's still staying ahead of Levi in terms of tempo with his farm. He's also going to fully clear both the grubs, and remember that he already got the first Drake.
Yeah, he's afforded a lot of freedom because GAM have been so focused and worried about mid lane. Because they have to deal with mid lane, everyone on GAM so worried about Caps. They're spending so many resources from GAM towards that mid lane, and they were unable to actually get the kill onto Caps. And so it has afforded Scumond a lot of freedom there to grab objectives for the team and to keep his focus on the farming. Kind of just like leaving it in your mind, leaving it threatening. Oh, maybe I'm camping mid, but not since the super early minutes.
All right, Elio's going to pass through here. Seraphine ulti also very, very powerful in one of these fights. You know, if you have Tom Kench, if you have Viego and Cassante all going in this big melee ball, and he's also a pretty short-range mage, a big Seraphine ulti into a big Orianna ulti could be a massive wombo combo. Kiaya, nice sidestep there from the third and Tofo strike, making sure he doesn't get knocked back into the turret. The Cassante special that we've seen so many times. You get knocked back, you get pathmakered, you get all outed, all of a sudden you're underneath a turret with no way out. Kiaya won't be caught by that trap, but Skumond coming in mid lane here finds a nice stun on Ares. There's the follow-up from Cabs. Shockwave isn't going to do a whole lot. It's first blood over to Skumond.
And there were just seconds left on the flash timer. Skumond chooses his moment wisely. Finally goes for that play that we're looking for, the Annie collaboration with Viego. Just seconds before Ares is able to get his flash back. They get their kill.
And I misspoke, that was Caps taking the credit for the kill. This is the guy that GAM committed 3 flashes to try to set behind. Now he's ahead anyway. G2 about at a 1,000 gold lead now, with the vast majority of that being on Caps himself. This is exactly where they want to be in the early game. You've got the first set of grubs, you've got the first Drake, you've got the first kill, and it's on Caps Annie, and he's up almost 3 waves of farm again.
Mid lane, such a huge focus. But here it is once again. Skumond goes for the flash. Able to get the full combo. And again, look at that flash timer. Just the slivers were still ticking up. Timed it so well since they both used theirs.
First blood. Okay.
Oh, but now we got a problem up in the top side for Kiaya. Skumond once again trying to make the difference. Kiaya misses the Q2, goes in for the Q3 onto the Viego. Continues trying to make a little bit of extra distance with the third, and Tofo strike's gonna find him this time. Broken Blade gets a kill. Both G2 solo laners on the board.
Skumond is activated here. Viego getting in the action and getting those kills for his solo laners. Broken Blade cashes in even more. The timing of it, they get to push the wave. 2 turret plates on top of a kill. So much influx of gold here for G2.
G2 in the early game, in game number 5. Backs against the wall, knowing if they lose this one, they're out in the play-ins for Europe's most accomplished team of all time. That is just not hitting the standard, and they're throwing it all here in game 5 into the mix to make sure that GAM doesn't take that spot from them.
They have refocused. Can they continue though? They do have a new dragon up, and GAM positioning here for the fight.
Skumond already with the Trinity Force, has been the facilitator of both kills thus far. GAM, they'll use the smite to secure the Scuttle Crab, but they've got to respect Caps. The Annie with the flash and the Tibbers can spell disaster very easily. Kiaya trying to get away from Broken Blade. He's already got the Iceborne Gauntlet completed. Kiaya still has components. He does not want to fight this. The turret already shot him another time. Kiaya with the flash away. The Dawning Shadow doesn't find the mark. Kiaya gets away, but at the same time, G2 claims their second Drake this game. That is 3 neutral objectives for G2. They're at 2 kills. If they get 1 more kill, they'll secure the boots as well.
Yeah, all things really going for G2. Of course, since Levi used his smite to go for that crab, they knew they were going to get that dragon afterwards. And Levi, after covering this side, trying to put a stop to Broken Blade's push here, and all this extra gold coming through.
Okay. Kiaya back up into position here on the Aatrox. Still just the difference between having an item and not. Broken Blade just feeling so much more powerful than this Aatrox. Goes all out, provides himself an exit route here, as now the World Ender is popped. Broken Blade trying to use the Pathmaker, but that means the Vi ulti has the opportunity to go back in. But Skumond's also here. Broken Blade with another shield. GAM finds the first kill, but now Kiaya's got to make sure he doesn't fall. Skumond with the defensive ulti back over the wall to escape. GAM get their first kill of the game, punishing Broken Blade.
Exactly what you were talking about, Flowers. He wanted to use his item advantage for the 1v1, but it was not a 1v1. Levi had just been on that top side, and so he doesn't respect it, but now
Eris, immediate flash over the wall as Lebrov with a nice abyssal dive forces the summoner spell out of the otherwise immobile mid laner of GAM. But this whole time, because Lebrov and Hans were rotated up to the top side of the map towards all this scrapping, it meant that Artemis and Elio could get the bottom lane turret first. That's going to give them first turret credit. So now we're in a contest for those boots. It's 2 kills for GAM or 1 kill for G2 to earn them, as Hans Sama is at least going to retake the gold lead, taking down the tier 1 turret and top side.
Yeah, G2 there, they were looking for big top side play because they just got a bunch of completed items too. The Malignant's also done for caps, so they're trying to find some picks for themselves over through the jungle. So they overload up top side of the map, forcing that turret. But here's another look at it. Broken Blade had gone for the ulti, but of course Levi, who had just cleared on the top minions, had gone over to Krugs. He's the first jungler to arrive, so they get the extra time. Despite the item completed there from Broken Blade, the kill is completed for GAM.
Whenever we come back from those replays, I always have to just like take a deep breath because I never know if the teams are instantly going to be fighting. We've seen such aggressive plays from both teams so far in this series, and now it's G2 with the Rift Herald having only just spawned with control over the topside river. Skewmon and Caps going after the objective. Elio and Artemis stepping up here towards Hans and Lebrov, but this Tahm Kench is such a great denial pick against Vi.
Yeah, and because they had rotated their duo over early and sacrificed their bottom lane, they have a lot of those deep wards laying behind too to try and see where GAM were moving up, but not going to result in anything further than the Rift Herald. They accrue the objective as well.
All right, where do we go from here, Mr. Kobe? Because G2 still have a lead in pretty much every direction.
I would say Rift Herald towards mid tower. Okay. It's not quite going to get it right now, but using that thing, it already is fairly low.
Lebrov gets rooted up there by the Seraphine, forced to flash out. Now they're ready to follow it, but that's a Seraphine ulti. They're throwing the whole kitchen sink at Tahm Kench. He gets away with an abyssal dive. A little bit more damage is still required. Levi still going in. Finally, Artemis secures the kill. GAM spent a lot, but they got what they paid for.
Yeah, Lebrov going into dangerous waters there to try and get more replaced vision up in the jungle. But GAM just snapped shut. They're not going to let that go through. They're not going to let that fly. Seraphine ult, Vi ult, well used there.
Take down Venus flytrap. Not going to let that frog in there.
Nope.
Kiaya, he gets to farm this big wave. That's good. Picking up a little bit of extra money, trying to continue building that lead, make sure that he's a side lane threat. This is the guy. This is the win condition in so many GAM games. He drops the Aatrox in game number 5. We know that this is a character that can 1v9 if he gets fed, and I'm pretty sure GAM wants him to be able to do that.
And there is going to be tons of healing on this team, since they do have the double Sundered Skies, plus Aatrox himself, plus Blade of Ruin King for Kalista, plus the Seraphine on their team. Seraphine plus Orianna Shield, so lots of synergistic team fighting for them. On the other side, of course, Hans Sama here, stacking up the Senna. Slower now than previously, but also going to add the enchanting to his team. And they do that Rift Herald play. Even if it was delayed by Lebrov going down for the vision, they still pull it off. They still get their goal.
Can he get the Herald down to the turret? Nice drifting from Skewmon there, crashing the Herald into the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane to guarantee they get that one as well. G2 with a slight gold lead. GAM's not going to let him just take this third Drake of the game, though. GAM ready to move up and try to fight. They've caught Caps. He's in some danger, but the blast cone gets him away. G2 mid laner at half HP. Dragon resetting and losing patience. G2 still with control over the bot side river. Keep your eyes on Caps. GAM trying to move up, apply a little bit of pressure. The Dragon down to half. Attacking GAM now, putting a little bit of damage into the health bars. Broken Blade's got a lot of spears in his back. Chunk down to half himself. But remember, if he goes all out, he can still try to regenerate a lot of HP. G2 decides against it. They don't want to potentially throw the lead here. They give the Mountain Drake over. Seraphine ulti into the Tri-Brush, only finds Broken Blade as he path makes out. Dust settles, nobody dead.
But GAM have an easy route towards mid. So even though the Rift Herald was used to take down their mid tower, not only do they get the objective by forcing them out, they also can turn it into some gold as well.
GAM about to tie this game up. It is 3 turrets to 3, 2 Drakes to 1, still 2 kills to 2. The next kill determines the boots. It's a battle for the boots.
Battle for the boots. And their team fight is looking good for GAM. Very scary for G2 to go into, especially since Caps no flash. GAM, they put their sights on him, even though they didn't get the kill onto the Annie. Getting the flash down, taking away the key summoner spell for the key player on G2.
Also, a critical key item about to be completed here in the mid lane for GAM. Eris nearly has the fully charged Seraph's Embrace, needs to cast another spell or two, and then that extra shield could very well be the difference between a full burst combo and a Viego reset, or barely staying alive, hanging on for that shield battery in the Seraphine to keep you alive and keep the fight going. Once that completes, obviously he's going to be feeling more comfortable as Kiaya and Broken Blade are set up here in the bottom lane. Kiaya with his Sundered Sky now feeling a lot better about that 1v1 against the Iceborne Gauntlet of the Cassante, of Broken Blade. Otacon spawning, as you can see in the bottom right part of your screen. He is in the top side of the map this game. Man, it's a 100 gold difference. It doesn't even matter. Both these teams ready to go. Nice interrupt there on the Q3. Broken Blade not going to allow Kiaya to get that big source of damage. Levi just jumps over the wall here with a ball breaker immediately, but it's only LeBron waiting on him. Now it might be trouble for GAM. Levi has to try to retreat back over the wall now as Artemis also does the same. Caps rotates down as GAM disengages. Levi does not have a fearful bone in his body.
Yes, he does not. He is all in all the time, constantly looking for plays, playing with fire sometimes.
Yeah,
but
they got a little hot back there.
They're able to escape.
Kiaya using the Q3 that time, finds it onto Broken Blade. Pathmaker does not interrupt, but Skumon, he's so strong on this Viego. He's soloing down the Otacon for a little while. It's down to 30% HP when Caps moves up to help him. G2 easily secure this Otacon for themselves. And Kobe, although the gold is as close as it is, now if we look at the total amount of flower petals claimed by G2, 27 versus 1. That is a massive amount of adaptive force that G2 has that's just very subtle.
Plus, you see the level leads for a lot of the members on the team right now, and Caps finishing the magic penetration here. Void Staff plus Malignance for the Annie. Splash is still on cooldown, so it still doesn't have the big playmaking, but yeah, GAM make the call. Just keep on farming for themselves. They want to get to their big synergy 5-on-5 fight. Make use of all their shields and healing.
I feel like this is by far the slowest game we have had today. Both teams know what's on the line. The fact that we had Otacon claimed before the Empowered Boots, that is how few kills are in this game, as neither side wants to make that fatal mistake that doesn't just end the game, that doesn't just end the series, that ends their run at MSI. Still the 3 grubs for G2, gives them that extra pushing power. Again, we go back to the first 2 games that G2 won. It was a macro diff. It was GAM constantly taking bad trades, a turret for a turret plus a kill, something similar. And if G2 even takes even trades this time around, they will have so much more pushing power. You can see here the gold graph throughout the game. The highest gold difference was about plus 1,000 for G2 back around 12 minutes into the game. We're 10 minutes later now, and it's still on a knife's edge.
Just got alerted from stats. The G2 pedal advantage currently around 500 gold worth of stats.
Is that per player or is that for the whole team?
If you converted them. They said it was for the team.
Okay. Broken Blade about to walk right into the waiting arms of GAM, but now he's ready to go all out. It doesn't work though. A nice buffer from Levi to get away from it. Seraphine ulti hits 2, but they're putting all the damage into LeBron. The Tom Kent's trying to get away over the wall, but the Dawning Shadow fires back into GAM. How is no one dead?
Well, because they've got the flashes to escape, LeBron used both summoner spells to get out of that one alive. The Seraphine team-fighting prowess, though, did see a little glimpse of it, GAM. They still have the inside route towards the dragon, but G2 moving in to take the vision.
Okay, last time, that fight, it wasn't the Levi ulti that buffered through the Cassante ult. It was the Callista ult saving the Seraphine. G2 with control over this bot side river now. Kiaya could be in a little bit of danger, dodges away from the center route. Now Broken Blade taking some damage. Important update, it is also 500 gold per player with those flowers. It's about a 3,000 gold lead in effective stats for G2.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of power.
That is much more flower power. Okay, so Hansama had just run out of mana though, so G2 running out of a little bit of steam there. No mana left on him, has to retreat.
Okay.
Should be the objective win there for GAM then.
Yeah, and the timer favors GAM here as well. 24 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock means that there's no chance for G2 to try to trade something across the map there in the Baron pit. Still not spawned yet. Otacon obviously already taken. Now, 2 Drakes to 2, 2 kills to 2, 3 turrets to 3. Everything is so close except for those flower petals. Again, it's about a 2,500 gold total team value in adaptive force for G2 through those. Second items completed in a lot of different spots now. You already mentioned the Void Staff for Caps. We have Leandries for Eris. Unending Despair on Broken Blade. Shojin on Kiaya.
I want to point out too, with the Otacon, it's not just this flower power, but the actually on-kill effect. When you're running the Annie Viego burst that's looking to try and grab one of those kills really quickly, that extra slow, that extra damage, if they can actually burst the target down, could be super meaningful to their team fight.
What a game 5.
So much tension building here during all of these lulls. When they're going back, trying to farm. The only big objective up on the map is Baron. It's not something you start lightly, trying to clear out some of the vision.
It's like watching a really dramatic, 3-hour movie. You've got to spend the first 2 hours with the exposition. Now Hansama getting caught out. No Tom Kench nearby. Hans has to flash to get away from it. Now the follow-up charm to Skumon. There's the save. Labrov keeps his jungler alive with the dawning shadow over the top, and Levi is reinforced here by the shields. Broken Blade wants to make his entrance here to go all out. Kiaya flashing away as well. Another fight, another multi-ulti from both teams, and nobody's dead.
That right there is a perfect example of how GAM have no fear. They full sent there. Eris had no teleport. Caps did have teleport. That was dangerous. They saw a target that they wanted. They saw Hansama. They got the flash out of that Senna.
But now,
see if it's worth.
Exactly. They did spend the Kalista ult, the Seraphine ult, the Vi ult, and G2 are going to use the opportunity to take the tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. The play ultimately favors G2. Yes, it cost Hans ult, it cost the Tom Kench ulti, it cost Hans flash, but that's resources in G2's pocket now that they will be able to spend. 1.5 thousand gold lead there on the scoreboard. There's a control ward in the Baron pit from GAM, but what can they get? Skumon going to step up here through the harrowing path, but GAM are not going to give him an opportunity to find anything.
And the tension continues to build as we go towards that huge fight to determine the game. So many critical factors here. Can they actually make use of the flash that they blew on Hansama? That champion is hard to pick off, especially if the Tom Kench is hovering, if Labrov is close by.
Now, important to note, there is grievous wounds on 2 champions on the side of G2. However, it is not proactive grievous wounds, it is only reactive grievous wounds. Both are bramble vests. If those champions are not being attacked, it does not matter. Hansama, though, does have executioners to try to apply that debuff. Levi, ball breaker over the wall, trying to stay safe as G2 invades the jungle of GAM. And it feels like G2 are fully in the driver's seat right now. They're the ones looking for opportunities. They're the ones trying to catch GAM.
Yeah, and they're the ones with the Senna constantly stacking here. You can definitely see the effects, though, of the nerf not stacking quite as fast, for sure. Only 76 stacks there for Hansama. But will continue to accrue that range, that power here, to add more options to their play later on. Caps, of course, in the side lane once again. And
what is the latest that boots have been claimed in a professional game?
I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we are there, maybe.
It's 28.5 minutes. No one has empowered boots yet in the game.
And because they split dragons 2-2, this next one isn't even the critical dragon. So yeah, if they feel like they have a bad approach, a bad angle to the fight,
you don't have to go.
Exactly, they don't have to go. They don't have to full send on this one. So we could be in for a lot more lulls.
Okay, Skumon going to step up again. The harrowing path allowing him to approach close enough to see what GAM is doing without putting himself in mortal danger. Death ball for both teams here in mid lane.
And the pressure is just so big. In an elimination match here on the international stage, you don't want to be the one to make the critical mistake, but you also have to have that killer instinct if an opportunity exposes itself to pull the trigger, to go for the kill.
Oriana shield
Caps
on
here.
Levi. Okay, Abyssal dive from LeBron. Kiaya
They do
the
it.
target. G2 have already got him. Feet of warfare for G2. Kiaya down. Gam on the retreat. A nice knockback onto Elio, but Broken Blade has gone very far forward. He uses the Pathmaker to get himself back out. That is a massive pick from G2 Esports.
Caps does it. They go for the burst. They get the kill. The Aatrox is down. G2 will get Dragon number 3.
All right, there it is. And I just got updated. That is the second longest timer to claim the Blessing of Noxus, which is the boots, across all Tier 1 regions in Split 2. The longest one was 31 minutes, but we don't have time for that. Caps has been caught out. Levi goes in for him, but Lebrov's got the save. Tom Kench against Vi. He's made for this. Beautiful counter from G2, and the game is blown wide open. Han Sama with a kill. Caps with another, and G2 are about to take the Baron.
Caps doing it. G2, they're going to get the Baron. That will put an end to the stalemate. They will push in.
This game was so close for so long. For 29 minutes, they stared each other down. And when push came to shove, who steps up? Caps.
G2 wearing purple now. Lots of extra standing gold. Secondary towers in mid and top side for them to go take. Here's another look at it. Is Lebrov to start it out as they were hitting Baron and going for Scuttle Crab. And then when Cats walks up, they do go for the Vi ult. But as you called out, Lebrov is there, so they just eat Caps up. And then with teleports coming in, look at that grouping. Boom. Finds the full stun on 3, and they just combo all of it. Let's get the comms.
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh, huge.
Let's go, man.
Let's go for
Huge, large, big, gargantuan, yes.
All synonyms for the state of the play that G2 just made. The gold lead now ballooning up to 5,000, probably closer to about 3,000 now total for the team in terms of the flower value. So 8,000 effective gold lead, and you can see their damage dealt to champions in the last team fight. Kiaya did 0 because he was dead. However, 4,000 damage almost from Caps. Ooh, and another whiff on the Seraphine ulti there from Elio. GAM has not found a lot of value out of those so far this game. It feels like most of GAM's engage attempts have been onto the Lebrov Tom Kench, trying to shut down that get out of jail free card, but he's just so tanky.
Yeah, G2 with the Baron buff. They just get the split going. They're going to get the 4-1, claiming this gold, closing in slowly but surely. Huge gold lead for them. GAM.
Oh, nice from Skewmond. He immediately responds with a Heartbreaker to get away, and Eris gonna get dove now. G2 is tired of waiting, and Broken Blade will create the space to pierce the base of GAM as G2 will find their first inhibitor here in the top lane. They'll find the second in mid right thereafter. That's 2 inhibs down, 32 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Those will remain dead well past the timer for what'll be Mountain Soul for G2.
It's actually so smart for G2 to use Skewmond as the split pusher for that exact reason, because he knows he is ready for the ulti. And the only real big pick play that GAM have. They know that they have to use that Vi. Skewmond ready for it. Answers with his own.
The Vi ulti is so telegraphed too. You see that big line from his champ to yours. As soon as he's close, you hit the Heartbreaker, you're out. Levi's Vi, although he's 1-0-1, you know, he's been a part of both the kills that GAM have found. The composition from G2, the Viego for what you just said, the Tom Kench like we've seen the whole game, it is designed to shut down the playmaking potential of this player who is the driver for so much of the action for GAM. And when Levi can't make it happen, when you don't have one of those dominating lane presences in the bot lane duo like Game 4, GAM have felt stuck. It feels like they haven't been able to find an avenue to make a play.
Yeah, because they tried so much in mid lane. They sent a lot of resources there. Levi hovering a lot. They swapped the bottom lane to run down. They burned 3 flashes to try and kill Caps, and they couldn't do it. And G2 now, with 2 inhibitors already down, they see the game in their hands.
This might be the last stand of GAM Esports at MSI 2025. They will try to hold the line here at this tier 3 turret. They know if they give over triple inhibs, there's no way to even leave the base at that point. G2 keeping the pressure on. Center route finds Kiaya. Tier 3 turret, about 3/5 of the HP remaining on it. 20 seconds until the Mountain Drake spawns. Hans Sama with so much range. Easy to step up and take pot shots at this thing. As another wave steps up to the side of GAM, Levi wants to go in. The Seraphine ulti over the top. It only finds Broken Blade and LeBron. And now Levi is going on a one-way trip. GAM trying to force the fight forward, but Kiaya has to flash back. Caps is ready for the counterattack. Elio is saved by Artemis, but the Dawning Shadow finds multiple health bars. Artemis is already down. Kiaya and Eris both about to follow. No raid boss Aatrox in this one. Eris is gone. GAM is aced. And G2, they had to work for it. They had to sweat for it. They had to bleed for it, but they won't be denied. They eliminate GAM and move on to the main stage.
The smiles on their faces. You said it, how hard they have had to work in play-ins. Unbench the Kench indeed. They pull it out in Game 5 to move on.
What a series. G2 showing their caliber when they have to, when you've got to stand up, when your back's against the wall, when it's win or go home. G2 are not ready to end their trip to MSI just yet.
And they have some scary opponents ahead of them in the main stage.
This was the first health bar on the boss. The second form, far, far tougher. Many, many scary opponents waiting for them in the next phase of the tournament. And what a battle from GAM as well. Taking G2 all the way to 5 games, coming this close to achieving the main stage themselves. A powerful performance from the second seed of the LCP.
The heart on this team, these players show no fear, pushing G2 to 5 games. Round of applause, well fought.
A valiant defeat for GAM. I can only hope we see him again in future international events. Always a pleasure to watch these guys. The way that they play so aggressively, the way that they always fully commit to the call, to the play. It's just fun League of Legends to watch. But now G2, we're gonna have a one-day break, Kobe, and then we're on to the main stage. And guess what? This is MSI 2025. It's only best of 5s.
I like the sound of that. What a format. All best of 5s all the time. Here's a look at the damage dealt there. That's scaling Senna. The Cassante as well with a lot of the combat that they got to exchange.
Yeah, a lot of the Cassante damage is just him and Aatrox slapping each other back and forth in that side lane. But even though the number looks really low there with an 8K, I have to compliment Skewmond on this Viego. He was the one who got the first kill in mid lane, got the follow-up kill up there in top lane, was constantly using the harrowing path to scout throughout the game. And now, with the dust settled, with G2 victorious, we're joining Dracos and Broken Blade for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. Vancouver, please, one more time. Give it up for Skewmond.
Thank you. Thank you.
Brother, a heroic effort today.
Yeah.
It looked like it might be that clean 3-0, but you had to bring it back Talk to me about that Viego pick in Game 5. The confidence to not only pull it out, to build crit, to the trust in yourself you showed. What was going through your head?
I mean, definitely it was such a long series. I don't even remember the first game, to be honest. I just know that I messed up so many early games, but I'm pretty happy that I got the confidence to just pick the Viego in the end, and I'm pretty happy with my performance in this Game 5. So yeah, I'm just like really happy with the win, and I'm so excited for what's happening next.
Yeah, you talked with Sheep Esports early in the tournament about progress, the time kind of growing. Talk to me about what the tournament started like for you compared to how you're playing now. Have you seen that improvement already?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm way more confident on stage right now, and I think that I'm still making some silly mistakes, but I think that as a team, when I'm seeing the evolution, when I'm watching our first best of 5 against Furia, I think that we're playing way more together, and I think that if you can keep this composure, I'm pretty confident that we can win against a lot of good teams.
Now, you're no stranger to a big stage. But this is the first time you've gone international.
Yep.
The first time you played in front of an international crowd against international opponents. How has that experience been? How has it been different from what you experienced domestically?
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm just loving it. I'm just so happy that, obviously, like since we didn't win LEC, I think the best thing that could happen to us was go to the through the play-ins. And I think that since we won, I'm pretty confident that we can bring some good performances. And yeah, I mean, like so far I'm just like so happy, and I just hope that we will be able to play against the other best team in the world. Like we already played against BLG, we got stomped really hard. It's fine. I think that we took some good lessons from this best of 5, so I'm just really looking forward and hopefully play against the best teams.
Well, you are. You're playing against Gen G. If GAM had won, there would have been a flip, but with G2, there's only one possible arrangement, so you will be playing against Gen G. I was going to ask you about the junglers. This is an incredibly stacked tournament for junglers, but since we know your first opponent, talk to me about playing against Canyon, a tall task.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a dream for me to play against such a big player like Canyon, who has been consistent for like more than 5 years, world champion, MSI champion. Like, I'm just hope that I'll be able to perform good against them, against him particularly. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that I'll be able to show that I can actually compete against the best jungler in the world.
Hope you can show that as well. What's next? You have a little bit of time, a lot of things to focus on. What's the next big task for G2 so you can come in ready to face Gen G?
I mean, for now, have a bit of rest after this long series. I think we deserve it. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that we'll bring more consistency into the series, because I think that today, obviously, I don't think it should have went five games. I think we played pretty poorly in the later games, besides the Game 5. So I just hope that we'll be able to bring this consistency and also like bring some creativity in the picks. My Nunu I didn't win with the Nunu. I'm pretty sad, but maybe I can pick it into Gen G next week. So I'm looking forward for this.
Sounds like Vancouver wants to see you pick the Nunu into Gen G, so there might be a bit of peer pressure when we get to that series.
I'm ready.
Skewmon, thank you so much. Congrats again on making out of play-ins. Vancouver, please, one more time for Skewmon and G2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Wow, I cannot believe that they made it in the end. I'm just thinking about all the European fans who stayed up for this. They are rewarded. All of you guys waking up right now to the good news. Honestly, I'm so happy for you guys. G2 made it, but damn, I was scared.
It was very scary.
Roller coaster.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Especially the final game, the tension that was there, the fact that we hadn't gotten defeats for so long in that game. It was honestly, both teams were really playing scared, but also because there were so many stakes on the line.
I mean, it comes down to nerves in moments like this, I feel.
I mean, I do think you could really see how GAM kind of like bottled up and lost their identity a little bit in that last game. G2 were playing a bit more confident. I think they were playing towards their win conditions. They knew, hey, we have the Senna. We're farming really well. They were getting up in experience. They were doing what they needed to do.
Yes.
And they were dependent on the man in the mid lane, Caps, to find the picks. He's the one that finds the Aatrox to get them the feats. He's the one that finds a 3-man stun with the W in the river over by the Baron. So impressive.
The consistent leads he had this tournament, especially this game, this series, was the reason he dragged this team to be able to get the win. It really felt like that. I was given this sign yesterday by a fan about, you know, booking G2's flights home. I kept on to it just in case. We don't need it anymore. We don't need it at all. because they're now on to the next round.
Maybe in a couple of days.
Yeah, a few more days. Maybe we can tape that up. Maybe we can hold on to it.
Of course, with G2 qualifying, it means that GAM's road ends here, but shout out to the team, shout out to the players, shout out to the fans also who've been cheering for them all series long. It's been a difficult series, but I'm really admirative of the showing they had here.
They are a team that anytime they come to an event like this, they force you to believe in them.
Yeah.
They always give you a reason to believe in the underdogs at all points. And this tournament, honestly, this play-ins was a lot of that. At all stages, we didn't believe in them, and especially when they hit 4th seed within their region, we didn't believe in them. And then they push us to a Game 5. You have to send love to these players.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is heartbreaking, right? When you get to a Game 5 and you win, it's euphoria, right?
Yeah.
It's absolute joy for G2. The stress can kind of go out of you. You made it through. You can learn your lessons. But for GAM, they made it that close, and they're done. They're going to be going home, and that is going to be running through their minds nonstop over these next couple of weeks. You're going to be thinking about what could you have done different, what could you have changed to be able to change the result in the series. But that is the nature of competition, right? Only one team can win, and G2 deserved it. They came up big in that final moment, in that final game, and that's what it takes at the end of the day. Whether it's a 3-0 or a 3-2, they are through play-ins, and they're on to the next stage.
100%. If I look towards GAM and I think about one thing that I'm kind of happy seeing for this team is that a lot of times in their tournaments, we look towards Kiaya and we look towards Levi, right? And a lot of the times it was like live or die by them. I looked at this bot lane. They are really good. They can build off of that, and now they can look towards the next international competition in Worlds and kind of work towards that now.
I mean, I was about to say, when it comes to GAM, it's only until next time, guys, but only love and respect for the players and for the fans who have been cheering for them. Now focusing on the rest of the tournament, focusing on what G2 brought, there is one man that we want to highlight here. It is our Oppo player of the series, the man on the mid lane. It is Caps himself.
I mean, every single game. I mean, just look at the goal difference in this game. Everyone on GAM was ahead, and then there's just like 1,000 gold lead on the rise. It felt like every time you look up, he's creating massive individual advantages. He's able to move that around the map, roam to side lanes, perform in the team fights. This was the guy that you could put your faith in to always deliver for so many years for G2, and he's still doing it today.
That was the series winning moment, that 3-man Annie ulti. And also, just, I think, being able to be calm under those conditions, play through side lanes, get the level leads, and yes, it is all about caps, caps. That's all. It's only going to get bigger.
3 games, 3 caps.
Hopefully it's going to get bigger because it's only going to get harder for them starting now. Let's focus on the rest of the tournament, as I said, because as the playing stage is complete now, we now have the bracket for the next stage of the tournament. And since G2 was victorious, a draw show is not necessary as the tournament rule dictates only one valid bracket here, where Tier 1 teams play Tier 4 teams and Tier 2 teams will play Tier 3 teams. And teams from the same region must be placed on opposite side of the bracket. A complete bracket also means that the next round of pick'ems are available for the next stage of MSI, closing on July 1st, right before the start of bracket. So get your pick'ems for a chance at exclusive in-game rewards. And guys, bracket, can we show it once again?
Yeah,
actually?
one more
Because
time. Why not?
I want to talk about this quickly because Skumon was saying it. Genji is the next opponent.
He wanted to play the best players in the world.
Yeah.
Congratulations, here's Genji.
When Dracos was like, well, your next opponent is Genji. You're like, oh.
Have you heard of Chovy?
I don't want to hear that anymore.
I mean, Kenyon has heard of Nunu from Inspired, so maybe it's the best time to flex that champion again in that series. But I'm going to turn to you guys. FlyQuest enjoyers, anyone's legend is your first series here.
I mean, it is a really tough opponent. That is kind of why I was hoping GAM would win, because then we had a chance of drawing CFO, which I think would have been a much easier first-round opponent to get. But I do think it is possible. That being said, for FlyQuest to take down a team like anyone's legend, they have to play at their peak, right? They have to play at the best of their ability, and they have to be able to do it for potentially 5 straight games, right? Because we have seen them be able to push Gen G to the limit. They couldn't close it out. It really does take everything working, draft, individual play, teamwork, everything to take down a beast like this.
They're such a smart team, such a great team fighting squad. My eyes are going to be on Shanks being able to make an international event. That's going to be really fun to see.
My eyes are on Tarzan because that brother is smurfing every single game.
Don't ban the Zed, ban the Zed.
Ban everything. Brother could kill us with Jungle Janna.
Oh, hell no.
I gotta say, Plains has been really entertaining. A lot of different picks. So many silver scrapes. What are you guys hyped about when it comes to the next stage?
I mean, just being able to see the best teams in the world in fearless best of fives, 14 best of fives next, that's going to be like, there's just too much to pick from.
I mean, that's fine. But
Okay.
you know what I want? I want an NA versus EU.
Yes.
I want the best of 5.
Give it
One
to us.
last one to settle it all. You guys have been better than us, but hopefully we're coming for you
One
guys.
last
Hopefully
one to settle it all.
we
We
have-
can just ignore all the ones that we've been winning.
We're sending 2 teams against you guys, so hopefully we have one that's gonna make
We
it.
still claim
Oh
parts
my
of
God.
Amcoy. Jojo's our boy.
Jojo said they're an NA team.
Don't start me on the amount of players we sent your way, because Inspired, we can claim him as well.
Uh-oh.
All right, we'll see this in just a couple of days, guys. It's been a pleasure being with you on the desk today, and I hope you guys enjoyed the show at home. We're gonna be back on Tuesday, July 1st, to celebrate Canada Day here in Vancouver with day 1 of the bracket stage, where G2 will take on stage 1 once again, but this time against Genji. Starting time is gonna be 5 p.m. Pacific time, and I wish you the best recover as much as you can. It's been one hell of a ride so far at Play-ins, and we'll see you in a couple days. Take care, everyone.
Get some sleep, you
Get
fans.
some sleep, yeah.
Look Zin, look Zin, look Zin.
Zin is dead, Zin is dead. Good. Really good fight.
Look Jin, Tanya.
We hard win.
GAM thought they had him, but the only thing they have is an ambulance ride. GAM has already lost 4. A triple kill for Skumond, and Kiaya is stuck between a rock and a hard play. G2, the victory march. Game 1's done.
Hey, Nautilus.
I'm fine, guys.
Yeah,
No. Look,
Penten.
He's dead.
Cap staying alive, kiting Artemis out as Broken Blade comes back over for the CC into the kill. The ace for G2, the game for G2.
Good job. Nice. Good job.
Momba, bro. His Ari ultimate isn't quite up. A couple of seconds left on it. He's getting chunked so far down.
Oh, I think Skumon might just explode him. Yeah. And as GAM go in, exhaust onto the MF, immediately followed up with the damage from the Xayah, and with Hans out of the picture, new targets remain. Lebrov, Pop Blossom will only mark his own grave, and GAM are going in. The dive coming out from Elio into the back line, looking for the kills here, as they've already killed Caps. He's down. Lebrov will go with him. Hans tries to fire back, but there's not a lot you can do when Kiya's already got a triple kill. Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes Lebrov. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. Woo! Hans Sama's already going to be under pressure. Eris continues the dive. G2 continue to retreat. They can pray if they want, but God's not listening. Caps has been caught out. Levi goes in for him, but Lebrov's got the save. Tom Kench against Vi. He's made for this. Oh, huge. Big chicken. And the game is blown wide open. Kiaya and Eris both about to follow. No Raid Boss Aatrox in this one. Eris is gone. GAM is aced. And G2, they had to work for it. They had to sweat for it. They had to bleed for it. But they won't be denied.
Let's go, guys.
Easy.
Bro, I'm so exhausted. Let's make it worth it.